The residence of Hemant Soren area has been cordoned off. You can see barricades being put in there, and this entire stretch of 100 meters, 144 has been imposed so that there is no vehicular movement as such. In the periphery of Hemant Soren's residence, large number of security personnel have been posted here. You can see here large number of security personnel have been
ऐसे में कह सकते हैं कि हजारों की संख्या में कार्यकर्ता एकजुट होने की संभावना है, लेकिन अभी फिलहाल जब पूछताछ शुरू होती है उसके बाद देखने वाली बात होगी कि भीड़ होती है और किस तरीके से
this questioning becomes important as a matter of fact that there are certain documents that were recovered by the ED from the registry office in Ranchi, and a portion of land was registered in the name of Bishnu Agarwal, who is a businessman. He served a jail sentence in this particular case, and it was a government land, and this was not supposed to be sold by any government officials. And since DC was the custodian of the land, Chavi Ranjan, the then DC, has also been arrested. Now, what are the charges against Hemant Soren? One should understand. There was a confessional statement by one of the employees in the registry office saying that boss ka aadesh tha. So who is the boss here? Boss means the ED officials feel that boss is Hemant Soren, and that is how it was got registered in the name of Bishnu Agarwal, and a certain portion of land was earmarked and kept aside, presumably for Hemant Soren's family. Now, you cannot do that. So on the basis of those investigations, the documents that were unearthed from the registry office thereafter, the ED is questioning Hemant Soren in the land scam case on the outskirts of Ranchi, since it was a government land, and government land cannot be sold to any private property. That is the norm and the protocol. But being in the Chief Minister's office, the allegations are that he influenced the land be sold to some private businessman, and that is how the large number of people have been arrested in this particular case, charge sheeted in this case, and this is the second time that the questioning of Hemant Soren would be done today, and we'll wait and watch what happens. But last time around 8 to 10 hours of questioning was done. Today also we expect the same, because it will be high voltage drama here. Last time in Delhi, 36 lakhs rupees was recovered from a luxurious car, and that car is also under custody. We can see vehicle moving here, police officials also on the move. So all those things will be questions, particularly about the 36 lakh seizure that was done in Delhi, and also as a matter of fact the way he escaped from Delhi, because he's been evading summons after summons, and this would be the 9th summon that he is going to depose himself for interrogation. So this becomes crucial, and ED will be coming with a barrage of questions, and questions will be put forward to him. This is the land scam case. There is another case in which the ED had questioned him earlier, that was pertaining to the mining scams pertaining to money laundering by people close to him. So agency is tightening its noose on Hemant Soren, and yesterday he was in a huddle along with all his MLAs from the Congress Party, JMM, CPI, RJD, planning the next move if there was any political eventuality in case he was arrested. But it looks unlikely that he would be arrested today, so that he can install his wife Kalpana Soren as the Chief Minister. But there has been a feud in the family itself. His elder brother's wife Sita Soren, who is also an MLA, challenging Hemant Soren that this time he is not going to budge. So all kinds of things happening, differences within the family also Hemant Soren is facing, and ED tightening its noose on Hemant Soren. Back to you.
Alright, Prakash, do stay with us. Let's listen into some reactions that are coming in.
40 घंटे तक एक मुख्यमंत्री, किसी राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री गायब रहे, पूरा प्रशासनिक व्यवस्था पग्गू हो गया, संवैधानिक संकट उत्पन्न हो गया, मुख्यमंत्री फरार, मुख्यमंत्री भगोड़ा, तरह तरह की हेडलाइनें चल रही थी। हम शर्मसार थे कि झारखंड को यह दिन देखना पड़ा कि मुख्यमंत्री का कोई पता ही नहीं, 40 घंटे वो कहां थे। और जब उनसे पूछा गया तो वो कहते हैं आपके दिल में रहते हैं। मुख्यमंत्री जी, जनता भी आपके दिल में ही रहने चाहिए थी, लेकिन आपने 3.5 करोड़ जनता को उनके भाग भरोसे छोड़कर 40 घंटे पता नहीं कहां की दौड़ लगाई थी, ये समझ से परे है। मंत्री जी को ये बताना था 27 तारीख या 28 तारीख तक कि आप कौन सी तिथि दे रहे हैं, 29 का या 31 का। लेकिन मियाद खत्म होने के बाद उन्होंने कोई जवाब नहीं दिया। जब जवाब नहीं दिया, उनका डेडलाइन खत्म हो गया कि कौन सी तिथि निर्धारित होगी। उसके बाद ईडी उनके घर पहुंची, तो ये कौन सा गलत बात थी। और ईडी के पहुंचने के बाद सीएमओ से मेल जाता है, यानी ईडी की जब दबिश बढ़ती है तब ये मेल भेजते हैं कि साहब हम 31 को तैयार है आने के लिए। अरे यही बात आपने पहले कह दी होती जब आपके पास 48 घंटे के भीतर जवाब देने की मियाद थी। तो जाहिर तौर पर मुख्यमंत्री पैनिक सिचुएशन पे हैं, और जिस तरीके का उन्होंने 70,000 करोड़ का घपला घोटाला का आरोप लगा, पैनिक होना भी चाहिए।
देखिए, एक राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री इस तरीके से अचानक डिसअपियर हो जाना कि वो दिल्ली आए और कहीं अज्ञात स्थान पर चले गए, तो सवाल ये उठता है कि झारखंड की जनता क्या उस पर समझेगी कि इतने पुलिस, इतने महकमे, इतनी सुरक्षा व्यवस्था, इतनी सारी चीजें संवैधानिक पद पर रहकर भी इन्हें अपने पर भरोसा नहीं है और वो सीन से आउट हो जाते हैं।
Alright, Prakash, I'll come back to you. Now, as you yourself said that the central agencies like ED, they're tightening their noose around Hemant Soren's throat, as there are also 2 other cases against him. Now, what do you think, how difficult, because there were also some meetings that he held yesterday with the MLAs and his wife also attended it. Now, what are the challenges and the difficulties that Hemant Soren may face in the face of his imminent arrest if he wants to put his wife Kalpana Soren in his chair, who's not even an MLA?
Well, as far as Hemant Soren's arrest is concerned, we'll wait and watch, but it looks unlikely that that kind of situation will arise here in Jharkhand. But ED has swung into action as far as this particular case is concerned. And ever since this state was carved out of Bihar, this state has been marred in corruption. Politicians after politicians have been involved in corruption. There was a Madhu Koda scam also, which was to the tune of 10,000 crores. He was the Chief Minister, independent MLA, and now again Hemant Soren, ever since he was elected as the Chief Minister of Jharkhand, his father was also the Chief Minister of Jharkhand. He was also involved in a lot of corruption cases when he was a Central Minister, Mines Minister, and in fact he was also on the run when he was the Central Minister in 2003-04 under the NDA government. So this is the second time that has been happening in the family that his Hemant Soren, the son of Shibu Soren, was also on the run. He had to escape from Delhi. But as far as his arrest is concerned, ED will first question him on various issues regarding the land scam, regarding his influence being used to get the land registered in the name of a private businessman, regarding the land being kept aside for his family members, and that to a government land, because the rules and regulations says that the government land cannot be sold. But as a matter of fact, this land, portion of land, has not been registered in the name of Hemant Soren or any of his family members. The charges against him are that he used his influence to get the land registered in the name of a businessman. So how did that be proved? That is another question, but there is a confessional statement from one of the officials in the registry office saying that I got a call and I was asked at the behest of Hemant Soren to do this work, and that is how the Deputy Commissioner of the then Deputy Commissioner of Ranchi, Chavi Ranjan, used his powers to get the land registered, and he is serving a jail sentence right now. So misuse of office is the charge against Hemant Soren. So we'll wait and watch what kind of questioning is being done to Hemant Soren, and it will be a long hours of grilling because the ED team and the ED officials have arrived from Delhi, and they are on their way. They will be reaching anytime soon here at the residence of Hemant Soren to start the questioning right behind this official residence, because time and again he has evaded the summons. He has defied all the summons here. This is the 9th time, and through an email a time was given to Hemant Soren for questioning yesterday when he escaped from Delhi. Back to you.
Alright, Prakash, do stay with us. Let's listen into some reactions that have come in pertaining to Hemant Soren's ED questioning today.
आज के लिए तो खुद समय दिया है माननीय मुख्यमंत्री ने, पूछताछ होगी, सहयोग करेंगे, प्रश्नों का जवाब पहले भी दिया था, आज भी देंगे, लेकिन एक जो पूर्वाग्रह दिखता है केंद्रीय एजेंसियों का, लगता है कोई टास्क मिला हुआ है ऊपर से। किस लिए मिला है? आप क्या करना चाहते हैं? आप चुने हुए एक लोकप्रिय मुख्यमंत्री, आदिवासी मुख्यमंत्री के साथ कैसा बर्ताव करना चाहते हैं? आपका क्या बिहेवियर रहेगा? आपके आगे की रणनीति क्या है? आज सभी का खुलासा हो जाएगा, और हम तमाम लोग, इंक्लूडिंग हमारे मुख्यमंत्री, फौलादी मुख्यमंत्री, हर स्थिति से निपटने को तैयार है।
At the South Chandigarh AAP and Congress hold protest over Chandigarh mayor election. Now both the parties have been alleging that the elections were rigged. In fact, BJP's candidate has won the election. AAP and Congress were making tall claims that mayor election will be won by them. In fact, they had already decided who will be the mayor, who will be the deputy, according to parties' majority in the state. Now, as BJP's Mr. Sonkar has won this mayoral polls, as we can see in the visuals, AAP and Congress are conducting this protest in Chandigarh. Viewers, I have my colleague Amandeep who is in Chandigarh. Amandeep, a very good afternoon to you. Now, this is a major blow for AAP and Congress alliance in Chandigarh for the mayoral polls. As they had predicted, their candidate has not won the majority, and it's BJP's candidate who has won the majority for the mayoral elections. Now, what is their future what will happen here? First of all, they have registered this complaint in Sector 17, and also what are they looking for? Bigger alliances. They could not even make it through this mayoral poll in Chandigarh.
Yeah, absolutely right. Just the present situation is of India Alliance have just stepped in to Sector 17 police station to file the complaints against presiding officer. So here I can show you that after holding the protest outside the police station and raising the slogan, so now all 20 councillors of India Alliance along with the former Union Minister of Congress Party Pawan Kumar Bansal along with the chiefs of their own parties, Congress as well as AAP, they have all moved in to file the complaint against the presiding officer with the demand to register the sedition case against him, as he has fraudulently made the 8 ballot papers invalid. And meanwhile I would like to show you that simultaneously the protest is happening outside the police station as well. And from here I can show you that there is a heavy police deployment along with the paramilitary forces. The barricades have been put in place, and beyond that the supporters of Aam Aadmi Party as well as Congress are sitting there and staging the protest against the BJP, against the presiding officer. And and demanding to reschedule the elections with the demand to register the case against presiding officer and to reschedule the election. So all 20 councillors of both the parties, and in fact they are demanding that the election should be rescheduled, and
We're sorry we had to cut in the broadcast on Chandigarh where AAP and Congress are protesting. We have big story in terms of Hemant Soren, as the ED team has reached Hemant Soren's residence just a while back. We were talking to my colleague Prakash, and we were expecting the Enforcement Directorate team to reach at any moment. Now the Enforcement Directorate team has reached Hemant Soren's residence. In fact, I would like to go to my colleague Prakash, who's there. Prakash, the team has reached over there. In fact, I really wanted to talk about the security arrangements over there, considering that Hemant Soren has skipped 9 times the summon of Enforcement Directorate. What could be the implication of this tightened security over there? Why so much security?
Well, the ED team has arrived in 4 or 5 vehicles here and have entered inside the residence of Hemant Soren, and as you can see, security is tightened here outside the residence of Hemant Soren. All Jharkhand police jawans have been deployed here in large number, and this entire area has been cordoned off for security reasons till in the vicinity of 100 meters of Chief Minister's residence. Prohibitory orders have been announced, as well as 144 have been imposed, so that there is no outside vehicular movement in this particular area. And also, as a matter of fact, since Hemant Soren is the Chief Minister of Jharkhand, so that none of his supporters also make an entry into this area and create chaos and hangama here, because as it happens in the case of politicians, when they are questioned, large number of supporters gather outside in solidarity and support. So yesterday when we saw that Tejasvi Yadav was being questioned, a similar kind of situation had arisen when supporters had gathered there in large number. Supporters had gathered there in large number to protest and show solidarity to Tejasvi Yadav. So in order to avoid this scenario here, the entire area has been cordoned off, and 144 section 144 have been imposed here. Now this questioning will begin in some time, since all the ED officials have entered inside Hemant Soren's official residence, and it will be a long drawn questioning, because this is the second time that Hemant Soren would be questioned in the land scam, and pertaining to his involvement, misuse of office, if at all any, and also direct or indirect benefit. That would be the question that it would be posed before Hemant Soren, because it pertains to the selling of a government land which is illegal, and that government land was sold to Vishnu Agarwal, one of the key accused in this case, who has served the jail sentence, and he is on bail right now, and also an IAS officer who was directly involved, because IAS officer Savi Ranjan, who was the Deputy Commissioner of Ranchi then, and he was involved in passing the orders, and ED Hemant Soren has to convince the ED that it was not at his behest that the DC of Ranchi passed the orders of selling of a government land. As a matter of fact, the papers were unearthed after conducting raids by the ED in the registry office, and one of the officials working in the registry office had made a confession that at the behest of Hemant Soren or the Chief Minister's office, all these land were registered in the name of a private person, which is illegal, but none of the land was registered in Hemant Soren's name or his family members. So one has to see how Hemant Soren will prove his innocence and that his was not guilty in this particular case, and the ED has will begin the long hours of questioning very soon. It is likely to take place for say 7 to 8 hours at least, what we expect, but since this is the second questioning and ED would have prepared itself, and ever since Hemant Soren escaped from Delhi, it was high voltage drama in Jharkhand, in Delhi as well as in Jharkhand, and ever since he resurfaced again, he has been mulling about the future political options in case of his arrest, if at all the ED arrests or detain him, because he has taken the authority of all the alliance partners that in case he's arrested, Kalpana Soren would be the Chief Minister of Jharkhand, and that is why he's got one assembly seat in Jharkhand vacated for his wife so that she can contest and become an MLA and continue as the Chief Minister of Jharkhand even after 6 months. For 6 months, you are allowed to continue as Chief Minister, and thereafter, so it's a political crisis in Jharkhand here, and the Governor of Jharkhand, Mr. Radhakrishnan, had also raised the issue pertaining to the deteriorating law and order situation in Bihar. The BJP is gunning for Hemant Soren's head for his direct and indirect involvement in the corruption cases, specifically Babulal Marandi, who is the BJP chief. And yesterday when Hemant Soren was absconding for a few hours ever since he escaped, so there was a poster put out, that absconding poster put out, and put a price tag of 11 lakh rupees in his name. So all this is happening in Jharkhand. Jharkhand also goes to the polls later this year in November. So it's and before the Lok Sabha elections, it's a political crisis here in Jharkhand, and the India Alliance leaders facing the ED heat and all sorts of and we'll wait and watch what happens here during the questioning of Hemant Soren. Back to you.
Alright, Prakash, thank you so much for sharing all these details with us. Viewers, the Enforcement Directorate has arrived at Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren's residence, and the questioning is about to start, as our colleague Prakash just shared all the details with us. Stay tuned with us for the latest developments and more.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
This is Republic Viva Bupa Studios, your one-stop destination for all the breaking news updates, and I am Shivangi Shukla. This is Republic Viva Bupa Studio, your one-stop for all the breaking news updates, and I am Nikita Sahai.
session lauds India's flagship schemes.
बीता वर्ष भारत के लिए ऐतिहासिक उपलब्धियों से भरा रहा है। इस दौरान देशवासियों का गौरव बढ़ाने वाले अनेक पल आए। दुनिया में गंभीर संकटों के बीच भारत सबसे तेजी से विकसित होती बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बना।
Rajya Sabha Chairman Jagdeep Dhankar addresses joint parliament session, says India among the world's leading digital economies.
राष्ट्रपति द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी का मार्गदर्शन और कल निर्मला सीतारमण जी के द्वारा इंटीरिम बजट एक प्रकार से ये नारी शक्ति के साक्षात्कार का पर्व है।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi hailed Women Reservation Bill while addressing media ahead of Parliament budget session.
जिन्होंने सिर्फ और सिर्फ नकारात्मकता, दुर्जन, शरारतपूर्ण व्यवहार ये जो किया होगा उनको शायद ही कोई याद करे।
Prime Minister Modi warns against democracy disruptions in the Parliament, condemns unruly behavior. India's best business team Republic Business to dissect interim budget and its impact on youth. ED to question Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren today over his alleged role in land scan case, heavy security cover outside his residence. Alright viewers, we have a big story in right now, SP versus Congress. It is now as the alliance is on the verge of breaking down, or in fact breaking up. Sources say that amid seat sharing talks, Congress party is not ready to accept less than 23 seats in the alliance. Samajwadi Party is not ready to give more than 16 seats. Now, SP and Congress have locked horn over seat sharing, as sources say that while Congress party is not ready to accept less than 23 seats in the alliance, Samajwadi Party on the other hand is not ready to give more than 16 seats. Now, it's a gap which is already difficult to bridge over, let alone let's see where the conversation and the talks will go. Now, 3 days after the Samajwadi Party announced that it had allotted 11 seats in Uttar Pradesh, the Akhilesh Yadav-led party has announced candidates for the seats. For more on this, I'll go to my colleague. Raghavendra, a very good afternoon to you. Now, the latest rift and the crack in the alliance is between Samajwadi Party and Congress, while Congress is demanding 23 seats. Samajwadi Party is not ready to go beyond 16 seats. Kindly share what's going on over there with us.
वो अपना बातों से बुला लो, बाकी तो आ रहा है, प्रश्न आ रहा है, इनका बोलो ऐसे बाजी दिखा रहे हैं, मेरे बोलो है, बाकी तो बहुत जल्दी बोला है, बाकी तो अकेले में हो गया, बाकी अपना थोड़ी तो यार, तुम्हारी पड़ेगा ना, फिर अकेले करा रहे हो, बाकी मर जाएंगे, सबकी खुशी कैसे बैठाएंगे, तो पहले का समझ में आता है, ये बोला है कि देखिए,
I'm trying to get in touch with my colleague Raghavendra. Now, this is the latest rift within the India alliance between Samajwadi Party and Congress. The fight is on for seat sharing, and now Samajwadi Party has come up and said that it is not going to give more than 16 seats, while what Congress was demanding was 23 seats. The India alliance is basically erupting and breaking up in the heat of its own discordance. Several severe cracks are happening in the alliance, and the latest to voice his opinion, or its opinion if we talk of party, is Samajwadi Party, that has clearly said that they are not going to give Congress what it's asking for. I'll again go to my colleague Raghavendra. Raghavendra, अगर आप मुझे सुन सकते हैं तो आप ये जो लेटेस्ट सिचुएशन डेवलप हुई है इंडिया अलायंस में, समाजवादी पार्टी और कांग्रेस के बीच में जो डिफरेंस हुआ है, और समाजवादी पार्टी ने क्लियरली मना कर दिया है कि वो 16 सीट से ज्यादा नहीं देंगे, इसके बारे में हमारे ऑडियंस को पूरे डिटेल शेयर करिए प्लीज। राघवेंद्र
जी, आशंका थी आखिर वही हो रही है, क्योंकि सत्ता पक्ष लगातार कह रहा था कि ये जो इंडी गठबंधन है ये स्वार्थ का गठबंधन है, सत्ता में पहुंचने का गठबंधन है, और कहीं न कहीं जो गलत काम किए हैं उससे बचने का गठबंधन है। तो वो दिख रहा है, क्योंकि इनमें प्रेम नहीं है, सौहार्द नहीं है। अब आप देखिए ना, जिस तरह से समाजवादी पार्टी के जो नेता हैं, यानी मुखिया अखिलेश यादव, पहले वो कहते हैं कि 11 सीट हमने कांग्रेस के लिए आरक्षित कर दिया है, बिना बात के, जबकि उनके प्रभारी को नहीं पता है, उनके अध्यक्ष को नहीं पता है कांग्रेस के कि ये कब हुआ मीटिंग और कैसे फाइनल हुआ। उसके बाद इन्होंने कल आनंद फानन में 16 कैंडिडेटों की लिस्ट निकाल दी, यानी कि जो देश का सबसे बड़ा प्रदेश है, जहां सबसे ज्यादा लोकसभा की 80 सीटें हैं, 80 सीटें हैं, जिसका दावा भाजपा कर रही है कि हम सभी जीतेंगे, वहां पर इन्होंने बिना बातचीत के और पीडीए के नाम पर कि पीडीए हमारा गठबंधन है, 16 सीट निकाल दिया। तो कांग्रेस जो जवाब नहीं दे पा रही है, कांग्रेस यह भी नहीं कह पा रही कि मैं अकेला हूं, मैं अकेले चलूंगा या गठबंधन के साथ चलूंगा, क्योंकि गठबंधन में तो कोई बात ही नहीं हो पा रही है। लिस्ट जिस तरह से आ रहे हैं, केवल कांग्रेस यही कह रही है कि आगे बातचीत हो रही है, लेकिन बातचीत नहीं हो रही है, क्योंकि कांग्रेस पार्टी ने जो 23 सीटें, पहले तो 32 की डिमांड थी, लेकिन 23 ऐसी सीटें हैं जहां कांग्रेस जीतने का क्लेम कर रही है, और उस पर वो लौटने को तैयार नहीं। गठबंधन भले ही टूट जाए, लेकिन वो 23 की 23 सीटें कांग्रेस को चाहिए। लेकिन समाजवादी पार्टी मुखिया सीट से ज्यादा हम नहीं दे पाएंगे आपको, क्योंकि स्थिति हमारी नहीं है देने के लिए, और न तो कांग्रेस वहां दावा कर सकती है। तो ये जो 16 और 23 का जो मामला है, इससे कहीं न कहीं गठबंधन टूट के कगार पर पहुंच चुका है। गठबंधन की कोई संभावना नहीं बची है, क्योंकि यहां पर दोनों पार्टियां अड़ी हुई हैं। तो देखिए किस तरह से इंडी गठबंधन का हाथ उत्तर प्रदेश हो रहा है। देश के सबसे बड़े राज्य में सबसे ज्यादा जहां लोकसभा की सीटें हैं, वहां पर किस तरह की स्थिति सामने दिखाई दे रही है, वह जनता खुद तय करेगी, खुद सोचेगी कि अभी चुनाव शुरू नहीं हुआ है और अभियान अभी शुरू नहीं हुआ है, और इस तरह की चीजें सामने आ गई हैं। तो कहीं न कहीं इन दोनों पार्टियों के लिए एक बड़ी मुसीबत की बात है, और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लिए रास्ते आसान होते दिख रही हैं, क्योंकि मायावती ने पहले ही कह दिया कि हम अकेले चलेंगे, इकला चलो का नारा उन्होंने लगा दिया। प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करके अपने जन्मदिन के मौके पर उन्होंने कहा कि मैं यहां से जी
QS&T achieved the world's foremost university rankings organizations have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
This is Republic Niva Bhupa Studio. Your one stop for all the breaking updates. I am Rakshita Mishra. This is Republic Niva Bhupa Studio, your one stop for all the breaking news updates, and I am Nikita Sahai. This is Republic Viva Bupa Studios, your one-stop destination for all the breaking news updates, and I am Shivangi Shukla.
Since the budget is around the corner, interim budget is around the corner, what is your sense? Do you expect the budget to be simply a vote on account, a populist one, or a spoil sport?
How many times in the last, let's say 9 years, have you seen the budget being any of these categories that you pointed out? By now I think it should be fairly clear that you are going to see continuity. And over these years we have also seen a very broad strategy come up. The first 5 years were about stabilizing the institutions, killing the banks, getting our core architecture in place. Right? After that, the last 5 years have been about, first the pandemic was a big deal, but capex have been, every consecutive years you have seen a rise. And go towards certain sector, I would suspect you are going to see very much of the same. So no major surprises.
Okay. We have seen in the last few budgets the government continuous focus on the capital expenditure.
Yes.
Do you think that this is going to sustain in the long run, and this budget will also see a record capex allocations?
I doubt if you are going to hear any new major catering to election type of, because you did not even see it last year.
Right.
When many states were going in, you are going to see continuity, Rajat. I think by now it is very clear that capex is very important for us, and you should also see where is capex going. So it's going towards strengthening of your core infrastructure. All of those which are long-term productivity enhancing.
Okay.
Whether it's in the rural or in the urban sector, but you're going to see more of the same.
Okay. When we talk about the capex, the one concern area that emerges is a private capex,
Yes.
right? And
Yes.
all economists and experts are saying that private capex is lagging behind, and it's the government capex or the government who is doing the heavy lifting in the economy.
Yes.
What is your assessment of private capex as of now, Dr. Ravi?
Well, first of all, we have seen a turnaround after 10 years almost. So I think by now we have to acknowledge the fact that there was a time period between 2010 to 14 when I think the state at large was a little bit at war with private capital, with private enterprise in general.
Right.
And we had, whether it was the retrospective tax, whether it was the coal block allocation getting annulled, you had in some sense even laws like CSR, etc., which are unprecedented globally. And some of that did spook private investments. But since it happened so consistently year after year, it has taken us some time to reinstill renewed faith in the India story. And so we are seeing the impact of that happen in the last few quarters, where clearly there are green shoots.
This is Republic Viva Bupa Studios, your one-stop destination for all the breaking news updates, and I am Shivangi Shukla. Republic Niva Bhupa studio. Your one stop for all the breaking updates. I am Rakshita Mishra. This is Republic Niva Bhupa Studios, your one-stop destination for all the breaking news updates, and I am Shivangi Shukla.
And since Dr. Ravi, a lot of work is on freebies versus welfare policy measures, and we know that we are slipping into a general election where political parties will make a lot of promises as far as freebies are concerned. So where one should draw a line between social welfare policies and freebies?
I think there are some thumb rules that I think gradually are emerging. I think, when you have big promises made on non-development aspect of a budget, right? The reversal of the pension reform. That's a big no-no in my view. States promising and financing a lot of these promises through greater debt. And so if the share of non-development spending, which is interest payment, is a very major part of that, when you see that growing in a way that it is unsustainable, that is a problem. When you see large vacancies not getting filled, that is a problem. Right? So I think the thumb rule has to be that when promises are made which go towards non-development nature of expenditure, then it is a problem. But when you see promises which are going towards the development part of it, like we'll strengthen healthcare, we'll strengthen education, we'll strengthen connectivity, all of those are wonderful things because those are long-term productivity enhancing. They're all development spending. They go back into the economy and they affect 100% of the population. Right? Unlike non-development spending, which does not. So pension is not for everybody. Unfortunately, it is for very well organized 5% of a state's population that works for the government. And I think that is a problem.
And also AI, artificial intelligence, has emerged as a big focus area, right? Generative AI. How do you see AI as a whole impacting the jobs in India?
Jobs, you see the nature of the jobs will continue to change, and I think I'm very bullish on that sector, largely because we have a lot of last mile outreach problem, whether it is education, which is healthcare, I dare say even access to justice. Right, the kind of delays that we have. I think AI holds a promise. AI holds possibilities for us to bridge that gap to improve outreach to that last mile. So I'm not as concerned as many people who think of it only theoretically, because if you are aware of the ground realities of India, then tech solutions, unlike elsewhere in the world, for us our digital public goods or the infrastructure as a whole, when we think of digital India, is mostly public goods in nature. We are trying to do it in a way that improves welfare, improves the quality of life of our ordinary citizen. And therefore, I am not scared of AI or the loss of jobs. I'm only excited about the possibilities for how it can be deployed to improve people's lives. There are also some things which we are uniquely positioned to harness. We are the only country where you have more than 32 languages which have more than a couple of million speakers each. So imagine what the large language models will mean for India. Just being able to develop products through these different languages, I think it's fascinating, and sky is the limit right now from where we are sitting.
Also, household financial savings that has declined from 7.2% in FY22 to 5.1% of GDP in FY23. Is it a cause of worry for you now?
I do worry about declining savings, largely because at this phase of economic growth and at this phase of GDP per capita, if you look at overall affluence or declining poverty, more like it. This is too early for us to stop saving. So declining savings continues to bother me. I think it's a change in culture. I think it's a credit-driven consumption behavior amongst certain segments, and I think age groups as well. So there are cultural aspects to some of this. But as an empiricist, as an economist, I think we need very good surveys. We need to understand who and under what circumstances. What's the population that is beginning to lower its savings? And largely because our future, we have a lot to grow still, and the most robust way to grow is also to have finances domestically which can be channeled into investments. So I think some of it is on account of the fact that earlier we used to save in the form of real estate and land and jewelry, etc. And now more financial assets are becoming available. So I think as the markets develop, financial markets in particular, you see a switching away of savings into newer forms of instruments, and they will find their way into the financial sector and into the growth of the economy as a whole and finance it. But we need to have a much better understanding of what is changing an average household's decision making. What are the factors?
This is Republic Diva Bupa Studio, your one stop for all the breaking news updates, and I am Nikita Sahai. This is Republic Viva Bupa Studios, your one-stop destination for all the breaking news updates, and I am Shubhangi Shukla.
Thank you for tuning in. You're watching live and breaking at 2 p.m. I'm Suresh Savant. Let's take a quick check of the headlines we're tracking at this hour.
भारत के लिए ऐतिहासिक उपलब्धियों से भरा रहा है। इस दौरान देशवासियों का गौरव बढ़ाने वाले अनेक पल आए। दुनिया में गंभीर संकटों के बीच भारत सबसे तेजी से विकसित होती बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बना।
President addresses Parliament on day one of budget session, says India has become one of the top 5 economies.
जिन्होंने सिर्फ और सिर्फ नकारात्मकता, पूर्वजन, शरारतपूर्ण व्यवहार ये जो किया होगा उनको शायद ही कोई याद करे।
Prime Minister Modi sends a strong message, warns opposition over ruckus created in the previous parliament sessions. India's best business team, Republic Business to dissect interim budget, watch in-depth coverage with Arnav and team. Amid intense drama, ED team reaches Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren's office for questioning. Nitish Kumar takes a swipe at Rahul Gandhi over his comment on caste census. In third conviction, Imran Khan and his wife sentenced to 14-year jail in state gifts case. Breaking news coming in, flag controversies that continue to rock the state of Karnataka after Mandya, Uttara Kannada and Bengaluru flag controversy in Mysuru. Tipu Sultan's flag that was hoisted in Kailaspuram in Mysuru. Tipu Sultan's flag that was hoisted at Ambedkar Park, and Mysuru MP has questioned Chief Minister Siddaramaiah and Home Minister in Karnataka Parameshwara as to who gave them the permission to hoist the flag. Those are the pictures on your screens where the Tipu Sultan flag was hoisted in Mysuru, and the controversy that is now escalating as this flag was hoisted and Karnataka MP is questioning Chief Minister Siddaramaiah to who allowed this. Let me straight away cut across to Prajwal, who is joining us live from Bengaluru. Prajwal, give us details of what we know so far. Who was responsible for hoisting that flag? Any answers coming in from the Chief Minister's office?
Absolutely, there has been no sort of answers either by the Chief Minister or else the Home Minister of Karnataka for that matter, because this particular flag, we get to understand, has been there for many years at the Kailasapuram in Ambedkar, in Ambedkar Park at the Motakeri Srinivasa Temple Road in Mysuru. So it's one of the prominent roads leading to a very famous temple in Mysuru, and by the side of this particular road there is an Ambedkar Park, and this particular locality is named as Kailasapuram, and at this particular park there is a flag of Tipu Sultan which has been hoisted. Why this question has been posed by the Kodagu Mysuru MP Pratap Simha is because of the fact that two saffron flags in less than a week have already been bulldozed away by the government. One, we saw what happened on the 27th of January in Mandya as well, and secondly we are also seeing that there is also a lot of tension in Uttara Kannada's Tenginagundi in Bhatkal as well, where a saffron flag was hoisted at a circle. This particular circle was also named as the Veer Savarkar Savarkar circle, and there was a huge name board which was put over it, but this was completely bulldozed and razed down by the Gram Panchayat officials with the help of the police department as well. But within half an hour of that, pro-Hindu activists clashed there, and one of the local BJP leaders along with the cadres and karyakartas again went ahead and built this particular flag post too. And questioning both these incidents and comparing to this, Pratap Simha has now questioned as to why the government is not removing such flags as well, and is there hate only towards saffron flag too, is something that needs to be questioned. Because remember that after the media intervened yesterday in Bengaluru's Chandni Chowk area in Shivaji Nagar, there was a green flag which was put at the center of the Chandni Chowk circle as well, and that has been there for the past 35 years as well. So why wasn't it removed? So he states that apart from the national tricolor, if the government is looking to remove the flags, they should be removing flags of all the communities, all the religions, and of any color for that matter. And who gave permission to go ahead and hoist the Tipu flag is what Pratap Simha is now going ahead and questioning Chief Minister Siddaramaiah and the Home Minister. There has been no response so far, even though it has been 18 hours since the BJP MP tried to go ahead and pose this question. So we are waiting for this official reaction from the government of Karnataka about this particular controversy as well. But now the BJP is going out all guns blazing and stating that this is double standards by the government of Karnataka, and they are against Hindu and they are anti-saffron.
Prajwal, many thanks for getting us those details. We'll certainly wait and watch and also try and get more reactions on this story. For the moment, we move on. We got across to more breaking news coming in. Nitish Kumar hits out at Rahul Gandhi. Bihar Chief Minister slams Rahul Gandhi over caste census. In the latest that is just coming in, Nitish Kumar has said that Indi was not doing any work, so he left. He's also said that Rahul Gandhi is taking fake credit for caste census. That's the statement coming in from Nitish Kumar as he's hit out at Rahul Gandhi. The Bihar Chief Minister who slammed Rahul Gandhi over caste census, the man who was responsible for bringing the Indi bloc together, has now exposed the Indi alliance, also going on to say that they did not do any work and that was the very reason for the decision of his exit. Nitish Kumar going on to say that Rahul Gandhi is taking fake credit for caste census, whereas as far as the state of Bihar is concerned, it was out and out Nitish Kumar who had spearheaded the caste census. Let's listen in to the reaction that has come in.
इससे बढ़कर के कोई फालतू चीज है? आपका सेंसस कब हुआ? आप जानते नहीं, आप भूल गए? आप बोलिए ना, हम तो 9 पार्टियों को बैठा करके किए, और आप जानते हैं, आपको अच्छी बात है, 19 में और 20 में पूरे असेंबली में, काउंसिल में, सब जगह हम ये बात कह करके, अब 2021 प्रधानमंत्री से भी मिलने गए और उनको भी कहा, तो वो तो कह दिए कि चलिए अभी तो हम लोग कुछ नहीं करेंगे, बाद में हमको हो गया था एक इनडायरेक्टली कि चलिए अपना करिए, तो हमने सबको बुलाया, तो हमने किया जी। उस समय तो अपोजिशन दूसरे तरफ था, उन लोगों को भी कहे थे, ले भी गए थे। और क्या होना चाहिए ये आप अच्छी तरह नहीं जानते हैं, कितने लोग किस काम को करेंगे, वो सब मेरा किया हुआ है ना जी। तो कोई अपना क्रेडिट झूठे लेता रहता है। आज जितना काम किए, जितनी बहाली किए हैं, ये सब हमारा 7 में से 2 महीने किया हुआ है, और उसी के चलते कर रहे थे, कोई अपना क्लेम करता है। छोड़िए ना ये सब करना।
Alright, so that was Rahul Gandhi and what Nitish Kumar was saying to him. Remember, Nitish Kumar has just exited. He has dumped the Mahagathbandhan and the Indi alliance, and now he has taken a drive over the caste census. Remember, Rahul Gandhi during this yatra has been targeting Nitish Kumar, saying that this was it was not needed, that Nitish Kumar is not needed, and that has been the same stance of many other Congress leaders. But we are understanding that they have no other option but got to say this. And now we have Nitish Kumar saying that Rahul Gandhi has taken undue credit. It was my own government. It was when I was the Chief Minister that I did all the planning and the implementation of the caste census, which was a big demand of the people of Bihar. President Modi warned the opposition MPs during his address ahead of the budget session that the opposition has to introspect. He also targeted the opposition, saying that they must understand what have they done and they should cooperate and have a healthy debate. Take a listen in.
मैं आशा करता हूं कि गत 10 वर्ष में जिसको जो रास्ता सूझा उस प्रकार से संसद में सबने अपना अपना कार्य किया। लेकिन मैं इतना जरूर कहूंगा कि जिनको आदतन हुड़दंग करने का स्वभाव बन गया है, जो आदतन लोकतांत्रिक मूल्यों का चीरहरण करते हैं, ऐसे सभी माननीय सांसद आज जब आखिरी सत्र में मिल रहे हैं तब जरूर आत्मनिरीक्षण करेंगे कि 10 साल में उन्होंने क्यों किया। अपने संसदीय क्षेत्र में भी 100 लोगों को पूछ ले, किसी को याद नहीं होगा, किसी को नाम भी पता नहीं होगा जिन्होंने इतना हुड़दंग हो हल्ला किया होगा। लेकिन विरोध का स्वर तीखा क्यों ना हो, आलोचना तीखी से तीखी क्यों ना हो, लेकिन जिसने सदन में उत्तम विचारों से सदन को लाभान्वित किया होगा, उनको बहुत बड़ा वर्ग आज भी याद करता होगा। आने वाले दिनों में भी जब सदन की चर्चाएं को देखेगा तो उनका एक एक शब्द इतिहास की तवारीख बन करके उजागर होगा।
Alright, we're getting in breaking news right now. A team of 9 ED officers is currently questioning Hemant Soren. Officers of the ED are in Jharkhand Chief Minister Soren's residence around 1 p.m. They reached the residence of Soren around 1 p.m. to record his statement in a money laundering case linked to an alleged land scam amid speculations of his arrest. Remember, he has been evading the ED. He has been not facing the ED since quite some time. There were 10 summons that were issued. Finally, we see that Soren is being questioned. He was earlier raided. His Delhi residence was yesterday raided. Now, prohibitory orders have been imposed in key areas of Ranchi, and a special team has been formed to oversee the law and order situation. My colleague and senior editor Prakash is joining us live on the broadcast for more. Prakash, tell us more details. Now, finally, we see that the ED heat is mounting on Jharkhand Chief Minister, and he's being quizzed.
Well, ED team has entered inside the official residence of Jharkhand CM, and there you can see, I'll ask my camera person to pan here, the ED officials, around 10 to 12 people in number, along with CRPF Jawans, have entered inside the CM's residence for questioning Hemant Soren pertaining to the land scam that has taken place in Jharkhand, in which a portion of government land in the cantonment area, army cantonment area, has been sold to a private person, and around 2 acres of land was sold to a private businessman, and there are allegations that it was done at the behest of Hemant Soren, and also some portion of land were registered in the name of some fictitious person, and ED has some doubt that it's in the name of Hemant Soren and the family and his family members. It's a Benami property, and that's what the ED is inquiring about. And all these after all these documents were unearthed after investigations at the registry office in Ranchi, where a government employee confessed to having received orders from the top brass of the government, and as a part of it, many people have been arrested in this case, including the then Deputy Commissioner of Ranchi, Chavi Ranjan, who is already serving jail sentence. Vishnu Agarwal, a private businessman, has already served jail sentence. He is out on bail. Premises of press representative of Hemant Soren as well as DSP of Chaibasa and other people have been raided, and they are under scrutiny. And a couple of weeks back, Hemant Soren was interrogated for 9 long hours at this particular place here in Ranchi, and today also the second questioning is being done after evading series of summons by the ED, and the ED also wanted to question him in Delhi, but he evaded the summon. He had some information that the ED might reach his residence in Delhi, and fearing arrest, he escaped from Delhi residence and took a flight from Delhi to Calcutta, and from Calcutta to Ranchi, he came by a road route. So this is the series of events that has unfolded in Jharkhand. Now, as far as the political scenario is concerned, Jharkhand goes to the polls later this year in October, November, but in the event of fallout of Hemant Soren being arrested or detained, he has made all preparations regarding the stability of the government, and in the meeting, his wife Kalpana Soren was also present yesterday along with the legislators, but that was a follow-up action if at all he is arrested or detained, but it looks unlikely that he will be arrested. And series of barrage of questions by the ED that is being made to Hemant Soren at this official residence, and this entire area has been cordoned off, and in the vicinity of 100 meters there is no vehicular movement, no private people are allowed, and section 144 have been imposed in this particular area. So it goes to show the sensitivity of the matter, and the ED tightening its noose on Hemant Soren in a big way, and he's also involved in the Jharkhand mining scam. A lot of his acquaintances are already under arrest. So Hemant Soren facing the double heat of the investigating agencies, and since his involvement in corruption looks established action as far as ED is concerned. So we'll wait and watch what happens next. ED is questioning. They have come here with a series of questions, around 50 to 60 in numbers, and they will try to plug in the holes, and also corroborative evidences will be put forward to him after the first investigation or interrogation that was done with Hemant Soren a couple of weeks back. Back to you.
Right, Prakash, of course, as you just said that there are lesser chances of him getting arrested, but the fact that there has been a lot of, the entire party has been in a huddle amidst all this, what has been happening, and we do see Kalpana Soren, and the case of Kalpana Soren is much curious right now. What we are understanding is that there is a lot of division within the Soren family as well. So in case, what is the plan B for, as far as Soren is concerned, Hemant Soren is concerned, because in case, if at all he has to face arrest or detention, what do we understand here? Who has upper hand? Is Kalpana going to make it through, is there that Rabri Devi model that is going to be implemented, or is there a lot of opposition that actually weighs much more than that?
I don't think he faces any problem, because as far as Jharkhand is 81-member assembly, and around 50 to 51 legislators are in support of Hemant Soren, which includes the Grand Alliance. So Sita Soren, the wife of Basant Soren, the eldest son of Sibu Soren, is protesting against the installation of his wife, Hemant Soren's wife, Kalpana Soren, as a chief minister, because Kalpana at the moment is not even an MLA, and Sita Soren is an MLA. So she claims that she should be allowed to become the chief minister because her husband, who was a political activist and who was a politician as well, he died at a very early stage. So she should be given to carry forward the family legacy. But majority of the MLAs are in support of Hemant Soren, including the Congress party, the RJD and the CPI, and that should not be much of a problem here in Jharkhand in case Hemant Soren is arrested or detained. So that preparedness have been done by Hemant Soren, and the signatures have been made by all the MLAs who are a part of the alliance. Back to you.
Right. All right. Thanks so much, Prakash, for joining us with the details. And as the investigation underway, we'll keep coming back to you for more updates from Ranchi, where all the actions right now is taking place. And now, a seat-sharing tussle is, of course, all right, we shift focus to some more updates. And a day ahead of the tabling of the union budget, Vice President Dhankar has addressed the Parliament. Dhankar lauded the NDA government, acknowledging that Ram Mandir is now a reality. And he also said that doubts regarding Article 370 are also now a history. Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar further went on to say that government has made India the world's leading digital economy. Here's a report.
Honorable members, for centuries there was an aspiration to construct the Ram Mandir. Today it is a reality. There were doubts regarding the removal of Article 370 from Jammu and Kashmir. Those are now history. Today we have forex reserves in excess of $600 billion. Today, India is the world's second largest producer of mobile phones. Today, every Indian feels proud on seeing the country's indigenous aircraft carrier INS Vikrant. Another significant reform of my government is the creation of Digital India. Digital India has made life and business much easier in India. Honorable members, my government believes that the grand edifice of Viksit Bharat will be erected on 4 strong pillars. These pillars are youth power, women power,
Time for short reviews. On the other side, India's best business team, Republic Business, is all set to dissect the interim budget. Watch the in-depth coverage with Arnav Goswami and team.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
This is Republic Niva Bhupa Studio, your one stop for all the breaking updates. I am Rakshita Mishra.
This is Republic Niva Bhupa Studio, your one stop for all the breaking news updates, and I am Nikita Sahai. This is Republic Niva Bhupa Studios, your one-stop destination for all the breaking news updates, and I am Shivangi Shukla.
Ahead of the interim budget session, Prime Minister Narendra Modi emphasized the importance of Nari Shakti, stating that this interim budget would be a celebration of woman power. The Nari Shakti Vandan Adhiniyam bill that was passed during the first session of the new parliament was also in focus, of course, and reflective of the government's focus on Nari Shakti. Is a report.
साथियों, इस नए संसद भवन में जो पहला सत्र हुआ था, उसके आखिर में इस संसद ने एक बहुत ही गरिमापूर्ण फैसला लिया था और वो फैसला था नारी शक्ति वंदन अधिनियम। और उसके बाद 26 जनवरी को भी हमने देखा किस प्रकार से देश ने कर्तव्य पथ पर नारी शक्ति के सामर्थ्य को, नारी शक्ति के शौर्य को, नारी शक्ति के संकल्प की शक्ति को अनुभव किया। और आज बजट सत्र का आरंभ हो रहा है, तब राष्ट्रपति द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी का मार्गदर्शन और कल निर्मला सीतारमण जी के द्वारा इनकी बजट एक प्रकार से ये नारी शक्ति के साक्षात्कार का पर्व है।
Our Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji's vision to transform India into a Vikasit Bharat by 2047. This is also a day which shows the growing clout of our party in Kerala. Sri P.C. George is one of the stalwarts of Kerala's politics, a 7-time MLA as a part of the UDF as well as the LDF, and last as an independent candidate. He was also the chief whip for the UDF government in Kerala from 2011 to 2015 and is a very prominent member of the Roman Catholic community in Kerala. Advocate Sean George has recently emerged victorious in the Panchayat elections, where he defeated the UDF and the LDF candidates from Punyar division and Kottayam district. The merging of Janpaksham today will be the start of a historic trajectory in Kerala, where Bharatiya Janata Party will be growing more and more and contributing towards the Honorable Prime Minister's vision to transform India into a developed country. I welcome Sri P.C. George and Advocate Sean George along with their colleagues today, and I request Honorable Sri Muralidharan ji, Sri Rajiv Chandrasekhar ji, Sri Prakash Javadekar ji, and Sri Radha Mohan Agarwal ji to welcome them with a bouquet and welcome them into the party today. Jai Hind.
Very good, welcome. Joseph George. Lord Joseph. Yes.
Republic Niva Bhupa Studio. Your one stop for all the breaking updates. I am Rakshita Mishra. This is Republic Niva Bhupa Studios, your one-stop destination for all the breaking news updates, and I am Shivangi Shukla. Seat showing tougher rocks as the Congress alliance after Mamata and Nitish and Kejriwal finished to isolate the Indi. Plans camp lead on Jharkhand Chief Minister AD team reaches Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren's residence for questioning. As budget session kickstarts, Congress to hold parliamentary strategy meet at 10 Janpath today.
जिन्होंने सिर्फ और सिर्फ नकारात्मकता, पूर्णम शरारतपूर्ण व्यवहार ये जो किया होगा उनको शायद ही कोई याद करे।
Prime Minister Modi sends a strong message, warns the opposition of a ruckus created in the previous parliament sessions.
The बीता वर्ष भारत के लिए ऐतिहासिक उपलब्धियों से भरा रहा है। इस दौरान देशवासियों का गौरव बढ़ाने वाले अनेक पल आए। दुनिया में गंभीर संकटों के बीच भारत सबसे तेजी से विकसित होती बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बना।
President addresses Parliament on day one of budget session, says India has become one of the top 5 economies. And India's best business team, Republic Business, is so set to dissect the interim budget. Watch in-depth coverage with Arnab Goswami and team. We start with breaking news coming in at the top of this hour. Rift between the Congress and the TMC is only intensifying, and now breaking news coming in. Rahul Gandhi's car has been vandalized in West Bengal. Yes, that you heard that right. Rahul Gandhi's car has been attacked. It has been vandalized on Mamata's turf itself. Rahul Gandhi's car has been pelted with stones in Malda. This happened in West Bengal. Remember, Rahul Gandhi's Bharat Jodo Nyaya Yatra has entered West Bengal now, and it already was facing several obstacles, be it the permissions, be it the protest by the TMC men. But now what we see is this is only escalating. The rift between Mamata and the Congress is only intensifying. Rahul Gandhi's car has been pelted with stones. There you can see those dramatic visuals coming in. His car has been attacked. His car has been vandalized in West Bengal. So this is a big update that we are getting right now. That was the car that we are talking about. You can see on your screens the security and the people are of course running around, running with it. These are people from Team Rahul Gandhi, you can see there. And lots of drama of course happening with Rahul Gandhi in West Bengal. The India Alliance partners have been so much at loggerheads with each other. Mamata Banerjee had of course announced that she will go all alone in the polls. But right now what Rahul Gandhi is facing is not just isolation, but is also seeing opposition and how he is facing violence now in West Bengal. Violence in West Bengal is it's not a new incident of violence, in West Bengal. You've seen how ED team has been attacked. We've seen what happened in the Punjab polls, and now Rahul Gandhi, a Congress leader, has now his car has been attacked, and you can see those visuals right now coming in on your screen. So that is the big update we're getting in from West Bengal. This has happened at Mamata's turf, that is Malda, and we've seen that this region has been quite a lot affected by cases of violence. But right now this is Rahul Gandhi's convoy. And we'll get you more details on that, but there's some more breaking news that we are getting in right now, and this with regards to another chief minister in the country who is facing the summons by ED. Arvind Kejriwal has been summoned by the ED now. The chief minister of Delhi has been asked to appear this Friday. So this is the big update we're getting in right now. Arvind Kejriwal, who has skipped many summons just like Hemant Soren. Now Arvind Kejriwal is facing yet another summon by the ED. Once again, remember he had just skipped the summons once again, and now these are fresh summons. He has already skipped 4 summons. He has skipped 4 summons, and he was asked on the 18th of January to appear before the ED. He again did not turn up, and now we have the 5th summon, a 5th summon for the Aam Aadmi Party Supremo and the Chief Minister of Delhi, Arvind Kejriwal. My colleague Hemant Soren, senior editor, is joining us on the phone line for more. The heat is turning up on Arvind Kejriwal, isn't it, Shravan? This is the 5th summon, I believe, to the Aam Aadmi Party Supremo, and he has been asked to appear before the ED on Friday.
Well, unlike in the case of Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren, who was summoned multiple times, at least more than 10 times, he had made an appearance at least on 2 occasions. As far as Arvind Kejriwal is concerned, in the Delhi liquor scam, remember he hasn't appeared even once, despite the multiple summons that have been sent out. We are now given to understand that he has now been called for questioning this week by the Enforcement Directorate. It remains to be seen whether at all he is going to respond to the summons. In the past, remember, Arvind Kejriwal essentially indicated that these are biased investigation that has been carried out by the Enforcement Directorate, and more importantly, he wanted to know from the investigative agency as to whether at all he is being called in for questioning as a witness or as an accused in this particular case. Remember, that is quite a bizarre demand that has been made by the Delhi Chief Minister, given the fact that it is the prerogative of the Enforcement Directorate to decide whether at all a concerned person can be seen as a suspect or as an approver in this particular case. Having said that, remember the Delhi liquor scam, as far as Arvind Kejriwal is concerned, the reason why he is essentially being examined by the Enforcement Directorate is primarily because, remember, the policy that was drafted by then Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, Manish Sisodia, the allegation was that the profit margin was arbitrarily changed by the Deputy Chief Minister, Manish Sisodia, from 5% to 12%, which the Enforcement Directorate suspect is the money, or rather the cut money, that was allegedly received by the Aam Aadmi Party. What the Enforcement Directorate essentially wants to know from the Delhi Chief Minister is that whether at all he was aware about the changes that were being brought into the draft policy. Secondly, why exactly were the exchange of this draft policy, why did it take place at the residence of the Chief Minister itself, and whether at all the Aam Aadmi Party as a party did it receive money from the liquor vendors, manufacturers who allegedly benefited from the draft liquor policy.
Right, but what are the chances now? Do we expect, or will it be a surprise if Arvind Kejriwal skips this fifth summon once again? We've seen, Hemant Soren, skipping at least a total of 10 summons. But what about Arvind Kejriwal? What could be the next plan of action by Arvind Kejriwal here?
Well, likelihood Arvind Kejriwal, like in the past, would also consult his legal team. Whether at all he is going to make an appearance or not, that there isn't any clarity. We haven't really heard from the Aam Aadmi Party as yet. But having said that, remember, more the Aam Aadmi Party chief stays away from the investigation, it would only mean more trouble for him, because the Enforcement Directorate will also have the option thereafter to move the court for a non-bailable warrant on the grounds that he hasn't been cooperating with the agency. Also, remember, the Bharatiya Janata Party as an opposition has been raising this question as to why exactly has Arvind Kejriwal stayed away from the investigation, and is there anything to hide? So remember, there would also be some sort of a political posturing that would be done by the Chief Minister himself. And as far as the Enforcement Directorate is concerned, they maintain that all of this is essentially being done keeping in mind that they want a fair investigation to be carried out, and they want to give an opportunity to the Chief Minister to explain his position.
Right, thank you so much, Sharan, for joining us with those details. And now we're getting some more breaking updates, viewers, in this bulletin. And now this coming in with regards to the budget session. The Congress Parliament Strategy meeting is all set to take place today. Congress Parliament Strategy Group meeting will take place at 10 Janpat. Sonia Gandhi will be heading the Congress Parliament Strategy meeting at her residence, that is the 10 Janpat, and in New Delhi. So this is the big update we have right now ahead of the budget that is all set to be announced tomorrow, and of course the budget session has kick-started. We understand that the Congress party right now will be talking out its strategy for that budget session. Remember, there will be the 14 suspended MPs who will be returning for the budget session after parliamentary panel's recommendation also. So this is the big update we have right now as far as the budget session is concerned. The parliamentary strategy group, Congress Parliamentary Strategy Group, is all set to hold a meeting. My colleague Harsha, tracking all developments, joins us on the phone line for more. Harsha, of course, Congress is right now in a huddle. What do we expect from this parliamentary meeting? We understand many of the suspended MPs are also returning this budget session.
Yes, Rakshita, for the suspension of the several members of Parliament, Rakshita, have been revoked right now. If we talk about the Lok Sabha and Raj Sabha, the MPs who are suspended today attended the Parliament as well. Before the budget session, the session was proposed and was announced yesterday by Pranab Joshi itself. But today, the very important Congress parliamentary meeting at 10 Janpat at the residence of Sonia Gandhi will be held in the evening, and this meeting has been called today to strategize and discuss Congress strategy before the budget session, because as we also know, in the all-party meeting of the floor leaders, Congress precisely stated that issue of the misuse of the agencies and issues of the unemployment and price rise is very important. And also how violent attack was done on Rahul Gandhi's Nyaya Yatra, that will also be taken up in the parliament budget session this time. So Congress this time also is in no mood to let the budget session let the budget session go on smoothly. They're already planning to raise different issues from their end, and therefore this parliamentary strategy meeting has been planned today by Congress party, which will be headed by Sonia Gandhi, Congress leader, and also they've got to know that in this entire meeting they will also discuss how President's speech didn't mention anything about Manipur, about the Jammu Kashmir, about the issues how voters and how the citizens are suppressed, and Ram Mandir issue as well. Today, after the address of President Gaurav Gogoi, the Congress member of Parliament came out, Rakshita, and he precisely spoke to us and stated that there was a lot of things which was missing from the President's speech. President was speaking about the development in 5 years, which was the agenda of BJP itself. There was no mention of the sufferings of the people in Manipur and in different parts of the country, which Congress has been raising. So this is going to be the top of the agenda of Congress this time in the Parliament, as we very well know that Congress will now plan how to take up this issue, whether they are going to take placards or the ruckus or sloganeering, how will they exactly are going to put up the issue in Parliament, because now it is very difficult to again take placards in the Parliament House, because earlier also speakers clearly mentioned that the member of Parliament who will bring placards with them inside Parliament, they will be suspended. And right now only the suspension of 146 MPs have been removed, and now today they are attending the Parliament. So Congress also has to strategize in a way to take up their issue in the budget session so as the MPs didn't get suspended. So we have to wait and watch exactly what will Congress strategize today at 10 Janpad, because the brainstorming meeting and strategizing meeting will commence today at 10 Janpad, which will be headed by Sonia Gandhi. Back to you.
All right, thanks so much, Harsha, for joining us with those details. We'll keep coming back to you for more updates as the budget is all set to be announced, and of course, all various political parties are also in a huddle as the session is underway. Sitting to short break, but on the other side, viewers, we will get you all the latest on the budget. India's best business team, Republic Business, is set to dissect the interim budget. Watch the in-depth coverage with Aurav Goswami and team on Republic TV. Stay tuned.
This is Republic Niva Bupa Studio, your one-stop for all the breaking news updates, and I am Nikita Sahai.
Republic Niva Bupa Studio, your one-stop for all the breaking updates. I am Rakshita Mishra.
This is Republic News Abupa Studio, your one-stop for all the breaking news updates, and I am Nikita Sahai. This is Republic Diva Bupa Studios, your one-stop destination for all the breaking news updates, and I am Shivangi Shukla. Hello viewers, here's a short glossary of words which will help you understand the budget and the economy better. Fiscal deficit. It's a difference between a government's total expenditures and the revenue it generates, excluding money from borrowings. Fiscal policy is the next one. Fiscal policy deals with revenue and expenditure policy of the government and how it affects a common man's life. If the government changes the income tax rate, then it impacts the disposable income in people's hands and influences their buying power. This subsequently affects businesses and the tax income of the government. Now, monetary policy is the flow of money in an economy which directly impacts its growth. The government monitors the liquidity in the economy to ensure optimum growth via the Reserve Bank of India. The next term, finance bill. A finance bill pertains to the country's finances and could include changes in taxes, revenues, government borrowings. Now, when the union budget is announced, several changes are proposed to the government's revenue and expenditure. Immediately after the presentation of the union budget, all financial changes recommended are presented before both the houses of the parliament in the form of a finance bill. The next one is vote on account. Now, after the announcement of the union budget, the government starts the parliamentary approval process. Under this, there is a special provision called vote on account, where the government obtains permission from the parliament for a sufficient sum to carry on daily functions until the required legislation is passed. Now we move on to reappropriations. Reappropriation refers to the reallocation or the transfer of funds within a budget. This could occur when the funds originally allocated for one purpose are reassigned for another. Next we come to outcome budget. Outcome budget is a way to monitor the allocated funds within a new budget. Since 2006 to 2007, it has been made mandatory for every ministry to present a preliminary outcome budget to the Ministry of Finance for compiling them together. The next word is guillotine. The Parliament has limited time for discussing the expenditure demands of each ministry. Now, if there is any pressing political matter, other things can be put on hold, and the Speaker of the House can apply the guillotine and move a proposal against a specific allocation for a government department. Let's move on to cut motions. A cut motion is a special power vested in members of the Lok Sabha to oppose a demand being discussed for specific allocation by the government in the finance bill as part of the demand for grants. If the motion is adopted, it amounts to a no confidence vote, and if the government fails to jot up the numbers in the lower house, it is obliged to resign according to the norms of the house. And treasury bills. When the central government approaches the financial market to raise money, it does so by issuing two types of debt instruments: treasury bills and government bonds. Treasury bills are issued whenever the government needs money for a short period. These treasury bills are issued only by central government. They have a maximum maturity period of 364 days. And a government bond is a debt instrument issued by the central and state governments of India. Issuance of such bonds occur when the issuing body, whether it is the central government or any state government, faces a liquidity crisis and requires funds for the purpose of infrastructure development.
Ahead of the commencement of the budget session in Parliament, President Draupadi Murmu arrived at the new Parliament building in a traditional horse-drawn buggy to deliver her joint address. Now flying by guards, the President was received by Prime Minister Modi and Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar. Take a look at this report.
महामहिम राष्ट्रपति जी, माननीय सदस्यगण, सभी का नमस्कार।
And viewers, stay tuned. Republic TV as the best business team of the country. Republic Business is all set to dissect the interim budget. Watch the in-depth coverage with Arnav Goswami and team only on Republic TV.
This is Republic News Abupa Studio, your one-stop for all the breaking news updates, and I am Nikita Sahai. This is Republic Diva Bupa Studios, your one-stop destination for all the breaking news updates, and I am Shivangi Shukla.
Samajwadi Party Congress seat sharing talks hit a deadlock. Akhilesh likely to dump Indi next. Under the scanner for the land scam, ED quizzes Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren in Ranchi. ED summons Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal in liquor gate for a fifth time. Will he appear this time around? Nitish Kumar hits back at Rahul Gandhi over the caste census remarks as Congress taking fake credit.
जिन्होंने सिर्फ और सिर्फ नकारात्मकता पूर्णम शरारतपूर्ण व्यवहार ये जो किया होगा उनको शायद ही कोई याद करे.
A day ahead of budget, Prime Minister warns the opposition of ruckus calls for parliamentary behaviour. It's stand by for the most anticipated moment of the fiscal year with Arnab and India's #1 news team on Budget Day Live. And the big focus this hour, Arvind Kejriwal, the Delhi Chief Minister, Chief of the Aam Aadmi Party. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal has been summoned once again by the Enforcement Directorate. Under the scanner in Liquorgate, he's been summoned for a fifth time. He's evaded the Enforcement Directorate summons. Each time he's been called. Will Arvind Kejriwal appear before the Enforcement Directorate this time around? That's the focus this hour. I'm going across to my colleague Shawan. Shawan, it's a dodgy question. Whether he will appear or not, what are the risks Arvind Kejriwal is taking by dodging these summons again and again? I'm going across to my colleague Hemant Soren once again. Arvind Kejriwal has been summoned. He's been asked to appear by the Enforcement Directorate, and this is the fifth summon that Arvind Kejriwal has received from the agency that is probing the liquor scam. He's been asked to appear on the 2nd of February, that's the day after tomorrow. This is in the Delhi excise policy case or liquor gate, liquor scam. He's been asked to appear on the 2nd by the Enforcement Directorate, which has arrested several people already in this particular case, in which even the Aam Aadmi Party is being looked at as an accused. First time where a party itself is being looked at as an accused. Shawan said with the details. Shawan, will he have to appear? What happens if he doesn't? Shawan.
Well, in fact, Ranchi, this is the fourth summon that has been sent out to Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. Now, as far as whether at all Arvind Kejriwal is going to appear before the Enforcement Directorate or not, no official word has really come in from the Aam Aadmi Party as yet. As far as the Enforcement Directorate is concerned, if he does not appear this time, they certainly have the option of moving the court with regards to a non-bailable warrant against the Chief Minister on the grounds that he hasn't been cooperating. Now, that is an option that the Enforcement Directorate has. It is the prerogative of the agency whether they are going to exercise it or not. Because if you take a cue from what has happened in the case of Jharkhand Chief Minister, then almost 10 summons were actually sent out. It totally depends on the federal agency whether at all that decision is going to be taken or not. The reason why Arvind Kejriwal has been called in for questioning by the Enforcement Directorate is only because the Enforcement Directorate wants to give the Aam Aadmi Party chief an opportunity to explain whether at all the money that was allegedly received by the party, was it some sort of a quid pro quo, or was it the cut money that was allegedly received by the party from the liquor scam? Because remember, the decision that was taken by the then Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia to change the profit margin from 5 to 12% is essentially the money that the Enforcement Directorate suspects was the cut money that allegedly received by the party. That is exactly why during the course of the investigation and in multiple hearings before the court, it is the Enforcement Directorate that has argued that there is a possibility that they may consider making Aam Aadmi Party as accused in this particular case.
Shravan, thank you for joining us with those inputs. Shravan joining us with the details as Arvind Kejriwal is summoned another time in the Delhi liquor scam. Not just Kejriwal, another Chief Minister, Hemant Soren, is also under scanner. That's a different case altogether, but two Chief Ministers directly coming under scanner here. Let's move on now and get you the other big political news in this election season. Running up to the Lok Sabha elections of 2024, Nitish Kumar, the Bihar Chief Minister, he continues to be the Bihar Chief Minister year after year, party after party, changing alliance after alliance, and from praising Rahul Gandhi a few days back to slamming Rahul Gandhi now for what he calls fake credit, taking fake credit for the caste census. Here's Nitish Kumar attacking Rahul Gandhi, who was a friend until recently.
इससे बढ़कर के कोई फालतू चीज है? आपका सेंसस कब हुआ? आप जानते नहीं, आप भूल गए। आप बोलिए ना, हम तो 9 पार्टियों को बैठा करके किए, और आप जानते हैं, आपको अच्छी बात है, 19 में और 20 में पूरे असेंबली में, काउंसिल में, सब जगह हम ये बात कहते थे। अब 2021 प्रधानमंत्री से भी मिलने गए और उनको भी कहा, तो वो तो उन्होंने कह दिए कि चलिए अभी तो हम लोग कुछ नहीं करेंगे, बाद में हमको हो गया था एक इनडायरेक्टली कि चलिए अपना करिए, तो हमने सबको बुलाया, तो हमने किया जी। उस समय तो अपोजिशन दूसरे तरफ था, उन लोगों को भी कहे थे, ले भी गए थे। और क्या होना चाहिए ये आप अच्छी तरह नहीं जानते हैं, कितने लोग किस काम को करेंगे, वो सब मेरा किया हुआ है जी। तो कोई अपना क्रेडिट झूठे लेता रहता है। आज जितना काम किए, जितनी बहाली किए हैं, ये सब हमारा साथ में 2 महीने किया।
From one broken alliance to another possible breakup, Nitish is out. Will Akhilesh Yadav be next? Yesterday, Akhilesh Yadav's party, the Samajwadi Party, released a list announcing 16 names. They put out a list putting out 16 names for the upcoming Lok Sabha elections, indicating that all's not well. It was not the India Alliance list that was released. Akhilesh Yadav declared that 16 members of his party would be contesting the elections in a breakaway, in a clear breakaway with the talks that they're having with the Congress party. Congress wants to contest in 23 seats in Uttar Pradesh as per sources, but Akhilesh Yadav not willing to concede over 16 seats to the Congress party in India's largest state, Uttar Pradesh, which will hold key to who forms the government at the centre in 2024 in May this year, indicating that all's not well. Akhilesh Yadav unhappy as seat sharing talks we here have hit a deadlock. My colleague Ajay Dubey is now joining us on the phone line with more details on this breaking election story. अजय, क्या हम कह सकते हैं कि अभी ब्रेकअप हो चुकी है इनका?
देखिए, कागजी तौर पर ये बातें अभी पूरी तरीके से खुलकर आई हैं, नहीं आई हैं, लेकिन महत्वपूर्ण ये है कि जो कांग्रेस की मांग है, जिस एग्रेशन के संग समाजवादी पार्टी ने अपने कैंडिडेट्स का नाम ऐलान किया है, जिन सीटों पर कांग्रेस अपने बड़े लीडर्स को लड़ाने की तैयारी में थी, उन सीटों पर सपा ने आगे बढ़कर अपने उम्मीदवारों का ऐलान कर दिया है। जो सीटों के गठबंधन की बात है, वो भी एक तरफा ऐलान कर दिया है। इन सब चीजों से बिल्कुल ये लग रहा है कि सपा जो है सीधे जो बैलेंस, जो प्रेशर है, वो बनाने की कोशिश कांग्रेस के ऊपर कर रही है, और निश्चित ही उसी का असर इस जो लिस्ट है इसके जरिए देखने को मिल रहा है।
अभी हमें यह भी बताइए कि कांग्रेस को कितना सीट चाहिए वहां पे उत्तर प्रदेश में, और समाजवादी पार्टी का कहना क्या है इस मामले पर? या कांग्रेस का उतना स्ट्रेंथ है ग्राउंड पे? उनको चाहिए 23 शायद, लेकिन क्या उनके पास उतना स्ट्रेंथ है इतने सीट लड़ने की?
उन 25 सीटों पर कांग्रेस बात कर रही थी कि हमें 25 सीटें चाहिए, 22 से 25 और बात बनती दिख भी रही थी, लेकिन जो 2009 के चुनाव का परिणाम है उसका रेफरेंस कांग्रेस दे रही है, लेकिन स्पष्ट तौर पर समाजवादी पार्टी पूछ रही है कि किस बूथ पर आप मौजूद है, कैडर पे किस पे मौजूद है। इन सब सवालों का जवाब कांग्रेस एक हद तक दे नहीं पा रही, इसलिए बेहद आक्रामक तरीके से यहाँ पर हम देख रहे हैं कि समाजवादी पार्टी इस पूरे मामले में अपनी तरफ से फैसले ले रही है और लिस्ट निकाल रही है।
Okay. Thank you for joining us with those inputs. Ajay Dubey joining us with the details of India Alliance staring at another breakup perhaps with the Congress party and the Samajwadi party talks hitting a deadlock. Quick check of the other top stories we're tracking from across the country. Guwahati Customs has seized 103 gold biscuits at the India-Bhutan border near Daranga LCS in Assam. Foreign currency with a value of 2.27 lakh rupees and 1.1 lakhs also seized. 3 people have been arrested. Around 50 vehicles and a Himachal Road Transport Corporation bus got stuck near the south portal of ATR in which 300 tourists were travelling. Kulu SP Sakshi Verma stated that all tourists have now been evacuated. Officials from Germany paid a visit to India along with the delegation visited Don Bosco Technical Institute. The German Secretary of State at the Federal Foreign Office stated that the country needs well-trained workers, is opening its arms to young skilled professionals from India in the fields of technology, IT and medical science.
India is a really great country and has a lot of potential, and Germany has really modernized his immigration legislation in order to repeat to the German labor market needs. And so we look at India for different sectors and to find a way to cooperate.
Lok Sabha has revoked suspension of 3 opposition members who were initially suspended during the winter session of Parliament. These leaders face suspension for violating the rules during the session. The case was referred to the Privileges Committee. A total of 146 members, unprecedented in number, were suspended from both the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha for similar reasons. Several passengers injured after a tragic bus accident occurred in Madhya Pradesh. Dr. Anil Aud, civil surgeon, stating that received information about the accident and the condition of 3 passengers was critical. They were referred to another hospital for better treatment.
और जिला प्रशासन को मेल कर दिया है कोर्ट के ऑर्डर के बारे में, और मुझे पूरी उम्मीद है कि कोर्ट के ऑर्डर की कंप्लायंस की जाएगी।
निर्देश क्या है, दिशा निर्देश क्या दिए गए?
7 दिन के अंदर वहाँ पे पूजा पाठ का जो भी अरेंजमेंट है स्टार्ट कराएगी। 7 दिन के अंदर काशी विश्वनाथ ट्रस्ट इसकी पूजा पाठ करेगा।
वहाँ पर पूजा किस चीज की होगी? कोई मूर्ति है, कोई
वहाँ पे जो मूर्तियां विराजमान थी, जो सर्वे कमीशन के दौरान जो मूर्तियां वहाँ से हटाई गई थी, उन्हीं मूर्तियों की पूजा पाठ होगी। रामायण पाठ होगा, हनुमान चालीसा का पाठ होगा, और अलग अलग जो पूजा पाठ चलती चली आ रही थी वही सारी पूजा पाठ। देखिए वहाँ पे उस तहखाने में विष्णु भगवान की मूर्ति थी, शिवलिंग था, गणेश जी की मूर्ति थी, हनुमान जी की मूर्ति थी, अलग अलग मूर्तियां जो उस तहखाने से एसआई को बरामद हुई थी, उन सबकी पूजा पाठ स्टार्ट। काशी विश्वनाथ ट्रस्ट इसकी पूजा पाठ करेगी।
फैसला इस केस को कितना अहम?
ये इस केस का टर्निंग पॉइंट है। और जैसे राम मंदिर के केस में 1 फरवरी 1986 को जस्टिस के.एम. पांडे ने ऐतिहासिक फैसला देते हुए पूजा के आदेश पारित किए थे, आज मैं डिस्ट्रिक्ट कोर्ट के इस आदेश को उसी आदेश की तुलना में देखता हूँ।
ये बताइए इसके बाद तो दूसरा पक्ष है, उसके पास क्या विकल्प खुले रहेगा?
देखिए मैं दूसरे पक्ष का वकील नहीं हूँ, उनके पास क्या विकल्प है मुझे नहीं पता है। मैं हिंदू पक्ष का वकील हूँ और कोर्ट के ऑर्डर की कंप्लायंस को मानूंगा। पूजा शुरू होगी बहुत जल्द, पूजा शुरू हो जाएगी।
ये मान के चलिए 7 दिन बाद फिर पूजा शुरू हो जाएगी।
7 दिन के अंदर होगा। 7 दिन के अंदर
पूरा स्वामित्व का अधिकार भी मिलेगा।
बिल्कुल मिलेगा, बहुत जल्दी इस केस को हम लोग जीतेंगे, जीत की दहलीज पे हम लोग।
ये देश का पहला मस्जिद होगा जहाँ पर पूजा शुरू हो रही है।
बिल्कुल, ये मस्जिद है ही नहीं।
पुष्टि हो चुकी है।
बिल्कुल ये तस्वीर आप देख सकते हैं, यहाँ पर कोर्ट ने बहुत बड़ा फैसला दिया है और इस फैसले के तहत ये कहा गया है कि 7 दिन के भीतर वो तमाम व्यवस्थाएं जो है वो बनानी होंगी, जिन व्यवस्थाओं के बाद वो जो व्यास जी का तहखाना है उस परिसर में पूजा पाठ जो है वो शुरू की जाएगी। न्यास के ही लोग जो है वो पूजा पाठ करेंगे, वो बैरिकेड जो है वो हटाई जाएगी और बैरिकेड हटाए जाने के बाद वो तमाम व्यवस्थाएं जो है वो की जाएंगी, जिन व्यवस्थाओं के बीच अब ये पूजा पाठ यहाँ पर जो है वो शुरू होगी। एक बार तस्वीर मेरे विजय अभिषेक आपको दिखाएंगे, यहाँ पर जो तमाम वादी पक्ष लोग हैं वो यहाँ से बाहर निकलते हुए आपको नजर आ रहे हैं।
हिंदुओं के पक्ष में आप लोग
सोनलाल जी,
हिंदू समाज की बहुत बड़ी जीत है, देश के सभी समाजवादियों की जीत है।
तो बिल्कुल ये बड़ी जीत है। जिस तरह से 93 में इस व्यास जी के तहखाने को जो है वो बंद किया गया था, उसके बाद यहाँ पर पूजा जो है वो रोकी गई थी। अब वाराणसी कोर्ट ने ये बहुत बड़ा आदेश दिया है कि वहां पर 7 दिन के अंदर वो व्यवस्थाएं बनाई जाएंगी और उस व्यवस्थाओं के बाद पूजा जो है वो शुरू होगी। आप देख सकते हैं यहाँ पर वादी पक्ष के जो लोग हैं उनके अंदर उत्साह नजर आ रहा है, क्योंकि इस पूजा को लेकर जो 93 में बंद की गई थी, अब 30 साल बाद एक बार फिर से पूजा की इजाजत जो है वो व्यास जी के तहखाने परिसर में दे दी गई है। सुभाष जी क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
अब ये बहुत हर्ष का विषय हम लोग के लिए माइलस्टोन है। जो हम लोग की मांग थी कि 93 तक जो पूजा पाठ होता था उसको पुनः बहाल किया जाए, माननीय कोर्ट ने हमारी मांग को मानते हुए जिलाधिकारी को जो रिसीवर हैं उनको आदेशित कर दिया है कि आप इसमें पुनः जो है पूजा पाठ और धार्मिक क्रियाएं जो है करवाइए, ऐसा उन्होंने जिलाधिकारी को आदेश कर दिया है। यानी ये बहुत बड़ी सफलता है। 1993 तक जो हमारा पूजा पाठ था उसको पुनः चालू करना, ये हमारे पक्ष का एक बहुत बड़ा विजय है। ये
कितना बड़ा टर्निंग पॉइंट होगा?
ये बहुत बड़ा टर्निंग पॉइंट है।
कुणाल जी, बाबा मिल गए, आपने इस बात का जिक्र किया था, आज क्या कहेंगे?
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल हिंदू समाज की जीत है और तो हिंदू समाज की, देश के सभी सनातन धर्मियों की जीत है। और व्यास जी के तहखाने पर जो है कल से ही विश्वनाथ ट्रस्ट के माध्यम से पूजा पाठ का अभियान शुरू कर दिया जाएगा। पुजारी कौन नियुक्त होगा और खासतौर से नंदी के सामने जो बैरिकेडिंग काट करके वहां से ताकि दर्शनार्थी आ सके, भक्तगण आ सके, उसकी भी योजना कल से ही हम लोग चालू कर देंगे। जो है
ये ऐसा परिसर होगा जहां पर पूजा होगी और नमाज, क्योंकि वहां पर पहले से अदा की जा रही है।
कह तो रहे जहां वेद मंत्रों की ध्वनियां गूंजनी चाहिए, जहां घंटी घड़ियाल बजना चाहिए था, जहां मंत्रों की ध्वनियां गूंजनी चाहिए थी, वहां पर जो अल्लाह अकबर नारे लेके होते थे। लेकिन अब नहीं, वहां हर समय जो है वह बंदे जहां जब वेद मंत्रों की ध्वनियां गूंजेगी कल से।
इतना बड़ा टर्निंग पॉइंट है सर आप लोगों के लिए?
हिंदू समाज के लिए बहुत बड़ा टर्निंग पॉइंट है। हम लोग हर्षित हैं और सभी सनातन धर्मी हर्षित हैं। हर हर महादेव।
तो बिल्कुल आप देख सकते हैं ये बड़ा टर्निंग पॉइंट है, जैसा कि सोनलाल जी कहते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। आप यहाँ पर उत्साह देख सकते हैं जो वादी पक्ष है उनके बीच में। और सबसे बड़ी बात यह है क्योंकि 30 साल बाद 93 में पूजा पाठ पर जो है वो रोक लगी थी, तत्कालीन सरकार ने पूजा पाठ पर रोक लगाई थी और अब एक बार फिर से रेखा जी क्या कहना चाहेंगी पूजा पाठ पर?
अरे भैया आ जाइए, चलिए आगे।
रेखा जी क्या कहना चाहेंगे, पूजा पाठ की इजाजत मिली है?
भैया हम लोग बहुत खुश है कि हम लोग को पूजा पाठ का अधिकार हम लोग को मिल गया और हम लोग यही हम लोग की सीढ़ी है। हम लोग तहखाना वजू खाना में हम लोग का अधिकार मिल गया। अब इससे हम लोग शिवलिंग तक जा सकते हैं, मेन शिवलिंग तक हम लोग जा सकते हैं, वजू खाना में हम लोग जा सकते हैं।
7 दिन के भीतर पूजा करनी है। पूजा को लेकर तैयारियां भी प्रशासन को लेकर निर्देश दिए गए।
अरे तो इसीलिए हम लोग करेंगे ना, हम लोग खुद अपने हाथ से ले जाकर वहाँ पे स्थापित करेंगे। और व्यास जी के तहखाने में हम लोग जल अभिषेक, हम लोग चारों बहनें हम लोग काशी की और हमारे वकील लोग सारे लोग मिलकर वहाँ पे हम लोग जाएंगे और बाबा का जल अभिषेक पूजा पाठ करेंगे।
हर हर महादेव लगा दीजिए हमारे कैमरे के सामने जाएगा।
हर हर महादेव।
तस्वीर उस बड़ी जीत की है जिसको लेकर आज वाराणसी के डिस्ट्रिक्ट कोर्ट ने फैसला सुनाया है और इस फैसले के अंतर्गत इस बात को बिल्कुल स्पष्ट कर दिया गया है कि 7 दिन के भीतर ही यहां पर व्यास जी के तहखाने में पूजा पाठ की प्रशासन व्यवस्था करवाए और इस व्यवस्था को लेकर स्थितियां जो है वो बिल्कुल स्पष्ट करे, क्योंकि 1993 तक उस व्यास जी के तहखाने में जो है वो पूजा पाठ लगातार होती थी। इस पूरे मामले में लंबी बहस चली और लंबी बहस के बाद आज जो है वो फैसला हिंदू पक्ष के हक में आया है। और आप देख सकते हैं यहाँ पर विष्णु शंकर जैन जो है वो कोर्ट परिसर से बाहर निकले हैं।
और मुझे पूरी उम्मीद है कि जिलाधिकारी
कोर्ट के ऑर्डर की कंप्लायंस में आगे अपनी कार्रवाई बढ़ाएंगे।
तो क्या
बैरिकेडिंग को काट के नंदी के टीक सामने वहाँ से रास्ता बनाया जा सकता है जिससे वहाँ पूजा पाठ शुरू।
अब एक और मामला जो है उसे कितनी मजबूती मिलती हुई नजर आ रही है?
सारे मामलों को बहुत मजबूती मिल रही है और मैं ये बताना चाहता हूँ, एक सरकार ने नवंबर 1993 में अपनी पावर का मिसयूज करते हुए, दुरुपयोग करते हुए पूजा पाठ रोकी थी और आज माननीय न्यायालय ने उसको अपने कलम से मेट दिया है। और मैं इस ऑर्डर को वैसे ही देखता हूं जैसे 1 फरवरी 1986 को जस्टिस के.एम. पांडे ने राम मंदिर के ताला खुलने का आदेश दिया था। आज ये आदेश उसी की तुलना में वहीं स्टैंड करता है।
तो क्या आपको लगता है कि यहाँ पर आगे बढ़ गया ज्ञानवापी केस?
नहीं, देखिए हर केस के अपने ओन फैक्ट्स होते हैं और कोर्ट की ऑर्डर की हम लोग कंप्लायंस चाहते हैं। कोर्ट की ऑर्डर की कंप्लायंस हो, वहाँ पे नियमित पूजा स्टार्ट हो, काशी विश्वनाथ ट्रस्ट वहाँ पे इमीडिएट पूजा पाठ स्टार्ट करे, ये हमारी मांग है। जिला प्रशासन को हम लोगों ने मेल कर दिया है इस आदेश की कंप्लायंस के लिए और मुझे पूरी उम्मीद है कि ये जो सरकार है ये कोर्ट के आदेश के अनुपालन में आर्टिकल 25 की मर्यादा रखते हुए तुरंत वहाँ पे पूजा पाठ स्टार्ट कराएगी और हम सारे लोग वहाँ पे दर्शन लाभ लेंगे।
इससे क्या आप डीएम से मिलने भी जाएंगे?
बिल्कुल, हम लोग जाएंगे, जिला प्रशासन को मिलेंगे और कोर्ट के ऑर्डर की कंप्लायंस के बारे में बताएंगे।
और आपके मूल केस को कितनी मजबूती मिली है इस फैसले से?
बहुत मजबूती मिली है और हमारा यही कहना था कि कोर्ट के ऑर्डर की कंप्लायंस हो और हमारे सारे केस जो है बहुत स्ट्रांग होते हैं।
वो विष्णु शंकर जैन का कहना है कि जो इनका मूल वाद है यहाँ पर मां श्रृंगार गौरी की पूजा याचना को लेकर लगातार जो बात कही जा रही है उस केस को भी इससे मजबूती मिलेगी। और अभिषेक एक बार तस्वीर दिखाएगा इस पूरे कोर्ट परिसर की। पूरे कोर्ट परिसर में आपको इस वक्त हर हर महादेव की गूंज जो है वो सुनाई दे रही होगी। सर, कितना महत्वपूर्ण ये फैसला?
बहुत बहुत महत्वपूर्ण फैसला है और व्यास जी के तखाने में हम लोग पूजा पाठ करेंगे।
आपके केस को कितना मजबूती मिलेगी?
बहुत मजबूती मिलेगी। अब सर्वे रिपोर्ट आने के बाद ही मजबूती मिल गया था, अब और मजबूती मिल गया।
एएसआई सर्वे रिपोर्ट 839 पन्ने की वो रिपोर्ट, उस रिपोर्ट के सामने आने के बाद अब आज ज्ञानव्यापी जो परिसर है उस परिसर में मौजूद व्यास जी का तहखाना, उस तहखाने में पूजा पाठ को लेकर इजाजत दी गई है। हिंदू पक्ष से बड़ा टर्निंग पॉइंट बता रहा है। इस खबर से जुड़ी एक एक तस्वीर हम आप तक पहुंचाएंगे। फिलहाल एक बहुत छोटा ब्रेक, कहीं जाएगा नहीं, जल्द वापस लौटेंगे।
पूजा पाठ का चार्ज मिलेगा और फिर वहां भेद मंगोली पूजा
It's a big victory for the Hindu side, a big victory for the Hindu side. After 31 years, they will be allowed to pray in the Gyanvapi mosque basement like it was in 1993. We have Alok Kumar of the VHP. Alok Kumar जी, मेरी आवाज आ रही है आपको? आलोक कुमार जी नमस्ते, आपको आवाज आ रही है सर?
अच्छे से आ रही है। हेलो,
हाँ जी, बड़ी जीत है। इट्स अ बिग विन फॉर द हिंदू साइड। आलोक कुमार जी, आपका कहना क्या है?
I feel that this is a victory of the justice. This is a place which always belonged to Hindus and which was taken away by force. The international law and conventions provide that the rights of indigenous people have to be restored to them, including their places of worship. So therefore, the order that has been given is in accord with the law, including the international conventions. We welcome this, and this is the beginning of our success to reclaim the Gyanvapi mosque for the Hindu temple.
You think this, I mean, this is what the Hindu side always wanted, Alok Kumar ji. This is what you wanted always. Why is it taken so long? Why has it taken so long?
We lived in an era of pseudo secularism where everything to the Hindus was denied in law and in the environment existing at that time. Now that environment has gone away, the judiciary is its job of providing justice without any fear or favor, and this is the victory of justice.
Big moment for the Hindu side. Alok Kumar ji and the VHP also had demanded that they be allowed to pray. That is, the Hindu side wanted Hindus to be allowed to pray. The Gyanvapi side, it will now be allowed. In 7 days from now, after 31 years, it's a big moment, ladies and gentlemen, a big moment. Thank you, Alok Kumar ji, Alok Kumar of the VHP joining us there Thank you very much. We're taking a short break. When we come back, focus. Thank you so much. Taking a short break. When we come back, Arvind Kejriwal has been summoned another time. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Arvind Kejriwal has been summoned. We're coming back with details of that story and much more. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
This is Republic Niva Bhupa Studio. Your one stop for all the breaking updates. I am Rakshita Mishra. This is Republic Niva Bhupa Studios, your one-stop destination for all the breaking news updates, and I am Shivangi Shukla.
देखिए, काशी विश्वनाथ ट्रस्ट को भगवान की कैसे पूजा पाठ हो, इसके लिए कोई आदेश की जरूरत नहीं होती है, उनको पता होता है भगवान की पूजा पाठ क्या विधि हो। देखिए, वहाँ पे वही मैं बता रहा हूँ, उसकी नीति में वो काशी विश्वनाथ ट्रस्ट डिसाइड करेगा। हमारा जो लीगल काम था, वो लीगल काम हमने पूरा किया। अब काशी विश्वनाथ ट्रस्ट के ऊपर है कि उसकी पूजा पाठ स्टार्ट। तो 7 दिन के अंदर ही पूजा शुरू हो जाएगी। 7 दिन के अंदर पूजा कोर्ट ने तय कर दिया 7 दिन के अंदर। जी, कोर्ट ने अपना आदेश नहीं लिखा। जो कोर्ट का आदेश है मैं आपको वही बता रहा हूँ। सभी को जाने की अनुमति होगी जी, सारे लोगों को, भक्तों को, पुजारी को, सारे लोगों को जाने की अनुमति। जो भी काशी विश्वनाथ मंदिर में दर्शन करने जाते हैं वो सारे लोग अब जा सकते हैं जी। बिल्कुल 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 जा सकते हैं। तो एक बड़ी बात होगी, एक बड़ी बात है कि जहाँ पर मैं ये कहना चाहता हूँ जो जस्टिस KM पांडे ने राम मंदिर में 1 फरवरी 1986 को ताला खोलने का आदेश दिया था, मैं आज के इस ऑर्डर को उसी की तुलना में देखता हूँ। ये इस केस का टर्निंग पॉइंट है, बहुत ऐतिहासिक ऑर्डर है। और जो एक सरकार ने अपनी पावर का दुरुपयोग करते हुए हिंदू समाज की पूजा पाठ रोकी थी, आज कोर्ट ने उसको अपनी कलम से रेक्टिफाई किया है और वहां पे पूजा पाठ के आदेश, रोकने का कोई लिखित आदेश नहीं, रोकने का कोई लिखित आदेश नहीं था। आज भी कोई रिटर्न ऑर्डर किसी भी गवर्नमेंट के पास नहीं है कि वहां पे पूजा पाठ कैसे रोकी गई। तो अब माना जाए कि स्वामित्व के अधिकार के पहला चरण है, ये बिल्कुल पहला चरण है और बहुत जल्दी लीगल केस हम पूरा करेंगे और केस जीतेंगे।
Republic Niva Bhupa studio. Your one stop for all the breaking updates. I am Rakshita Mishra.
This is Republic Niva Bhupa studio, your one stop for all the breaking news updates, and I am Nikita Sahai.
Samajwadi Party Congress chief sharing talks with a deadlock. Is Akhilesh next to dump the Indi? Under lens for land scam, ED team quizzes Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren in Ranchi. ED summons Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal in Mickey Gate for a fifth time. Will he appear this time? And a big development in Gyan Vapi case. Court allows the Hindu side to offer prayers at the Gyan Vapi complex.
और सिर्फ नकारात्मकता, उद्यम, शरारतपूर्ण व्यवहार ये जो किया होगा उनको शायद ही कोई याद करे।
A day ahead of budget, Prime Minister warns opposition of ruckus, calls for parliamentary behaviour. And stand by for the most anticipated moment of the fiscal year with Ornav and India's #1 news team. Good afternoon, viewers. We start with some big developments at the top of this bulletin. A big development coming in from Varanasi in the Gyan Vapi case. A Varanasi court has allowed the Hindu side to worship inside the sealed basement of the Gyan Vapi complex. And as per the court order, Hindu devotees can now offer prayers at Vyas Ka Tehkhana. It's a sealed area inside the complex. It's at the basement, and you can see on your screens, of course, these are the visuals that we already have from the Gyan Vapi. The ASI survey report has been released. Republic TV showed you the exclusive pictures as well, which clearly show that these are signs of Sanatan Dharma. And right now, what we are going to know is that it's a big victory for the Hindu side right now. The puja is all set to begin after 7 days. The puja has been allowed. And this will happen after 7 days after the barricades are removed. So the court has allowed the removal of these barricades. And remember the case, as far as the Hindu side is concerned, it had claimed that before November 1993 there was puja that was done. It was in fact stopped by the government that time. But right now, let's take a listen to what Vishnu Shankar Jain, who is a lawyer for the Hindu side, had to say.
देखिए, काशी विश्वनाथ ट्रस्ट को भगवान की कैसे पूजा पाठ हो, इसके लिए कोई आदेश की जरूरत नहीं होती है। उनको पता होता है भगवान पूजा पाठ क्या विधि हो। देखिए, वहाँ पे वही मैं बता रहा हूँ, उसकी नीति की चीज में वो काशी विश्वनाथ ट्रस्ट डिसाइड करेगा। हमारा जो लीगल काम था, वो लीगल काम हमने पूरा किया। अब काशी विश्वनाथ ट्रस्ट के ऊपर है कि उसकी पूजा पाठ स्टार्ट। तो 7 दिन के अंदर ही पूजा शुरू हो जाएगी। 7 दिन के अंदर पूजा कोर्ट ने तय कर दिया 7 दिन के अंदर। जी, कोर्ट ने अपने आदेश नहीं लिखा। जो कोर्ट का आदेश है, मैं आपको वही बता रहा हूँ। सभी को जाने की अनुमति होगी जी, सारे लोगों को, भक्तों को, पुजारी को, सारे लोगों को जाने की अनुमति। जो भी काशी विश्वनाथ मंदिर में दर्शन करने जाते हैं, वो सारे लोग अब जा सकते हैं। जी बिल्कुल जा सकते हैं। तो एक बड़ी बात होगी, बड़ी बात है कि यहाँ पर मैं ये कहना चाहता हूँ जो जस्टिस KM पांडे ने राम मंदिर में 1 फरवरी 1986 को ताला खोलने का आदेश दिया था, मैं आज के इस ऑर्डर को उसी की तुलना में देखता हूँ। ये इस केस का टर्निंग पॉइंट है, बहुत ऐतिहासिक ऑर्डर है। और जो एक सरकार ने अपनी पावर का दुरुपयोग करते हुए हिंदू समाज की पूजा पूजा पाठ रोकी थी, आज कोर्ट ने उसको अपनी कलम से रेक्टिफाई किया है और वहां पे पूजा पाठ के आदेश, रोकने का कोई लिखित आदेश नहीं, रोकने का कोई लिखित आदेश नहीं था। आज भी कोई रिटर्न ऑर्डर किसी भी गवर्नमेंट के पास नहीं है कि वहां पे पूजा पाठ कैसे रोकी गई।
तो अब माना जाए कि स्वामित्व के अधिकार के पहला चरण है,
ये बिल्कुल पहला चरण है और बहुत जल्दी लीगल केस हम पूरा करेंगे और केस जीतेंगे।
All right, we are joined by साध्वी जया भारती joining us on the phone line. साध्वी जी, एक बहुत ही बड़ी जीत जो है ये हिंदू दल के लिए इस वक्त जो हम देख रहे हैं कि ज्ञानवापी का जो कॉम्प्लेक्स है उसमें जो है व्यास के तहखाने में पूजा की अनुमति कोर्ट द्वारा मिल गई है और 7 दिनों के भीतर जो है यहाँ पर पूजा शुरू हो जाएगी। किस तरह से देखते हैं आप इसको?
This is a historic and very happy moment for us. So it has been a long fight, and that too I would like to add through legal means by the warriors like Hari Shankar Jain and now Vishnu Shankar Jain. There are lot many people who've been fighting for this, because everything, if you see whether it is the control of the Hindu temples or even banning Hindus from worshipping in their places of worship, it's been going for ages, and now the wheel is coming full circle and we are finally getting our it's one of our fundamental rights to faith. It's a right because our identity begins from the way the trust we have in God and our forms of living, our forms of worship, and finally our places of worship are coming back to us. Though it was very unjustified, it was atrocious of the previous governments who were doing it. We've just heard Vishnu, he said that, look, there has never been a record of how it was taken away, how Hindus were banned from performing their puja there. And now we have a court's written order. It's a very welcome step. We are very happy, and I'm very happy that we've done it through very peaceful means, without threatening anybody and without taking any threats from anybody. We are not going to bow down now. I think it's just the beginning of we gaining our total rights on the historical and our most devout Gyanvapi Mandir now.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, thanks so much, Saadhvi Jaya Bharti, for joining us with your thoughts. And of course, it's a big win for the Hindu side viewers. Let's take a listen to some more reactions that have come in on this development.
अब ये बहुत हर्ष का विषय हम लोग के लिए माइलस्टोन है। जो हम लोग की मांग थी कि 93 तक जो पूजा पाठ होता था उसको पुनः बहाल किया जाए, माननीय कोर्ट ने हमारी मांग को मानते हुए जिलाधिकारी को, जो रिसीवर हैं, उनको आदेशित कर दिया है कि आप इसमें पुनः जो है पूजा पाठ और धार्मिक क्रियाएं जो है करवाइए। ऐसा उन्होंने जिलाधिकारी को आदेश कर दिया है। यानी ये बहुत बड़ी सफलता है। 1993 तक जो हमारा पूजा पाठ था उसको पुनः चालू करना, ये हमारे पक्ष का एक बहुत बड़ा विजय है। ये कितना बड़ा टर्निंग पॉइंट होगा? ये बहुत बड़ा टर्निंग पॉइंट है। अब ये बहुत हर्ष का विषय हम लोग के लिए माइलस्टोन है। जो हम लोग की मांग थी कि 93 तक जो पूजा पाठ होता था उसको पुनः बहाल किया जाए, माननीय कोर्ट ने हमारी मांग को मानते हुए जिलाधिकारी को, जो रिसीवर हैं, उनको आदेशित कर दिया है कि आप इसमें पुनः जो है पूजा पाठ और धार्मिक क्रियाएं जो है करवाइए। ऐसा उन्होंने जिलाधिकारी को आदेश कर दिया है। यानी ये बहुत बड़ी सफलता है। 1993 तक जो हमारा पूजा पाठ था उसको पुनः चालू करना, ये हमारे पक्ष का एक बहुत बड़ा विजय है। ये कितना बड़ा टर्निंग पॉइंट होगा? ये बहुत बड़ा टर्निंग पॉइंट है। कुणाल जी, बाबा मिल गए, आपने इस बात का जिक्र किया था, आज क्या?
वहाँ अल्लाह अकबर के नारे गूंजते थे, लेकिन आज के फैसले से एक टर्निंग पॉइंट आया, हिंदू समाज उत्साहित हो गया है। वहाँ पर रुद्राभिषेक हर हर महादेव का नादारी गूंजते रहेंगे। हम लोग यहाँ हर्षित हैं। हम 40 साल के संघर्ष में पहली बार विजय के स्वाद चख रहे हैं। एक टर्निंग पॉइंट हिंदू समाज के लिए यह जो है, हम विजय के लिए काफी खुश हैं।
फ्रेम कटवाइए, वही सीधा खड़े होकर फ्रेम कटवाइए। समझ भाई,
भैया हम लोग बहुत खुश है कि हम लोग को पूजा पाठ का अधिकार हम लोग को मिल गया, और हम लोग यही हम लोग की सीढ़ी है। हम लोग तहखाना वजू खाना में हम लोग का अधिकार मिल गया। अब इससे हम लोग शिवलिंग तक जा सकते हैं, मेन शिवलिंग तक हम लोग जा सकते हैं, वजू खाना में हम लोग जा सकते हैं।
7 दिन के भीतर पूजा करनी है। पूजा को लेकर तैयारियां भी प्रशासन को लेकर निर्देश दिए गए।
अरे तो इसीलिए हम लोग करेंगे ना, हम लोग खुद अपने हाथ से ले जाकर वहाँ पे स्थापित करेंगे। और ब्यास जी का तहखाना में हम लोग जल अभिषेक, हम लोग चारों बहनें हम लोग काशी की और हमारे वकील लोग सारे लोग मिलकर वहाँ पे हम लोग जाएंगे और बाबा का जल अभिषेक पूजा पाठ करेंगे।
That is the big update we're getting. You can see that how the Hindu side lawyers, all the petitioners, they're ecstatic right now. Remember, right after, we just saw a week back how history was made, the Ram Mandir was inaugurated. And right now we've seen that this fight has also been going on for years now about the Gyan Vapi. And of course, nobody can stop the truth about Gyan Vapi. We've seen ASI survey that just came out. The report was out. And how the Hindu side were extremely confident of the signs and symbols that were found there, the structures that were found there. And now remember, it's been 31 years that the puja was not allowed. Puja was disallowed in the premises, and now it's a big victory, as we just saw how petitioners were happy. And there has been a slew of litigations that were, of course, put up, that were submitted to court. And now it's a big update. And we just heard that Vishnu Shankar Jain, who is the advocate for the Hindu side, he had likened this, he had compared this with how the removal of restrictions on Hindu worship in Babri Masjid premises. Vishnu Shankar Jain, in fact, the man himself, is right now joining us on the phone line for more. Thank you so much for speaking to us, Mr. Vishnu Shankar Jain. And this, of course, is a big victory that is coming in right now. After, a week after Ram Mandir's inauguration, we see what's happening after 31 years, that the bhaks, the devotees, will get a chance to enter the complex and, in fact, conduct the puja.
Yes, you are absolutely right. Our state government, by misusing its powers without any written order, had stopped the puja part and worship of Hindu community in November 1993. And today that illegal act has been rectified by the Honorable District Court of Varanasi. And we are going to approach the District Administration Varanasi to immediately comply with the orders of the District Court, and the puja part must start immediately.
So you have also compared this while speaking to the media right after this, this order. You've likened this with the unlocking of the Babri complex in the 80s, and you're saying this is as historic as that. And in 7 days, we'll see the puja happening, sir. How soon and how do you see the process of the Gyan Vapi complex and the truth be uncovered? How rapid and how fast do we expect the results and this case to be resolved?
My legal opinion is that today's order stands on the same footing as to the order of Justice K.M. Pandey of 1st February 1986, wherein the locks were opened by the Honorable District Court of Hyderabad, and today this order stands on the same footing.
Right, Mr. Jain. Right. Absolutely. Thank you so much for joining us with your thoughts, and of course your reaction is extremely important. You've been at the forefront of this fight, and it's a big win, of course, for the Hindu side. We can see, viewers, to the left of your screens are those images that have come out after the survey. These are the important images that have come out to nail the Gyan Vapi truth. And now in 7 days we'll see that in 10 sealed cellars the devotees can in fact perform puja. After 31 years, this historic order has been given up, and we will expect this case to only now move in a faster pace, and that the Gyan Vapi truth is out. In other news now, ahead of the interim budget session, Prime Minister Modi emphasized the importance of Nari Shakti, saying that this interim budget would be a celebration of woman power. Remember, Nari Shakti Vandan Adhiniyam bill was passed during the first session of the new parliament, and now this budget session, of course, we do expect once again that women and women power will be in focus. Listening to Prime Minister Modi.
इस नए संसद भवन में जो पहला सत्र हुआ था, उसके आखिर में इस संसद ने एक बहुत ही गरिमापूर्ण फैसला लिया था, और वो फैसला था नारी शक्ति वंदन अधिनियम। और उसके बाद 26 जनवरी को भी हमने देखा किस प्रकार से देश ने कर्तव्य पथ पर नारी शक्ति के सामर्थ्य को, नारी शक्ति के शौर्य को, नारी शक्ति के संकल्प की शक्ति को अनुभव किया। और आज बजट सत्र का आरंभ हो रहा है, तब राष्ट्रपति द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी का मार्गदर्शन और कल निर्मला सीतारमण जी के द्वारा इनकेम बजट एक प्रकार से ये नारी शक्ति के साक्षात्कार का पर्व है।
Time for a short break, viewers. On the other side, ED summons Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal in wicket gate for a fifth time. Will he appear this time? It's a big question. And stand by for the most anticipated moment of the fiscal year with Arnav and India's #1 news team.
This is Republic Niva Bupa Studio, your one stop for all the breaking news updates, and I am Nikita Sahai. This is Republic Niva Bupa Studios, your one-stop destination for all the breaking news updates, and I am Shivangi Shukla.
This is Republic Niva Bupa Studio.
राष्ट्रपति जी ने जो कहा कि 2047 में हम लोग रहे या ना रहें, लेकिन भारत जब 2047 में आज़ादी के 100 साल मनाएगा तो हम विश्व गुरु होंगे, हम विकसित राष्ट्र होंगे, हम नंबर 1 इकोनॉमी होंगे, हम सुपर पावर होंगे। ये जिम्मेदारी भारत के युवाओं पर है, जिसकी नींव नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने अपने 10 साल के कार्यकाल में रखने का काम किया है।
पिछले 10 सालों में मौजूदा सरकार के द्वारा नए भारत की जो आधारशिला रखी गई है, उसका पूरा प्रारूप महामहिम राष्ट्रपति जी के द्वारा पेश किया गया है। एक नए विकसित भारत की ओर मजबूती से बढ़ते हुए कदमों को उनके अभिभाषण में दर्शाया गया है। ऐसे में मैं मानता हूं कि राष्ट्रपति जी का अभिभाषण हर क्षेत्र को एड्रेस करते हुए सरकार की हर योजनाओं की जानकारी देने वाला पूर्ण भाषण है।
नरेंद्र मोदी जी सरकार देश के हर पहल पर जो काम किया है, देश के जनता के सामने कुल्लम कुल्ला रखे हैं और आंकड़े के साथ रखे हैं। जो हर तरफ भारत जो विकसित हो रहे, विकसित भारत बनाने के जो रास्ते पे आगे बढ़ रहे, इस देखने के बाद जो अभी भी विपक्ष के लोग क्रिटिसाइज करना, उनका अभी आने वाले दिन में जो कुछ लोग पार्लियामेंट के अंदर है वो लोग भी नहीं आएंगे, ये स्थिति है।
पिछले वर्षों में जो सरकार ने काम किया है, मोदी सरकार ने जिस तरह से देश और देश के लोगों के लिए काम किया, उसके परिणाम स्वरूप न केवल आज देश में जीवन जीने की सुविधाएं बढ़ी हैं, देश विकसित हुआ है, पूरी दुनिया में भारत का सम्मान भी बढ़ा है और इस दृष्टि से निरंतर हमारा देश प्रगति के रास्ते पर बढ़ रहा है और 2047 में मोदी जी का जो संकल्प है कि हमारा देश एक विकसित राष्ट्र बने, उस तरफ हम बढ़ रहे हैं।
राष्ट्रपति जी का जो अभिभाषण अंदर हुआ, ये सब में रोजगार का एक शब्द भी नहीं है। रोजगार कितने बढ़ाएंगे, कितने दिलाएंगे, सरकारी नौकरियों में कब भर्ती होगी, इसका कोई उसमें जिक्र नहीं है।
ये राष्ट्रपति जी का भाषण है, सब अब उन्होंने अपनी पीठ थपथपाई, क्या हुआ क्या नहीं हुआ सबको मालूम है। देश उन्होंने ना तो मणिपुर का जिक्र करा, मणिपुर में क्या हुआ, उन्होंने न किसानों का जिक्र करा कि किसान कैसे बर्बाद हो गए, और बल्कि उल्टा ये कह दिया कि खाद सस्ती हो गई, खाद कहीं और ज़्यादा महंगी है। बड़े कंट्रोवर्शियल उनका स्टेटमेंट्स हैं, क्योंकि राष्ट्रपति के स्टेटमेंट्स हैं, तो हम इसमें क्या कह सकते हैं।
I think it is unfortunate that the reality of the Indian economy was suppressed, much like the real verdict in the Chandigarh mayor elections. The reality of the Indian economy, the high unemployment, the high inflation was suppressed. The reality of our society, that people are living in distress in Manipur, people are living in distress in Jammu Kashmir. There is still a law and order situation in both these regions. That was suppressed.
Hello and welcome to a special segment on India's budget history. Let's take a look into some fascinating records that mark the evolution of India's financial planning. In a historic moment on April 7, 1860, the inaugural budget of India was presented by Scottish economist James Wilson, representing the East India Company. This budget marked the introduction of income tax, a significant revenue source for the government to this day. Fast forward to post-independence India, and on November 26, 1947, R.K. Shanmugham Chetty, the finance minister at the time, presented the nation's first budget. A linguistic shift took place in 1955. The Congress government decided to print budget documents in both Hindi and English, making them accessible to a wider audience. Delving into political legacies, Morarji Desai, the former Prime Minister, holds the record for presenting the most budget proposals in India's history. During his tenure as Finance Minister from 1962 to 1969, he presented a record of 10 budgets, setting a benchmark for subsequent leaders. The shortest budget speech in Indian history was presented by Hirobhai Murjibhai Patel in 1977 during the Morarji Desai government. His concise speech consisted of just 800 words. Over the years, the Union budget presentation has seen some changes in timing and language. Until 1999, the budget was presented at 5 p.m. on the last working day of February. Yashwant Sinha altered this tradition, moving the timing to 11 a.m. In terms of word count, the record for the lengthiest budget speech goes to Manmohan Singh, who in 1991 used a staggering 18,604 words during the annual financial presentation. Cut to 2019, Nirmala Sitharaman broke away from a century-old Bahi Khata tradition during her maiden budget presentation. Instead, she opted for a red silk bag adorned with the national emblem to carry the budget documents. This move has been widely praised as a significant step in shedding the colonial era tradition. Interestingly, Nirmala Sitharaman became the second woman to present the budget, doing so in 2019 for the fiscal year 1970-71. These milestones showcase the rich and dynamic history of India's budgetary process. Within just around a decade of joining politics, Nirmala Sitharaman etched her name in the records by delivering the longest budget speech in Indian history. On February 1st in 2020, she spoke for an impressive 2 hours and 42 minutes during the presentation of the Union Budget for 2020-21. Lastly, amid the challenges posed by the COVID-19 pandemic, the budget for 2021-22 marked a historical digital transformation, becoming the first entirely digital budget presentation in independent India.
This is Republic Viva Bupa Studios, your one-stop destination for all the breaking news updates, and I am Shivangi Shukla. This is Republic Viva Bupa Studio, your one-stop for all the breaking news updates, and I am Nikita Sahai.
Republic Viva Bupa Studio, your one stop for all the breaking updates. I am Rakshita Mishra. Samajwadi Party Congress seat sharing talks hit a deadlock. Is Akhilesh next to dump the Indi? Under lens for land scam, ED team quizzes Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren in Ranchi. ED summons Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal in the liquor gate for a fifth time. Will he appear this time? Big development in the Gyan Vapi case. Court allows the Hindu side to offer prayers at the Gyan Vapi complex. A day
पर सिर्फ नकारात्मकता, पूर्णम, शरारतपूर्ण व्यवहार, ये जो किया होगा उनको शायद ही कोई याद करे।
A day ahead of the budget, Prime Minister wants the opposition of ruckus, calls for parliamentary behaviour. And stand by for the most anticipated moment of their fiscal year with All Now by India's #1 news team. Now in Ranchi, a team of at least 9 ED officials are currently questioning Hemant Soren at his residence. The team has reached his residence. It reached around 1 p.m. to record the statement in a money laundering case linked to an alleged land scam. And now this comes 2 days after the ED conducted 10-hour-long searches at his residence in the national capital and a day after a luxury car and mega cash stash was seized by the central agency. क्या कह रहे हो आप? एक मिनट. Official viewers are at Soren's house right now, and after a long game of cat and mouse, we've seen he's been evading the ED team for quite some time now, and there has been a lot of speculation that is he going to be arrested. In fact, now we're getting some more breaking developments, and what we're getting to know is that Hemant Soren has in fact filed an FIR in Delhi. Now, this is the big update we have right now. He has filed an FIR against the ED. So this is the big update. And remember, he has filed the case, the FIR at SC/ST police station. And this over ED searches at Soren's Delhi residence. So let me just clarify for you that this has been filed at the police station in Ranchi, SC/ST police station in Ranchi, against the ED officials. This is the big update we're getting to know right now. This as ED continues to question him on the land scam case. My colleague Prakash is live with us on the broadcast. From Prakash, what we understand is that as Hemant Soren is being questioned, he has filed an FIR against ED officials at the SC/ST police station. What is the complaint about?
Yes, Hemant Soren has lodged a complaint with the SC/ST police station in Ranchi against his alleged atrocities by the ED and the ED action against him in Delhi. That is what the official complaint. Now, the point is, Hemant Soren is trying to take the ED officials head on, as it was done by Mamata Banerjee a few years back in West Bengal. If the ED authorities takes any punitive action against him, suppose if they try to arrest him or detain him, then I think that it's a preemptive measure by Hemant Soren and a precautionary measure by Hemant Soren to retaliate. And since he is the Chief Minister of Jharkhand, the police officials belong to the Jharkhand government on his direction, and the Home Ministry is also under him. So on one direction, the complaint letter can be converted into FIR, and very soon the police can swing into action and arrest the ED authorities as well. So this is part of a precautionary and a preemptive measure, as it was done by Mamata Banerjee when there was a tussle between the state police and the agencies. So meanwhile, in this particular premises, ED authorities questioning Hemant Soren, and it's been a long hour of questioning ever since they have arrived at around 1:30. The questioning began. Now it is around 4 o'clock. The questioning is still on, and it will continue on for another 3-4 hours more, most likely, in the land scam, in which it is alleged that at the behest of Hemant Soren, a plot of land was registered to a private people in Ranchi, and on the basis of a confessional statement that it was alleged that Hemant Soren had directed the then DC of Ranchi, Chavi Ranjan, to register that plot of government land which is illegal, and various other incriminating documents were also recovered from the registry office in Ranchi. So all those evidences have been put forward before Hemant Soren, and corroborative evidences have also been put forward before Hemant Soren, and the questionnaire have been prepared in such a way that the ED manages to get anything out of it, and so they can frame Hemant Soren. Back to you.
Right, of course, as you just said, Prakash, that it has been going on for quite some time now. It has been going on for hours. But do you expect this questioning to end anytime soon? And also, for the benefit of our viewers who have just tuned in, tell us more details about what major angles that the ED will be, probing upon. What are the major, the key points which could be quite challenging for Hemant Soren to answer?
Yes, the key points are: one, that at whose behest the government land was sold to a private person. Were you involved in the selling and purchase of the land? Also, as claimed, did Hemant Soren direct the then DC Chavi Ranjan, who is under judicial custody, who is in jail at the moment, to get the plot registered? On what basis? Since Hemant Soren runs the government here, and on what basis the government land was registered in the name of Vishnu Agarwal, a private reality estate business owner who also served jail sentence in this particular case, and on what basis the money laundering was done? So all these questions would be asked to Hemant Soren, and various of other a series of questions pertaining to mining lease as well, and all those charges would be clubbed together, and then the ED would like to get some answers from Hemant Soren, because it's all based on corroborative evidences, and the proceeds of the crime are interlinked to each other, whether be the land scam case or the mining scam in which Hemant Soren is an accused, and he has already been questioned by the ED officials several times in the past, and also pertaining to the 36 lakhs of cash recovery that was made by the ED from a vehicle in his Delhi residence. So all these questions would be asked by the ED. Back to you.
Right. All right. Thanks so much, Prakash, for joining us with those details. We'll keep coming back to you for more as ED's questioning is still underway at Hemant Soren's residence. And right now, viewers, we are moving on to some other news. Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar has accused Rahul Gandhi of taking fake credit for conducting the Bihar caste census after the latter claimed, that is Rahul Gandhi claimed, that it was the Congress and the RJD who had pushed Nitish to conduct the survey. Listen to what Nitish Kumar had to say as he hits back at Rahul Gandhi.
इससे बढ़कर के कोई फालतू चीज है? आपका सेंसस कब हुआ? आप जानते नहीं, आप भूल गए? आप बोलिए ना, हम तो 9 पार्टियों को बैठा करके किए। और आप जानते हैं, आपको अच्छी बात है, 19 में और 20 में पूरे असेंबली में, काउंसिल में, सब जगह हम ये बात कहते थे। अब 2021 प्रधानमंत्री से भी मिलने गए और उनको भी कहा, तो वो तो उनको कह दिए कि चलिए अभी तो हम लोग कुछ नहीं करेंगे, बाद में हमको हो गया था एक इनडायरेक्टली कि चलिए अपना करिए। तो हमने सबको बुलाया, तो हमने किया जी। उस समय तो अपोजिशन दूसरे तरफ था, उन लोगों को भी कहे थे, ले भी गए थे। और क्या होना चाहिए ये आप अच्छी तरह नहीं जानते हैं? कितने लोग किस काम को करेंगे वो सब मेरा किया हुआ है ना जी। तो कोई अपना क्रेडिट झूठे लेता रहता है। आज जितना काम किए, जितनी बहाली किए हैं, ये सब हमारा 7 निश्चय 2 महीने किया हुआ है और उसी के चलते कर रहे थे। कोई अपना क्लेम करता है, छोड़िए ना ये सब करना।
Now, big development in the Gyanvapi case. A Varanasi court has allowed the Hindu side to worship, that is, the devotees to worship inside the sealed basement of Gyanvapi complex. And as per the court order, Hindu devotees can now offer prayers at the Vyasji ka Tehkhana, a sealed area. It's a sealed basement inside this complex. This is, of course, a big victory for the Hindu side, as there is no stopping the Gyanvapi truth viewers. Take a listen to what Hindu side lawyers, the petitioners, had to say.
देखिए, काशी विश्वनाथ ट्रस्ट को भगवान की कैसे पूजा पाठ हो, इसके लिए कोई आदेश की जरूरत नहीं होती है। उनको पता हो भगवान पूजा पाठ हो क्या विधि हो। देखिए, वहाँ पे वही मैं बता रहा हूँ, उसकी लिटिगेशंस में वो काशी विश्वनाथ ट्रस्ट डिसाइड करेगा। हमारा जो लीगल काम था, वो लीगल काम हमने पूरा किया। अब काशी विश्वनाथ ट्रस्ट के ऊपर है कि उसकी पूजा पाठ स्टार्ट। तो 7 दिन के अंदर ही पूजा शुरू हो जाएगी। 7 दिन के अंदर पूजा। कोर्ट ने तय कर दिया 7 दिन के अंदर। जी, कोर्ट ने अपना आदेश नहीं लिखा। जो कोर्ट का आदेश है, मैं आपको वही बता रहा हूँ। सभी को जाने की अनुमति होगी जी, सारे लोगों को, भक्तों को, पुजारी को, सारे लोगों को जाने की अनुमति। जो भी काशी विश्वनाथ मंदिर में दर्शन करने जाते हैं, वो सारे लोग अब जा सकते हैं? जी बिल्कुल 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 जा सकते हैं। तो एक बड़ी बात होगी, एक बड़ी बात है कि जहाँ पर मैं ये कहना चाहता हूँ,
ठीक है, ग्रामीण विकास, रूरल डेवलपमेंट, अर्बन डेवलपमेंट एंड स्कूल एजुकेशन, इन तीनों डिपार्टमेंट को अगर आप गौर फरमाइएगा, इन तीनों नामों पर 2 डिपार्टमेंट ऐसे हैं जिनमें करप्शन के चार्जेस बीते दिनों में सबसे ज्यादा टीएमसी के ऊपर आया है। इवन एक्स एजुकेशन मिनिस्टर ऑफ द स्टेट इज प्रेजेंटली अंडर द बिहाइंड द बार। अभी जेल के अंदर है हमारे एजुकेशन मिनिस्टर, एक्स एजुकेशन मिनिस्टर। और रूरल डेवलपमेंट में MGNREGS का पैसा केंद्र सरकार रोकने के लिए बाध्य हुआ है, क्योंकि ये हालत है एक्चुअल में। और आप जानते हैं कि यूसी नहीं देने का मतलब है कि आप फ्रॉड किए हैं, इस पे आप पे, इस एंगल पे आप पे उंगली उठती है। ये जानने के बावजूद ममता बनर्जी ने यूटिलाइजेशन सर्टिफिकेट नहीं दिया, और आगे आने वाले समय में आपको हम डॉक्यूमेंट भी दे देंगे ईयर वाइज, कितने कौन से साल में कितना पैसे का उन्होंने यूटिलाइजेशन सर्टिफिकेट देने के लिए मना किया। आप जानते हैं, सरकार के कामकाज चलाने के लिए कभी कभी कुछ बजट के अलावा कुछ फंड, जिसे हम कॉन्टीजेंट फंड या कॉन्टीजेंसी फंड बोलते हैं, सरकार से एडवांस लेके काम होता है, पैसा लेके, ट्रेजरी से पैसा लेके उस फंड से काम होता है। और उसके बाद पश्चिम बंगाल की जो फाइनेंस रूल है वो कहता है कि आप पैसा लेके ट्रेजरी से काम करिए, कॉन्टीजेंट फंड से, और 1 महीने के अंदर आपको बिल देना है, डीसी बिल जिसे बोलते हैं, कि डिटेल कॉन्टीजेंट बिल्स, जिसे इन ब्रीफ डीसी बिल बोलते हैं। लेकिन आप आश्चर्य हो जाएंगे, ममता बनर्जी जो क्लेम करती है कि वो सरकारी पैसा, एक भी पैसा सैलरी के नहीं लेती, उनकी सरकार 2018 से अभी तक, मतलब 21 तक, 21 के मार्च तक एक भी डीसी बिल जमा नहीं किया। पैसा कितना? 3,400 करोड़ इमरजेंसी फंड। ये पैसा किसका है? जनता की खून पसीने की कमाई है, टैक्स की पैसा है। उस पैसे का, और ये कॉन्टीजेंसी फंड याद रखिए, ये फाइनेंस रूल बोलता है कि जब इमरजेंसी हो तभी इस फंड का यूटिलाइजेशन करना है, अदरवाइज इस फंड का यूटिलाइजेशन नहीं करते। लेकिन 3,400 करोड़ जनता की खून पसीने की कमाई की पैसा, ये पैसा खर्च हो गया कॉन्टीजेंट फंड में। अभी तक मतलब 18 से 21 तक ममता बनर्जी की ट्रेजरी ने यूटिलाइजेशन सर्टिफिकेट जमा नहीं किया, और ये पैसा कहां गया, किसके पास गया, मालूम नहीं। और सबसे आश्चर्यजनक बात है, यानी सबसे गौर करने के वाली बात है कि ये फंड का, ये कॉन्टीजेंसी फंड का 1/3, 3,400 करोड़ का लगभग 1/3, 1,169 मतलब 1169 करोड़ रुपीस जो खर्च हुआ है कॉन्टीजेंट फंड में, वो होम मिनिस्ट्री से हुआ है। होम मिनिस्ट्री मतलब हु इज द होम मिनिस्टर ऑफ द स्टेट? ममता बनर्जी हरसेल्फ। ममता बनर्जी खुद जिस डिपार्टमेंट की मिनिस्टर है, वहां से इस कॉन्टीजेंट फंड का 18 से लेकर 21 के मार्च तक 1,169 करोड़ रुपीस पैसा खर्चा हो गया, लेकिन 3 साल में एक भी डीसी बिल सबमिट नहीं किया गया। आप जानते हैं कि ममता बनर्जी अपनी सरकार की पैसे को खुद की पैसा समझती है। उनको लगता है कि पैसा उनकी जमींदारी की पैसा है। इस पैसा के यूटिलाइज करने के लिए एक अनोखे किस्म का अकाउंट पश्चिम बंगाल में यूटिलाइज हो रहा है, जो कैग ने देखा। वो है, बोलते उनको नाम दिया गया पर्सनल लेजर्स और पर्सनल अकाउंट्स, और ए पब्लिक मनी इस पर्सनल अकाउंट्स और पर्सनल लेजर, इनके नाम से किस विषय में खर्चा किया गया, ये पीडी डिपॉजिट जीते बोलते हैं, ये किस विषय में खर्चा किया गया किसी को पता नहीं। और जानते हैं कि पश्चिम बंगाल में, आप सबको पता होगा, पश्चिम बंगाल की जो फाइनेंस रूल है, वेस्ट बंगाल ट्रेजरी रूल जिसे बोलता जाता है, पीडी अकाउंट्स इसलिए खोला जाता है कि किसी प्रोजेक्ट का काम चल रहा है, उस प्रोजेक्ट का पैसा आप पीडी अकाउंट्स में काम के लिए ले जा सकते हैं, और काम खत्म होते होते फाइनेंशियल ईयर एंड हो तक वो फंड जो आप पीडी अकाउंट में कंसोलिडेटरी फंड से लेके गए हैं, वो फिर से वापस उस कंसोलिडेटरी फंड में चले आना चाहिए। लेकिन देखा जा रहा है कि 31 मार्च 2021 को जो कंसोलिडेटेड फंड में वापस आना था अमाउंट, पीडी अकाउंट में अगर ले भी जाते हैं आप, लेकिन देखा जा रहा है कि लगभग पूरे स्टेट में 160 ऐसे पीडी अकाउंट्स है, पीडी लेजर है, जिसमें 3,465 करोड़ रुपया पड़ा हुआ है, जो टोटल वायलेशन ऑफ फाइनेंस रूल है, और ये पब्लिक मनी है। और पब्लिक मनी पड़े रहने का मतलब जनता की पैसा लूटे जाने की कोशिश है, लूटने की कोशिश है। और अगर एक कैग रिपोर्ट्स को ध्यान से देखा जाए, पैसा लूटने के लिए हर जगह पे ममता बनर्जी की सरकार के द्वारा कोशिश किया गया, और एक कैग रिपोर्ट ममता सरकार के मुंह पर एक तमाचा है।
In other news, Guwahati Customs seized 103 gold biscuits at the Indo-Bhutan border near Daranga. In Assam, foreign currency with a value of 2.27 lakh rupees and rupees 1.12 lakhs rupees were also seized. 3 people have been arrested in connection with the case. A vehicle and one Himachal Road Transport Corporation bus got stuck near the south portal of ATM, in which 300 tourists were travelling. Kulu SP Sakshi Verma stated that all tourists have been evacuated from ATR. A Officials from Germany paid a visit to India along with their delegation and visited Don Bosco Technical Institute. German Secretary of State at the Federal Foreign Office, Susan Baumann, says that the country needed well-trained workers and is opening its arms to young skilled professionals from India in the field of technology, IT and medical science.
India is a really great country and has a lot of potential, and Germany has really modernized his immigration legislation in order to repeat to the German labor market needs. And so we look at India for different sectors and to find
Lok Sabha has revoked the suspension of 3 opposition members who were initially suspended during the winter session of the parliament. These leaders face suspension for violating the rules during the session, and their case was referred to the Privileges Committee. Now, a total of 146 members, unprecedented in number, were suspended from both the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha for similar reasons. Several passengers were injured after a tragic bus accident occurred in Madhya Pradesh. Dr. Anil Aud, who is the civil surgeon, says that they received information about the accident and the condition of 3 passengers were critical. They were referred to another hospital for better treatment. Was on the other side. Samajwadi Party Congress seat sharing talks are hitting a deadlock. Is Akhilesh Yadav next to dump the Indi? And stand by for the most anticipated moment of the fiscal year with all Northern India's #1 news team. Only on Republic TV. Stay Republic Niva Bhupa Studio. Your one stop for all the breaking updates. I am Rakshita Mishra.
This is Republic Niva Bhupa Studio, your one stop for all the breaking news updates, and I am Nikita Sahai. This is Republic Niva Bhupa Studios, your one stop destination for all the breaking news updates, and I am Shivangi Shukla.
as the nation awaits the presentation of the interim budget on the 1st of February, all eyes are now on Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, who is expected to unveil a series of tax relief measures. The interim budget comes months ahead of the big Lok Sabha elections and holds significance for the common man, particularly the salaried class and the senior citizens. It's a detailed report on the expectations of the common man.
As the clock ticks down to the big interim budget, the common man's expectations are reaching a crescendo. With the burden of inflation and rising prices having to be borne, the common man is awaiting the big budget with hopeful eyes. From a potential reduction in taxes to an extension of the concessional tax regime, the common man is hopeful of a relief on the taxation front. The income tax slab is another area of keen interest, with many hoping that the revision could lead to a reduced tax liabilities or an expansion of income brackets. The state of infrastructure across the country is also a significant concern. From better roads to improved public transportation, citizens are hoping that the budget will address their essential needs. It's indeed a wish list that mirrors the hopes of millions, and with merely hours to go, the salaried class is eagerly waiting to see how their concerns and aspirations will be addressed in the interim budget. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
This is Republic Niva Bupa Studios, your one-stop destination for all the breaking news updates, and I am Shivangi Shukla.
This is Republic Niva Bupa Studio, your one stop for all the breaking updates. I am Rakshita Mishra.
This is Republic Niva Bupa Studios, your one-stop destination for all the breaking news updates, and I am Shivangi Shukla. This is Republic Diva Bupa Studio, your one stop for all the breaking news updates, and I am Nikita Sahai.
Samajwadi Party Congress seat sharing talks to the deadlock. Is Akhilesh next to dump the India alliance? Under scanner in the land scam, ED quizzing Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren in Ranchi. ED summons Delhi Chief Minister Kejriwal in liquor gate for a fifth time. Will he appear this time? Big development in the Gyanvapi case. Court allows the Hindu side to offer prayers at the Gyanvapi complex. Day ahead of budget, Prime Minister warns opposition of ruckus, calls for parliamentary behaviour. And stand by for the most anticipated moment of the fiscal year with Team Arda, India's #1 news team on Budget Day Live. Getting some breaking news on top of the hour of Hemant Soren's questioning. The Jharkhand Chief Minister was missing for over 30 hours, was absconding, finally appeared in Ranchi, and after ducking and dodging, he's been questioned by the Enforcement Directorate. And we're getting in some more breaking news that during the questioning, as per sources, Hemant Soren denying that the luxury cars that were seized belonged to him. Getting in more details of the questioning. The team reached his residence around 1 p.m. to record the statement in the money laundering case linked to the alleged land scam. Comes 2 days after the Enforcement Directorate conducted 10-hour-long searches at his residence in the national capital, and a day after a luxury car and cash dash exceeding 30 lakh rupees was found at his Delhi residence. Prakash, my colleague, joining us with the details. Prakash, focus on whether he will now be arrested. Prakash.
इलेक्ट्रॉनिक मीडिया द्वारा व्यापक कवरेज से यह स्पष्ट है कि उपरोक्त नामित व्यक्तियों ने
Well, Niranjan, the questioning is being done, and I think as a part of the precautionary and a preemptive measure, Hemant Soren has lodged an FIR in the SC/ST police station in Ranchi on the ED for harassing him continuously, and the ED action that was unwarranted. He has lodged a complaint against Mr. Kapil Raj, Mr. Devrat Jha, Mr. Anupam Kumar, Mr. Aman Patel, and unknown others in the Ranchi Zonal Office in the Ranchi police station. And he says that when I came to Ranchi, I saw the electronic and digital media and also the print media on 30th of this month, the action of our officers who have conducted search, and they made a selective leak pertaining to the cash recovery in a BMW car. He said in the statement that the BMW car does not belong to him, and the cash also does not belong to him. They have been continuously harassing him. Now, if you look at this FIR, Niranjan, a similar case had happened in West Bengal when there was a direct confrontation between the West Bengal police and the CBI officials, and similarly a similar case happened with Aam Aadmi Party's Arvind Kejriwal as well. So maybe taking a cue from both those incidences, Hemant Soren may have lodged a FIR in the SC/ST police station in consultation with his lawyer, so that if the ED tries to arrest or detain him, then similarly the Jharkhand police can also reach his residence and arrest the ED officials. Maybe that would be a part of the game plan. I'm just assuming this, but as far as the investigation is concerned, in this Ranchi residence, I'll ask my camera person to pan the residence. You can see the security personnel deployed here, and 144 have been imposed here so that nobody enters into this area, and a quarter of 100 meters have been made. So the questioning is being done, and the questioning is pertaining to the land scam, and the questions pertains to whether or not Hemant Soren directed the then Deputy Commissioner Chavi Ranjan to get the plot of land registered in a private person's name, and that to a government land, which was illegal. A confessional statement was made by one of the officials in registry office during the course of the raid and the seizures that were made. He had confessed that on the direction of the Chief Minister, the certain plot of land was registered. So that tantamounts to misuse of the office of the Chief Minister. So all these questions are being asked to Hemant Soren, and maybe the interrogation will go on for another 2-3 hours more, I guess, because last time, a couple of weeks back, the investigation had continued for 8-9 hours. So news tightening on Hemant Soren in a big way, and retaliatory action also being taken against the ED by filing an FIR against the ED officials, named FIR in fact against the officials, and the copy of which we have with Republic TV here, and I think that this is a preemptive and precautionary measure and retaliatory action against the ED officials in case the ED officials tries to arrest him. But it looks unlikely in the given political circumstances the ED officials will arrest him today, because there are certain protocols related to the arrest of a Chief Minister, and we had similarly, it has happened in the past when Lalu Prasad was the Chief Minister of United Bihar. He was arrested when he was charge-sheeted in the forgery scam in 1996 by his own government, and has made Ravi Devi the Chief Minister of Bihar. Similarly, he speaks for Kalpana Soren, the wife of Hemant Soren, and it has been agreed upon unanimously by the alliance partners. The signatures have been made despite opposition from Hemant Soren's eldest brother's wife, Sita Soren, who happens to be an MLA. They have the numbers, but that is not a problem. But we'll have to wait and watch how things unfolds, and the questioning to be over, and after that what kind of action is taken. So it's a retaliatory action by Hemant Soren by filing an FIR against the ED officials. Back to you.
What is your sense? Prakash, about this counter FIR that he's got filed? What are the implications of that? What's his game there?
Well, I just said, Niranjan, the game is a precautionary and a retaliatory action to have a confrontation with the ED officials, and of course, once the ED officials, if at all they decide to arrest him, then the central paramilitary forces will have to be enforced and put into action, because the state machinery and the state police belongs to the Jharkhand Chief Minister. So as a part of the move, the SC/ST, the case has been lodged in SC/ST for harassing Hemant Soren without any reason. That's what he has level the charges in the FIR, and if at all this kind of situation arises, then he can direct his police, because Hemant Soren at the same time is the Home Minister of Jharkhand as well, and then there can be a confrontation with the agencies as well as the paramilitary forces if at all they are deployed to arrest him. But I think it looks unlikely that he would be arrested, but we are keeping a close watch on the developments as well as the investigations and interrogation here at the CM's residence in Ranchi, with Hemant Soren in this residence being questioned for the past 4 hours or so. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Prakash. Joining us with the details. Hemant Soren being questioned, we're picking up some details. He's also filed a counter FIR. We'll go across and get you more details of that. Let's quickly get you a quick news report ahead of the budget being tabled in this election year. Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar, while addressing the Parliament, lauded the NDA government, acknowledging that Ram Mandir was now a reality, also saying that doubts regarding Article 370 are now history.
Honorable members, for centuries there was an aspiration to construct the Ram Mandir. Today it is a reality. There were doubts regarding the removal of Article 370 from Jammu and Kashmir. Those are now history. Today we have forex reserves in excess of $600 billion. Today, India is the world's second largest producer of mobile phones. Today, every Indian feels proud on seeing the country's indigenous aircraft carrier INS Vikrant. Another significant reform of my government is the creation of Digital India. Digital India has made life and business much easier in India. Honorable members, my government believes that the grand edifice of Viksit Bharat will be erected on 4 strong pillars. These pillars are youth power, women power, farmer and poor. My government is working at every level to strengthen Nari Shakti. This year's Republic Parade was also dedicated to women empowerment. My government has enlarged the role of daughters everywhere in water, land, sky and space. My government is laying stress on making farming more profitable. Our aim is to reduce the cost of farming while increasing profits. Under the PM Kisan Samman Nidhi scheme, farmers have received over 2,80,000 crore rupees so far.
A big development in the Gyanvapi case. A Varanasi court has now allowed Hindus to offer prayers at the basement of the sealed Gyanvapi complex. It's a big win. This is exactly what the Hindu side had been pleading in the contentious Gyanvapi site, where the fight and the argument has been that the mosque was constructed over a temple. The ASI report also made that conclusion. Hindus can now pray inside the basement. There's a timeline set for that. Within 7 days perhaps it will be allowed. Here's a report.
देखिए काशी विश्वनाथ ट्रस्ट को भगवान की कैसे पूजा पाठ हो, इसके लिए कोई आदेश की जरूरत नहीं होती है, उनको पता होता है भगवान पूजा पाठ क्या विधि हो। देखिए वहाँ पे वही मैं बता रहा हूँ, उसकी नीति की रेंज में वो काशी विश्वनाथ ट्रस्ट डिसाइड करेगा। हमारा जो लीगल काम था, वो लीगल काम हमने पूरा किया, अब काशी से ट्रस्ट पेपर है कि उसकी पूजा पाठ स्टार्ट।
तो 7 दिन के अंदर ही पूजा शुरू हो जाएगी?
7 दिन के अंदर पूजा।
कोर्ट ने तय कर दिया 7 दिन के अंदर?
जी, कोर्ट ने अपना आदेश नहीं लिखा। तो जो कोर्ट का आदेश है मैं आपको वही बता रहा हूँ।
सभी को जाने की अनुमति होगी?
जी, सारे लोगों को, भक्तों को, पुजारी को, सारे लोगों को जाने की अनुमति।
जो भी काशी विश्वनाथ मंदिर में दर्शन करने जाते हैं वो सारे लोग अब जा सकते हैं?
जी बिल्कुल 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 जा सकते हैं।
तो एक बड़ी बात होगी, बड़ी बात है कि यहाँ पर
मैं ये कहना चाहता हूँ जो जस्टिस के.एम. पांडे ने राम मंदिर में 1 फरवरी 1986 को ताला खोलने का आदेश दिया था, मैं आज के इस ऑर्डर को उसी की तुलना में देखता हूँ। ये इस केस का टर्निंग पॉइंट है, बहुत ऐतिहासिक ऑर्डर है। और जो एक सरकार ने अपनी पावर का दुरुपयोग करते हुए हिंदू समाज की पूजा पाठ रोकी थी, आज कोर्ट ने उसको अपनी कलम से रेक्टिफाई किया है और वहां पे पूजा पाठ के आदेश।
रोकने का कोई लिखित आदेश नहीं?
रोकने का कोई लिखित आदेश नहीं था। आज भी कोई रिटर्न ऑर्डर किसी भी गवर्नमेंट के पास नहीं है कि वहां पे पूजा पाठ कैसे रोकी गई।
तो अब माना जाए कि स्वामित्व के अधिकार के पहला चरण है?
ये बिल्कुल पहला चरण है और बहुत जल्दी लीगल केस हम पूरा करेंगे और केस जीतेंगे।
अब ये बहुत हर्ष का विषय है, हम लोग के लिए माइलस्टोन है। जो हम लोग की मांग थी कि 93 तक जो पूजा पाठ होता था उसको पुनः बहाल किया जाए, माननीय कोर्ट ने हमारी मांग को मानते हुए जिलाधिकारी को, जो रिसीवर हैं, उनको आदेशित कर दिया है कि आप इसमें पुनः जो है पूजा पाठ और धार्मिक क्रियाएं जो है करवाइए, ऐसा उन्होंने जिलाधिकारी को आदेश कर दिया है। यानी ये बहुत बड़ी सफलता है। 1993 तक जो हमारा पूजा पाठ था उसको पुनः चालू करना, ये हमारे पक्ष का एक बहुत बड़ा विजय है। ये
कितना बड़ा टर्निंग पॉइंट होगा?
ये बहुत बड़ा टर्निंग पॉइंट है।
भैया हम लोग बहुत खुश है कि हम लोग को पूजा पाठ का अधिकार हम लोग को मिल गया और हम लोग यही हम लोग की सीढ़ी है। हम लोग तहखाना वजू खाना में हम लोग का अधिकार मिल गया। अब इससे हम लोग शिवलिंग तक जा सकते हैं, मेन शिवलिंग तक हम लोग जा सकते हैं, वजू खाना में हम लोग जा सकते हैं।
7 दिन के भीतर पूजा करनी है। पूजा को लेकर तैयारियां वो प्रशासन को लेकर निर्देश दिए गए।
अरे तो इसीलिए हम लोग करेंगे ना, हम लोग खुद अपने हाथ से ले जाकर वहाँ पे स्थापित करेंगे। और ब्याज जी का तहखाना में हम लोग जल अभिषेक, हम लोग चारों बहनें हम लोग काशी की और हमारे वकील लोग सारे लोग मिलकर वहाँ पे हम लोग जाएंगे और बाबा का जल अभिषेक पूजा पाठ करेंगे।
Taking a short break here on Republic TV, coming back with details of the India Alliance. Another fiction within the Alliance, Akhilesh Yadav on the verge of a split over seat sharing. Enforcement Directorate has summoned Delhi Chief Minister Kejriwal in Liquor Gate for a 5th time. Will he appear?
This is Republic Diva Bupa Studios, your one-stop destination for all the breaking news updates, and I am Shivangi Shukla. This is Republic Diva Bupa Studio, your one-stop for all the breaking news updates, and I am Nikita Sahai.
Republic Niva Bhupa studio. Your one stop for all the breaking updates. I am Rakshita Mishra.
This is Republic Niva Bhupa studio, your one stop for all the breaking news updates, and I am Nikita Sahai. This is Republic Niva Bhupa studios, your one stop destination for all the breaking news updates, and I am Shivangi Shukla.
Ranchi court has allowed the Hindu petitioners in the Gyanvapi dispute to offer prayers in the Gyanvapi basement. Hindu pujas will begin in 7 days from now. District administration has been directed to make the arrangements. In view of the Enforcement Directorate questioning of Hemant Soren, the Jharkhand Chief Minister, the government there has constituted a 3-member team headed by the Secretary, Finance Department to ensure law and order in the state. Hemant Soren has been summoned for questioning in connection with the money laundering case linked to an alleged land scam. On the 5th ED summons to Delhi Chief Minister and Aam Aadmi Party leader Arvind Kejriwal, party's Priyanka Kakkar labelling all previous summons against Kejriwal as illegal, saying that Aam Aadmi Party's legal team is studying the new summon, will take action accordingly. Responding to Chandigarh Mayor's re-election demand, Punjab Advocate General Gurvinder Singh Hari said that the writ petition has been filed against tampering, fraud in election process by presiding officers, adding that the court has issued notices to the Union Territory Administration, Police, the elected mayor and the presiding authority to appear before it on the 26th of February. Ahead of the upcoming Lok Sabha elections, West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee held a Padyatra in the northern parts of the state. Trinamool Congress supporters carrying flags, raising slogans. During the Yatra, Mamata also launched many government services initiatives of the government of Bengal during this Yatra. Passengers on an Indigo flight travelling from Delhi to Diogar raised slogans, protested against the airline after the flight was cancelled. Flights were cancelled due to unusual weather conditions and poor visibility in Delhi. In a major breakthrough, border security force troops successfully apprehending 4 Indian smugglers, seizing a significant quantity of narcotics along with arms and ammunition. Operation meticulously planned based on intelligence along the international boundary with Pakistan.
Hello viewers, here is a short glossary of words which will help you understand the budget and the economy better. Fiscal deficit. It's a difference between a government's total expenditures and the revenue it generates, excluding money from borrowings. Fiscal policy is the next one. Fiscal policy deals with revenue and expenditure policy of the government and how it affects a common man's life. If the government changes the income tax rate, then it impacts the disposable income in people's hands and influences their buying power. This subsequently affects businesses and the tax income of the government. Now, monetary policy is the flow of money in an economy which directly impacts its growth. The government monitors the liquidity in the economy to ensure optimum growth via the Reserve Bank of India. The next term, Finance Bill. A finance bill pertains to the country's finances and could include changes in taxes, revenues, government borrowings. Now, when the union budget is announced, several changes are proposed to the government's revenue and expenditure. Immediately after the presentation of the union budget, all financial changes recommended are presented before both the houses of the parliament in the form of a finance bill. The next one is vote on account. Now, after the announcement of the union budget, the government starts the parliamentary approval process. Under this, there is a special provision called vote on account, where the government obtains permission from the parliament for a sufficient sum to carry on daily functions until the required legislation is passed. Now we move on to reappropriations. Reappropriation refers to the reallocation or the transfer of funds within a budget. This could occur when the funds originally allocated for one purpose are reassigned for another. Next we come to outcome budget. Outcome budget is a way to monitor the allocated funds within a new budget. Since 2006 to 2007, it has been made mandatory for every ministry to present a preliminary outcome budget to the Ministry of Finance for compiling them together. The next word is guillotine. The Parliament has limited time for discussing the expenditure demands of each ministry. Now, if there is any pressing political matter, other things can be put on hold, and the Speaker of the House can apply the guillotine and move a proposal against a specific allocation for a government department. Let's move on to cut motions. A cut motion is a special power vested in members of the Lok Sabha to oppose a demand being discussed for specific allocation by the government in the finance bill as part of the demand for grants. If the motion is adopted, it amounts to a no confidence vote, and if the government fails to jot up the numbers in the lower house, it is obliged to resign according to the norms of the house. And treasury bills. When the central government approaches the financial market to raise money, it does so by issuing two types of debt instruments: treasury bills and government bonds. Treasury bills are issued whenever the government needs money for a short period. These treasury bills are issued only by central government. They have a maximum maturity period of 364 days. And a government bond is a debt instrument issued by the central and state governments of India. Issuance of such bonds occur when the issuing body, whether it is the central government or any state government, faces a liquidity crisis and requires funds for the purpose of infrastructure development.
This is Republic Niva Bhupa Studio. Your one stop for all the breaking updates. I am Rakshita Mishra.
This is Republic Niva Bhupa Studio, your one stop for all the breaking news updates, and I am Nikita Sahai. This is Republic Niva Bhupa Studios, your one stop destination for all the breaking news updates, and I am Shivangi Shukla.
Republic Niva Bhupa studio. No one stop for all the breaking updates. I am Rakshita Mishra. This is Republic Niva Bhupa studio. No one stop for all the breaking updates. I am Rakshita Mishra. Well, good evening, viewers. We are live on Breaking Republic TV. I am Rakshita Mishra with you. Let's get started with all the top stories that are making headlines. Samajwadi Party Congress sharing talks hit a deadlock. Is Akhilesh next to dump the Indi? Under lens for land scam, ED team quizzes Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren in Ranchi. ED summons the Delhi Chief Minister in Liquor Gate for a fifth time. Will Arvind Kejriwal appear this time? Big development in Gyanvapi case. Court allows the Hindu side to offer prayers at the Gyanvapi complex.
जिन्होंने सिर्फ और सिर्फ नकारात्मकता, पूर्णम शरारतपूर्ण व्यवहार ये जो किया होगा उनको शायद ही कोई याद करे।
A day ahead of budget, Prime Minister warns opposition of ruckus, calls for parliamentary behaviour. And stand by for the most anticipated moment of the fiscal year with Arnab and India's #1 news team. And we start with breaking news coming in from Karnataka. After Karnataka Congress MLA HC Balakrishna, Telangana Chief Minister Hemant Reddy has now said that promises made by the party will be implemented in Telangana only if the Congress is voted to power the centre. So you can see yet another statement that is coming in, this time from Telangana. We saw Congress's U-turn in Karnataka, how it made a U-turn before the voters, putting out conditions for the guarantees to the voters. Now we see similar comments coming in from none other than the Chief Minister of Telangana, Hemant Reddy. This is a big update we're getting in right now. Let's take a listen to what Hemant Reddy had to say.
చేది మేమే ఈ ఎన్నికల్లో కేంద్రంలో కాంగ్రెస్ అధికారంలోకి వస్తేనే తెలంగాణకు ప్రజలకు ఇచ్చిన హామీలు 100% అమలు జరుగుతాయి. ఇంతకాలం కేసీఆర్ అడిగింది లేదు, మోడీ గారు ఇచ్చింది లేదు. ఇప్పుడు ఇచ్చేది మేమే, తెచ్చేది మేమే. తెలంగాణ ప్రజలకు ఇచ్చిన హామీలు అమలు జరగాలి అని అంటే ఈ రాష్ట్రంలో 17కు 17 సీట్లు కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీ గెలవాలి. ఇచ్చేది మేమే ఈ ఎన్నికల్లో కేంద్రంలో కాంగ్రెస్ అధికారంలోకి వస్తేనే తెలంగాణకు ప్రజలకు ఇచ్చిన హామీలు 100% అమలు జరుగుతాయి. ఇంతకాలం కేసీఆర్ అడిగింది లేదు, మోడీ గారు ఇచ్చింది లేదు. ఇప్పుడు ఇచ్చేది మేమే, తెచ్చేది మేమే. తెలంగాణ ప్రజలకు ఇచ్చిన హామీలు అమలు జరగాలి అని అంటే ఈ రాష్ట్రంలో 17కు 17 సీట్లు కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీ గెలవాలి.
My colleague Aneri is joining us live from Hyderabad now. Aneri, we heard earlier in the day what the Congress MLA from Karnataka had to say, putting out such conditions to serve the people of the state, and now none other than the Chief Minister of a state, Chief Minister of Telangana, who belongs to the Congress party, is putting out now conditions for providing guarantees. We earlier had 5 guarantees could be cancelled if they don't vote for, people don't vote for the Congress party. What is going on in Congress's mind? Alright, I'm going to know that Nalin Kohli of the BJP is joining us on the phone line for more. Mr. Kohli, after Karnataka we have Revan Reddy from Telangana, the Chief Minister, saying that that the guarantees will only be provided if they are voted to power in the Lok Sabha polls.
This is an insult of the people of India, the voters of Telangana. It is an insult, it is contemptuous to the people of India, the citizens. What do they think? That they will keep voters? That they can make a statement कि यदि आप हमें वोट देंगे और हम जीतेंगे तो आपको ये बेनिफिट मिलता रहेगा. How can they treat the voters with such lack of dignity? Compare this to Prime Minister Modi comment. सबका विकास, सबका when he became Prime Minister in 2014, I am the Prime Minister of 120 of those who voted for me, those who did not vote for me. The Chief Minister of Telangana, if he has said so, requires an urgent lesson in the Constitution of India in Article 14. Can you discriminate against a citizen of this country on the basis of how they voted? This is against the constitutional spirit. It's against the constitutional mandate. It's against the oath that he has taken for office to serve the people of Karnataka. His oath is not to serve the people who voted for the Congress party in Karnataka. If such a perverse approach is allowed to be given any wings or any basis, it will lead to the collapse of the Constitution. The Constitution of India is not in threat because of what the Congress party says and makes false allegations against the BJP. The Constitution of India comes under threat when these kind of statements come which go against the constitutional spirit and scheme.
Right, Mr. Nalin Kohli. Thank you so much for joining us with your thoughts on this story. Of course, and my colleague Aneri continues to be with us from Hyderabad live on the broadcast. Aneri, as we just heard, BJP, of course, hitting back at the Congress party, and this is actually quite shocking. You know, this is sort of holding the voter to ransom and saying that if you do not, vote for us, we will not serve you. I mean, how does this really go about freely in a democratic setup?
Well, definitely a lot of confusion going on among the Congress party, because we see that this Congress party who has formed the government here in the state of Telangana just 1.5 months back, who had promised and who had said that they will implement all of these promises within 100 days of forming the government, and now the 6 promises which are put forth by the Congress party here in the state of Telangana, by which they have come to power. Now, Telangana Chief Minister Hemant Soren happens to say that once Congress comes to power at the center, then they will be able to implement all of these promises 100%. But also at the same time, he also hit it out at the Chief Minister, the former Chief Minister KCR, where he had said that KCR never asked the center, nor Prime Minister Narendra Modi ever gave anything to the state, and that is the reason why it is the Congress which has to come into power at the center, and then only it will be possible to implement all of these promises, all of these guarantees in the state of Telangana, which were promised to the Congress by the Congress to the Telangana people. And now we see that after the Karnataka MLA, we also see Telangana Chief Minister Revan Reddy making such statements, and this is just ahead of the Lok Sabha poll. So definitely we have to wait and watch how it turns out to be. But yes, Congress making a U-turn once again over its promises, because remember, these 6 guarantees were the ones by which Congress has come to power here in the state of Telangana about about 50 days back, but now, and they had during the election campaigning also, they had stated that these promises will be fulfilled within 100 days of forming the government. So now such statement coming in from Hemant Reddy, definitely will have to see how it turns out to be.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for joining us with those details from Hyderabad and Neri. And right now, viewers, we're getting in some more breaking news. And now this with regards to the budget. And remember, we're counting down to the interim budget. And Prime Minister Modi, we're going to know, is likely to speak on the 5th of February in Lok Sabha and the 7th in the Rajya Sabha. So this is a big update we're getting in right now. Prime Minister Modi, members spoke today ahead of the budget session, promising to get back in power, delivering the full budget, and also speaking on the Nari Shakti and how it will be, the interim budget will be focusing on Nari Shakti, the women power. And right now we're getting to know that as far as the budget session is concerned, the Prime Minister will be speaking on the 5th in the Lok Sabha and on the 7th in the upper house, that is the Rajya Sabha. So this is the big update we're getting in with regards to what Prime Minister Modi is, when Prime Minister Modi is going to make a speech or is going to address the Parliament. On the 5th of February, we are going to see the address on the in the Lok Sabha and the 7th in Rajya Sabha. So this is the update we're getting in as we count down to the interim budget, the last budget, of course, before the general elections. And Prime Minister Modi's address, of course, will be extremely crucial as far as the budget is concerned. Today we heard Prime Minister Modi also vowing to come back in power and also saying that he's confident to have a positive discussion. Also, he warned the opposition parties of creating a ruckus, saying that they need to introspect what have they done in the previous sessions and how constructive they can actually prove to be. That is something that the opposition has to decide for the budget session, for the benefit of the country. And today, of course, the budget session started with the address by the President of India, Draupadi Murmu. It was a joint sitting, and Prime Minister Modi will be addressing the Lok Sabha on the 5th of February. That is the latest piece of information that we're getting in right now. And of course, remember, viewers, tomorrow is the day when Republic TV will be getting you the biggest coverage on this interim budget. It is an interim budget, but of course it reflects a lot as far as the 10 years of Modi government is concerned. Watch for that, and tomorrow is the day when we will get you the biggest coverage. But right now, what we know is that the Prime Minister will be addressing the Rajya Sabha on the 7th of February, and on the 5th of February we will see him addressing the Lok Sabha. My colleague and senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor joins us on the phone line for more. Abhishek, of course, the much awaited Prime Minister's address will be taking place on the 5th.
Well, it's Rakshita. So this is a customary part of the Parliament session, the first session of the Parliament as the year begins. And like the President's address, so the motion of thanks. And when the motion of thanks happens, every party gets an opportunity to participate and reflect on their own political worldview on President's address. So of course the ruling party as also the opposition benches. And when it comes to the ruling party, of course, so the Prime Minister's address is most keenly awaited, and that's why we are getting to hear that insofar as Lok Sabha is concerned, Prime Minister would participate in the motion of thanks and speak on the 5th of February. And when the motion moves to the Rajya Sabha for the passage, the Prime Minister would be speaking on February 7th.
Right, Abhishek. All right. Thank you so much for joining us with those details on that development. So, Prime Minister will be addressing the Lok Sabha on the 5th of February amidst the budget session. In other news now, Varanasi court allows the Hindu practitioners in the Gyamapi dispute to offer prayers at the Gyamapi basement. Hindu pujas to begin in 7 days from today. The district administration has been directed to make the arrangements to remove the barricades.
In view of ED questioning of Chief Minister Hemant Soren, Jharkhand government has constituted a 3-member team headed by the Secretary of Finance Department to ensure law and order in the state. Remember, Chief Minister Soren has been summoned for questioning in connection with a money laundering case linked to an alleged land scam. On the 5th, ED summoned to Delhi Chief Minister and Aam Aadmi Party Supremo Arvind Kejriwal. Party's Priyanka Thakkar has labelled all previous summons against Kejriwal illegal and said that Aam Aadmi Party's legal team is studying the new summon and will take action accordingly. Responding to Chandigarh Mayor's re-election demand, Punjab Advocate General Gurminder Singh Gari says that a writ petition has been filed against tampering and fraud in the election process by presiding officers. He also said that the court has issued notices to the UT administration, police, the elected mayor and the presiding authority to appear before it on the 26th of February. Ahead of the upcoming Lok Sabha election, West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee held a Padayatra in the northern parts of the state. TMC supporters carried flags and raised slogans during the Yatra. Mamata also launched many government services and initiatives of the government during the Yatra. Passengers on an Indigo flight travelling from Delhi to Deoghar raised slogans and protested against the airline after the flight was cancelled. The flight was cancelled due to the unusual weather conditions and poor Indian smugglers and seized a significant quantity of narcotics along with arms and ammunition. Operation was meticulously planned based on air intelligence along with the international boundary with Pakistan.
है आपका सेंसस कब हुआ आप जानते नहीं आप भूल गए आप बोलिए ना हम तो 9 पार्टियों को बैठा करके किए और आप जानते हैं आपको अच्छी बात है 19 में और 20 में पूरे असेंबली में काउंसिल में सब जगह हम ये बात कहते थे अब 2021 प्रधानमंत्री से भी मिलने गए और उनको भी कहा तो वो तो उन्होंने कह दिए कि चलिए अभी तो हम लोग कुछ नहीं करेंगे बाद में हमको हो गया था एक इनडायरेक्टली कि चलिए अपना करिए तो हमने सबको बुलाया तो हमने किया जी उस समय तो अपोजिशन दूसरे तरफ था उन लोगों को भी कहे थे ले भी गए थे और क्या होना चाहिए ये आप अच्छी तरह नहीं जानते हैं कितने लोग किस काम को करेंगे वो सब मेरा किया हुआ है जी तो कोई अपना क्रेडिट झूठे लेता रहता है आज जितना काम किए जितनी बहाली किए हैं ये सब हमारा 7 में से 2 महीने किया हुआ है और उसी के चलते कर रहे हैं तो कोई अपना क्लेम करता है छोड़िए ना ये सब करना
seat sharing talks with a deadlock. Is Akhilesh Yadav next to dump the India alliance? And stand by for the most anticipated moment of the fiscal year with Arnav Goswami and India's #1 news team only on Republic TV. Stay tuned. This is Republic Viva Bupa Studios, your one-stop destination for all the breaking news updates, and I am Shivangi Shukla. Republic Niva Bupa Studio. Your one stop for all the breaking updates. I am Rakshita Mishra.
break. Viva Bupa Studios, your one-stop destination for all the breaking news updates, and I am Shivangi Shukla.
On a big development in the Gyanvapi case, Varanasi court has allowed the Hindu side, the Hindu side had petitioned for worship inside the sealed basement of Gyanvapi complex, and now the permission has been granted. The devotees can now offer prayers at the Vyasji ka Tehkhana. It's a sealed basement inside the complex. Take a listen in to what Vishnu Shankar Jain, who is the lawyer from the Hindu side, and the other petitioner had to say.
देखिए, काशी विश्वनाथ ट्रस्ट को भगवान की कैसे पूजा पाठ हो, इसके लिए कोई आदेश की जरूरत नहीं होती है, उनको पता हो भगवान पूजा पाठ हो क्या विधि हो। देखिए, वहाँ पे वही मैं बता रहा हूँ, उसकी नीति में वो काशी विश्वनाथ ट्रस्ट डिसाइड करेगा। हमारा जो लीगल काम था, वो लीगल काम हमने पूरा किया है। अब काशी विश्वनाथ ट्रस्ट के ऊपर है कि उसकी पूजा पाठ स्टार्ट। तो 7 दिन के अंदर ये पूजा शुरू हो जाएगी। 7 दिन के अंदर पूजा। कोर्ट ने तय कर दिया 7 दिन के अंदर। जी, कोर्ट ने अपना आदेश नहीं लिखा। तो जो कोर्ट का आदेश है, मैं आपको वही बता रहा हूँ। सभी को जाने की अनुमति होगी जी, सारे लोगों को, भक्तों को, पुजारी को, सारे लोगों को जाने की अनुमति। तो जो भी काशी विश्वनाथ मंदिर में दर्शन करने जाते हैं, वो सारे लोग अब जा सकते हैं? जी बिल्कुल 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 जा सकते हैं। तो एक बड़ी बात होगी, एक बड़ी बात है कि जहाँ पर मैं ये कहना चाहता हूँ, जो जस्टिस KM पांडे ने राम मंदिर में 1 फरवरी 1986 को ताला खोलने का आदेश दिया था, मैं आज के इस ऑर्डर को उसी की तुलना में देखता हूं। ये इस केस का टर्निंग पॉइंट है, बहुत ऐतिहासिक ऑर्डर है, और जो एक सरकार ने अपनी पावर का दुरुपयोग करते हुए हिंदू समाज की पूजा पाठ रोकी थी, आज कोर्ट में उसको अपनी कलम से रेक्टिफाई किया है और वहां पे पूजा पाठ के आदेश दिए। रोकने का कोई लिखित आदेश नहीं था, रोकने का कोई लिखित आदेश नहीं था। आज भी कोई रिटर्न ऑर्डर किसी भी गवर्नमेंट के पास नहीं है कि वहां पे पूजा पाठ कैसे रोकी गई। तो अब माना जाए कि स्वामित्व के अधिकार के पहला चरण है, ये बिल्कुल पहला चरण है, और बहुत जल्दी लीगल केस हम पूरा करेंगे और केस जीतेंगे।
अब ये बहुत हर्ष का विषय है, हम लोग के लिए माइलस्टोन है। जो हम लोग की मांग थी कि 93 तक जो पूजा पाठ होता था उसको पुनः बहाल किया जाए, माननीय कोर्ट ने हमारी मांग को मानते हुए जिलाधिकारी को, जो रिसीवर हैं, उनको आदेशित कर दिया है कि आप इसमें पुनः जो है पूजा पाठ और धार्मिक क्रियाएं जो है करवाइए। ऐसा उन्होंने जिलाधिकारी को आदेश कर दिया है। यानी ये बहुत बड़ी सफलता है। 1993 तक जो हमारा पूजा पाठ था उसको पुनः चालू करना, ये हमारे पक्ष का एक बहुत बड़ा विजय है। ये
कितना बड़ा टर्निंग पॉइंट होगा?
ये बहुत बड़ा टर्निंग पॉइंट है।
बिल्कुल ये हिंदू समाज की जीत है, और तो हिंदू समाज की, देश के सभी सनातन धर्मियों की जीत है। और व्यास जी के तहखाने पर जो है कल से ही विश्वनाथ ट्रस्ट के माध्यम से पूजा पाठ का अभियान शुरू कर दिया जाएगा। पुजारी कौन नियुक्त होगा, और खासतौर से नंदी के सामने जो बैरिकेडिंग काट करके वहां से, ताकि दर्शनार्थी आ सके, भक्तगण आ सके, उसकी भी योजना कल से ही हम लोग चालू कर देंगे। जो है
ऐसा परिसर होगा जहाँ पर पूजा होगी और नमाज, क्योंकि वहाँ पर पहले से अदा की जा रही है।
कह तो रहे, जहाँ वेद मंत्रों की ध्वनियां गुजरनी चाहिए, जहाँ घंटी घड़ियाल आवाज बजना चाहिए था, जहां मंत्रों की ध्वनियां गूंजनी चाहिए थी, वहां पर जो हर अल्लाह अकबर नारे थे लेकिन होते थे। लेकिन अब नहीं, वह हर समय जो है वह बंदे जहां जब वेद मंत्रों की ध्वनियां गूंजेंगी कल से।
बड़ा टर्निंग पॉइंट है सर आप लोगों के लिए,
हिंदू समाज के लिए बहुत बड़ा टर्निंग पॉइंट है। हम लोग हर्षित हैं और सभी सनातन धर्मी हर्षित हैं।
भैया हम लोग बहुत खुश है कि हम लोग को पूजा पाठ का अधिकार हम लोग को मिल गया और हम लोग यही हम लोग की सीढ़ी है। हम लोग तहखाना वजू खाना में हम लोग का अधिकार मिल गया। अब इससे हम लोग शिवलिंग तक जा सकते हैं, मेन शिवलिंग तक हम लोग जा सकते हैं, वजू खाना में हम लोग जा सकते हैं।
7 दिन के भीतर पूजा करनी है। पूजा को लेकर तैयारियां भी प्रशासन को लेकर निर्देश दिए गए।
अरे तो इसीलिए हम लोग करेंगे ना, हम लोग खुद अपने हाथ से ले जाकर वहाँ पे स्थापित करेंगे। और ब्याज जी का तहखाना में हम लोग जल अभिषेक, हम लोग चारों बहनें हम लोग काशी की और हमारे वकील लोग सारे लोग मिलकर वहाँ पे हम लोग जाएंगे और बाबा का जल अभिषेक पूजा पाठ करेंगे।
Topic on the other side, we are now getting you the latest and the biggest coverage on the budget, viewers. So stand by for the most anticipated moment of the fiscal year with Arnab and India's #1 news team on Republic TV.
This is Republic Diva Bupa Studio, your one stop for all the breaking news updates, and I am Nikita Sahai.
This is Republic Niva Bhupa Studio, your one stop for all the breaking updates. I am Rakshita Mishra. This is Republic Diva Bupa Studio, your one stop for all the breaking news updates, and I am Nikita Sahai. This is Republic Diva Bupa Studios, your one stop destination for all the breaking news updates, and I am Shivangi Shukla. Republic Diva Bhupa Studios, your one-stop destination for all the breaking news updates, and I am Shivangi Shukla.
Good evening and welcome, friends. President starts the budget session of Parliament with a joint address to both the houses, the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha. Prime Minister chides the disruptors and asks them to atone still in the last session for their disruptions, and all that is going to be our focus apart from some developments in the opposition space. The Congress party not able to meet its promises. Hemant Reddy says only if they are brought to power at the center can they deliver. Let's begin with the headlines first. Samajwadi Party Congress seat sharing talks hit a road. Dead block is Akhilesh next to dump Indi. Another lens for land scam. ED team quizzes Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren in Ranchi. ED summons Delhi Chief Minister Kejriwal in liquor gate for a fifth time. Will he appear this time? A big development in the Gyan-Vapi case. Court allows Hindu side to offer prayers at the Gyan-Vapi complex's south side.
इन्होंने सिर्फ और सिर्फ नकारात्मकता, दुर्जन, शरारतपूर्ण व्यवहार ये जो किया होगा उनको शायद ही कोई याद करे।
Ahead of budget, Prime Minister warns the position of ruckus, calls for parliamentary behavior. And stand by for the most anticipated moment of the fiscal year with Ornov and India's #1 news team. India's development, a big move there by the Reserve Bank of India, which has barred Paytm or its payments bank, to be specific, from accepting deposits, top-ups from any customer account, wallets and fastags after February 29. Paytm cannot get new customers after February 29 insofar as its payments bank or wallets is concerned. This could be a setback for the company, and let me go to Aishwarya on that note to understand what this really means. I believe Aishwarya is on the phone with us. Aishwarya, under Section 35A of the RBI Act, the restrictions being put on the Paytm payments bank, what this really means for the payments ecosystem of the country, given the fact that Paytm was one of the first ones to take advantage post demonetization of the digital payments ecosystem, and now it seems they are in a fragile state, and that's why the RBI taking this action.
Well, absolutely, Abhishek. Before anything goes south, RBI taking a preemptive action, and RBI bars Paytm Payments Bank from accepting deposits, top-ups, and even any customer account, wallets, and even fastags. So all methods of any addition of any new customers and any addition as far as money is concerned has been completely stopped. And this has been implemented with immediate effect, and post 29th of February, that is 29th of Feb, is going to be the last day for Paytm as of now, as per these records, that they can have any transaction, whether it's through any customer account, either it's through their own wallet or it's through fastags, because fastag is something which is used by a maximum number of people, and Paytm fastag is one of the most used fastags on all highways. So this is something which the people of this country should be aware of, that post February 29th, as per the present orders of the RBI, the Paytm, fastag, wallets and customer accounts will not be in use.
Okay. All right. On that note, thank you so much, Aishwarya, for bringing us up to date with this development, which is going to be of consequence for many people who have been using this particular company's online digital ecosystem, including not just the payments bank, but also the fastag, which is important for highway travel. Okay, from one to another, breaking news development. We're keeping it fast-paced for you. Getting in visual from outside the Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren's residence in Ranchi. In fact, where two buses have now arrived. Sources say the MLAs are being moved from his residence. And you see in these pictures, these buses which have gone inside. It seems the MLAs are being carted away or are to be carted away somewhere. We'll try and connect with Prakash Singh. He's reporting live from Ranchi for us today. And he should be here with us in 30 seconds, I am told. But remember, Hemant Soren has been with his MLAs since morning, and in fact, we are told there are reports that he has got them to sign two letters, in one of which his wife Kalpana has been named as a possible successor, and in another, one of his colleagues has been named as a successor. So Hemant Soren, they are keeping his options open whether he wants to pass on the baton in case he is arrested post questioning by the Enforcement Directorate later in the day. Remember, he has been he's to be questioned. He's being questioned as we speak since morning, and if the questioning leads to arrest later in the evening, he has to pass on the baton to somebody. Let's go to Prakash Singh. He, I'm told, live with us now. Prakash, over to you. What are these buses about? Are they meant to cart away the MLAs somewhere? And also, if you can share something about the possible succession plan that Hemant Soren might be putting in place in the likelihood of his arrest post the questioning by the Enforcement Directorate later in the evening.
Well, there are a lot of speculations, and in this kind of events, Abhishek, there are many rumors also that unfolds. But these two tempo traveler buses have entered into the CM house from the back gate, and I'm being told that they might have been the buses might have come to shift some of the MLAs to maybe some meeting place here, so that they're all united and at one place. I'm told that the private secretaries of all the MLAs and the ministers have come with their luggage as well, so that they can attend the meeting together and be at one place. Maybe Hemant Soren, after this interrogation, might be holding a meeting. But behind me is the official residence of the Chief Minister, where the interrogation is going on. The questioning has been going on since 1 p.m. today with a barrage of questions that have been put up by the investigating agencies pertaining to the land scam. One, that did Hemant Soren actually influence the officials concerned to register a plot of land to private people, despite the fact that the concerned 2-acre plot was a government land and it is illegal. Second, on the confessional statement of one of the officers in the registrar, when the ED officials had conducted a raid, and there were several incriminating documents recovered from the registry office, that at the behest of the CM office, the then Deputy Commissioner of Ranchi, Ranjan, who is under arrest right now, who is in jail, did influence the officers concerned to register the plot of land. So all these are being interrogated upon. Meanwhile, Hemant Soren has also registered an FIR in the local police station to preempt any action by the ED, and he is registered in the SC/ST police station, saying that these officials, these are named FIRs, around 4 to 5 officials have been named in the FIR, that they have been harassing me. I belong to the scheduled tribe community, and they do not belong to the scheduled tribe community, and they are harassing me. In Delhi also, they searched my house, and there was a selective leak by the agencies that the car belonged to me, despite the fact that the car doesn't belong to me. He has written all these things in his FIR, saying that the cash recovery was also not his. So maybe he would have registered the case. If at all any action is taken by the ED, then that particular case the institution of FIR against the SC/ST Atrocities Act would be enforced, and the Jharkhand police might take some action against the ED officials itself, and there would be a direct confrontation between the central agency and the state government police machinery. So all kinds of things being speculated, Abhishek, here, and the questioning will go on for further a couple of hours or more, but what I can sense is he might not be arrested because there are certain protocols as far as the Chief Minister of the state is concerned, and this is just the second questioning. Hemant Soren is all geared up as far as the political action is also concerned. He's already taken the signatures of all the MLAs supporting the alliance government in Jharkhand, and in most likelihood his wife Kalpana Soren may be appointed as Chief Minister in case of any action by the ED if he's arrested, like we saw when Lalu Yadav had taken a decision in 1997 when he was charge-seated in the fodder scam case, and Rabri Devi was made the Chief Minister of United Bihar. So all kinds of the speculations being made, but what I can sense is the ED might not arrest him as of now, but we are all waiting here for the ED officials to come out, or if any action that takes place in Jharkhand. Back to you.
Okay, Prakash, but tell us what's going to be the political fallout of all these developments insofar as the opposition space is concerned. For example, you think that this is going to weaken the bond that was there between JMM and the Congress or JMM and the larger India alliance if this happens?
Well, that's for sure, because the attention would be diverted somewhere else, and if they are engulfed in all sorts of corruption cases, first they would try and salvage the situation and manage that. So if you look at all the politicians, be it Hemant Soren, be it Mamata Banerjee, there Arvind Kejriwal, they are all marred with corruption charges. So it is further weakening the India alliance for sure, and Congress party alone cannot do anything, because the main purpose of the India alliance was to put up a direct fight against the BJP in every state. Now with Nitish Kumar gone, the original initiator of the India alliance, it has given a big jolt to the India alliance, and specifically Rahul Gandhi, and today Nitish Kumar hitting out at Rahul Gandhi that he doesn't know anything. So whereas the NDA bloc is marching ahead with a proper plan, strategy, and whereas the India alliance leaders are settling their court cases as well as the corruption charges against them. Back to you.
All right. Thank you so much, Prakash. Fast-paced developments there all around from Ranchi in Jharkhand to Chandigarh to Lucknow and to Hyderabad. We'll keep getting you all updates on a very news-heavy day. Of course, the Parliament session that started today with a lot of comments and reactions coming in from there as well. On that note, let's take a look at what's happening around the country in top wrap-up stories. Ranchi court allows the Hindu petitioners in the Gyanvapi dispute to offer prayers at the Gyanvapi basement. Hindu pujas to begin in 7 days from today. District administration has been directed to make the arrangements. In view of the questioning of CM Hemant Soren, Jharkhand government has constituted a 3-member team headed by the Secretary of Finance Department to ensure law and order in the state. Remember, CM Soren has been summoned for questioning in connection with the money laundering case linked to an alleged land scam. The questioning has been going on since morning. On the 5th, ED summoned to Delhi, CM and AAP leader Arvind Kejriwal party's spokesperson Priyanka Kakkar labelled all previous summons against Kejriwal as illegal and said that AAP's legal team is studying the new summon and will take action accordingly. Responding to Chandigarh Mayor's re-election demand, Punjab Advocate General Gurminder Singh Gari said that a writ petition has been filed against tampering and fraud in the election process by presiding officers.
who also said that the court has issued notices to the UT administration, police, the elected mayor and the presiding authority to appear before it on 26th of February. Ahead of the upcoming Lok Sabha elections, West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee held a padayatra in the northern parts of the state. TMC supporters carried flags and raised slogans during the yatra. Mamata also launched many government services and initiatives of the government during the yatra. Passengers on an Indigo flight travelling from Delhi to Devghar raised slogans and protested against the airline after the flight was cancelled. Flights were cancelled due to unusual weather conditions and poor visibility at Delhi. In a major breakthrough, border security force troops successfully apprehended 4 Indian smugglers and seized a significant quantity of narcotics along with arms and ammunition. The operation was meticulously planned based on intelligence along the international boundary with Pakistan. Alright, on that note, we slip into a short break. On the other side, Samajwadi Party Congress seat sharing talks hit a deadlock or a roadblock. Is Akhilesh going to dump Indi next?
This is Republic Niva Bhupa Studio. No one stop for all the breaking updates. I am Rakshita Mishra.
This is Republic Niva Bhupa Studio, your one-stop for all the breaking news updates, and I am Nikita Sahai. This is Republic Niva Bhupa Studios, your one-stop destination for all the breaking news updates, and I am Shivangi Shukla.
This is Republic Niva Bhupa Studio. No one stop for all the breaking updates. I am Rakshita Mishra.
This is Republic Niva Bhupa Studios, your one-stop destination for all the breaking news updates, and I am Shivangi Shukla.
Welcome back. In a big development in the Gyanvapi case, a Varanasi court allowed the Hindu side to worship inside the sealed basement of Gyanvapi complex. As per the court order, Hindu devotees can now offer prayers at the Vyaska Tehkhana, a sealed area inside the complex. Listening to all the reactions that have come in from Varanasi on the development.
देखिए, काशी विश्वनाथ ट्रस्ट को भगवान की कैसे पूजा पाठ हो, इसके लिए कोई आदेश की जरूरत नहीं होती है, उनको पता हो भगवान पूजा पाठ क्या विधि हो। देखिए, वहाँ पे वही मैं बता रहा हूँ, उसकी लिटिगेशंस में वो काशी विश्वनाथ ट्रस्ट डिसाइड करेगा। हमारा जो लीगल काम था, वो लीगल काम हमने पूरा किया। अब काशी विश्वनाथ ट्रस्ट के ऊपर है कि उसकी पूजा पाठ स्टार्ट।
तो 7 दिन के अंदर ये पूजा शुरू हो जाएगी।
7 दिन के अंदर पूजा पाठ।
ये कोर्ट ने तय कर दिया कि 7 दिन के अंदर।
जी, कोर्ट ने अपना आदेश नहीं लिखा, तो जो कोर्ट का आदेश है मैं आपको वही बता रहा हूँ।
सभी को जाने की अनुमति होगी
जी, सारे लोगों को, भक्तों को, पुजारी को, सारे लोगों को जाने की अनुमति।
तो जो भी काशी विश्वनाथ मंदिर में दर्शन करने जाते हैं वो सारे लोग अब जा सकते हैं।
जी बिल्कुल 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 जा सकते हैं।
तो एक बड़ी बात होगी, एक बड़ी बात है कि जहाँ पर
मैं ये कहना चाहता हूँ जो जस्टिस के.एम. पांडे ने राम मंदिर में 1 फरवरी 1986 को ताला खोलने का आदेश दिया था, मैं आज के इस ऑर्डर को उसी की तुलना में देखता हूँ। ये इस केस का टर्निंग पॉइंट है, बहुत ऐतिहासिक ऑर्डर है। और जो एक सरकार ने अपनी पावर का दुरुपयोग करते हुए हिंदू समाज की पूजा पाठ रोकी थी, आज कोर्ट में उसको अपनी कलम से रेक्टिफाई किया है और वहां पे पूजा पाठ के आदेश
रोकने का कोई लिखित आदेश नहीं है।
रोकने का कोई लिखित आदेश नहीं था। आज भी कोई रिटर्न ऑर्डर किसी भी गवर्नमेंट के पास नहीं है कि वहां पे पूजा पाठ कैसे रोकी गई।
तो अब माना जाए कि स्वामित्व के अधिकार के पहला चरण है,
ये बिल्कुल पहला चरण है और बहुत जल्दी लीगल केस हम पूरा करेंगे और केस जीतेंगे।
अब ये बहुत हर्ष का विषय है, हम लोग के लिए माइलस्टोन है। जो हम लोग की मांग थी कि 93 तक जो पूजा पाठ होता था उसको पुनः बहाल किया जाए, माननीय कोर्ट ने हमारी मांग को मानते हुए जिलाधिकारी को, जो रिसीवर हैं, उनको आदेशित कर दिया है कि आप इसमें पुनः जो है पूजा पाठ और धार्मिक क्रियाएं जो है करवाइए। ऐसा उन्होंने जिलाधिकारी को आदेश कर दिया है। यानी ये बहुत बड़ी सफलता है। 1993 तक जो हमारा पूजा पाठ था उसको पुनः चालू करना, ये हमारे पक्ष का एक बहुत बड़ा विजय है। ये
कितना बड़ा टर्निंग पॉइंट होगा?
ये बहुत बड़ा टर्निंग पॉइंट है।
बिल्कुल ये हिंदू समाज की जीत है और तो हिंदू समाज की, देश के सभी सनातन धर्मियों की जीत है। और व्यास जी के तहखाने पर जो है कल से ही विश्वनाथ ट्रस्ट के माध्यम से पूजा पाठ का अभियान शुरू कर दिया जाएगा। पुजारी कौन नियुक्त होगा और खासतौर से नंदी के सामने जो बैरिकेडिंग काट करके वहां से ताकि दर्शनार्थी आ सके, भक्तगण आ सके, उसकी भी योजना कल से ही हम लोग चालू कर देंगे। जो है
ऐसा परिसर होगा जहां पर पूजा होगी और नमाज, क्योंकि वहां पर पहले से अदा की जा रही है।
कह तो रहे जहां वेद मंत्रों की ध्वनियां गूंजनी चाहिए, जहां घंटी घड़ियाल बजना चाहिए था, जहां मंत्रों की ध्वनियां गूंजनी चाहिए थी, वहां पर जो हर अल्लाह अकबर नारे लेकिन होते थे। लेकिन अब नहीं, वहां हर समय जो है वह बंद है, जहां जब वेद मंत्रों की ध्वनियां गूंजेंगी कल से।
इतना बड़ा टर्निंग पॉइंट है सर आप लोगों के लिए?
हिंदू समाज के लिए बहुत बड़ा टर्निंग पॉइंट है। हम लोग हर्षित हैं और सभी सनातन धर्मी हर्षित हैं।
भैया हम लोग बहुत खुश है कि हम लोग को पूजा पाठ का अधिकार हम लोग को मिल गया और हम लोग यही हम लोग की सीढ़ी है। हम लोग तहखाना वजू खाना में हम लोग का अधिकार मिल गया। अब इससे हम लोग शिवलिंग तक जा सकते हैं, मेन शिवलिंग तक हम लोग जा सकते हैं, वजू खाना में हम लोग जा सकते हैं।
7 दिन के भीतर पूजा करनी है। पूजा को लेकर तैयारियां भी प्रशासन को लेकर निर्देश दिए गए।
अरे तो इसीलिए हम लोग करेंगे ना, हम लोग खुद अपने हाथ से ले जाकर वहाँ पे स्थापित करेंगे। और व्यास जी का तहखाना में हम लोग जल अभिषेक, हम लोग चारों बहनें हम लोग काशी की और हमारे वकील लोग सारे लोग मिलकर वहाँ पे हम लोग जाएंगे और बाबा का जल अभिषेक पूजा पाठ करेंगे।
Hello viewers, here's a short glossary of words which will help you understand the budget and the economy better. Fiscal deficit. It's a difference between a government's total expenditures and the revenue it generates, excluding money from borrowings. Fiscal policy is the next one. Fiscal policy deals with revenue and expenditure policy of the government and how it affects a common man's life. If the government changes the income tax rate, then it impacts the disposable income in people's hands and influences their buying power. This subsequently affects businesses and the tax income of the government. Now, monetary policy is the flow of money in an economy which directly impacts its growth. The government monitors the liquidity in the economy to ensure optimum growth via the Reserve Bank of India. The next term, finance bill. A finance bill pertains to the country's finances and could include changes in taxes, revenues, government borrowings. Now, when the union budget is announced, several changes are proposed to the government's revenue and expenditure. Immediately after the presentation of the union budget, all financial changes recommended are presented before both the houses of the parliament in the form of a finance bill. The next one is vote on account. Now, after the announcement of the union budget, the government starts the parliamentary approval process. Under this, there is a special provision called vote on account, where the government obtains permission from the parliament for a sufficient sum to carry on daily functions until the required legislation is passed. Now we move on to reappropriations. Reappropriation refers to the reallocation or the transfer of funds within a budget. This could occur when the funds originally allocated for one purpose are reassigned for another. Next we come to outcome budget. Outcome budget is a way to monitor the allocated funds within a new budget. Since 2006 to 2007, it has been made mandatory for every ministry to present a preliminary outcome budget to the Ministry of Finance for compiling them together. The next word is guillotine. The Parliament has limited time for discussing the expenditure demands of each ministry. Now, if there is any pressing political matter, other things can be put on hold, and the Speaker of the House can apply the guillotine and move a proposal against a specific allocation for a government department. Let's move on to cut motions. A cut motion is a special power vested in members of the Lok Sabha to oppose a demand being discussed for specific allocation by the government in the finance bill as part of the demand for grants. If the motion is adopted, it amounts to a no confidence vote, and if the government fails to jot up the numbers in the lower house, it is obliged to resign according to the norms of the house. And treasury bills. When the central government approaches the financial market to raise money, it does so by issuing two types of debt instruments: treasury bills and government bonds. Treasury bills are issued whenever the government needs money for a short period. These treasury bills are issued only by central government. They have a maximum maturity period of 364 days. And a government bond is a debt instrument issued by the central and state governments of India. Issuance of such bonds occur when the issuing body, whether it is the central government or any state government, faces a liquidity crisis and requires funds for the purpose of infrastructure development.
This is Republic Niva Bhupa Studio. Your one stop for all the breaking updates. I am Rakshita Mishra. This is Republic Niva Bhupa Studios, your one-stop destination for all the breaking news updates, and I am Shivangi Shukla. This is Republic Niva Bhupa Studio, your one stop for all the breaking news updates, and I am Nikita Sahai.
This is Republic Niva Bhupa Studio. Your one stop for all the breaking updates. I am Rakshita Mishra.
This is Republic Niva Bhupa Studio, your one stop for all the breaking news updates, and I am Nikita Sahai.
Welcome, you're watching This is Exclusive with me, Shravan Singh. Ladies and gentlemen, a big action likely to be taken in the Jharkhand land scam. As Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren is being questioned by the Enforcement Directorate next 1 hour. Extremely crucial as the examination is almost at the final stage. A punitive action likely to be taken against the Chief Minister. Tonight on this edition of This is Exclusive, ladies and gentlemen, the only network once again getting its hands on exclusive documents in this particular case. Tonight we get you the cash diary that has been recovered by the Enforcement Directorate. In fact, cash transactions that have taken place in the land scam. A prime property in the heart of Ranchi being sold for just about 7 crore rupees, valued at 20 crore rupees. All this and much more on this edition of This is Exclusive. But up first, these are the headlines we are tracking for you at this hour. Samajwadi Party Congress seat sharing talks hit a deadlock. Is Akhilesh next to dump Indy? Underlens for land scam. Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren being quizzed in Ranchi for over 4 hours. ED summons Delhi Chief Minister Kejriwal in Nikalgate for a 5th time. Will he appear this time? Big development in Gyanvapi case. Court allows Hindu side to offer prayers at Gyanvapi complex. After Karnataka leader, Telangana Chief Minister says promises will be implemented if party voted to power. And stand by for the most anticipated moment of the fiscal year with Ornab and India's #1 news team. Ladies and gentlemen, we get started this edition with some breaking news now coming in. Top sources essentially indicating that punitive action against the Jharkhand Chief Minister is expected. The reason essentially being, on the one hand, the Jharkhand Chief Minister hasn't really been cooperating in the landscape. Top sources indicating that the next one are extremely crucial as hectic call is taking place in the national capital at the Enforcement Directorate's headquarters. And not just that, we are also given to understand top officers with the Joint Director rank officer has now entered the Chief Minister's residence in Jharkhand. All this and much more as we take you through the details. And not just that, we've also accessed details of the landscape in which the Jharkhand Chief Minister is being questioned. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, in a short while from now, we will show you the diary entry which essentially shows how top bureaucrats in Ranchi were essentially being paid off for a prime property in the heart of Ranchi. First, let me go across to my colleague, Senior Editor Prakash, getting us the latest details. Prakash, it almost appears that the Enforcement Directorate in a short while from now will be taking that decision to arrest Jharkhand Chief Minister or not. I am given to understand punitive action in all likelihood will be taken in the next few hours.
Well, Shaman, we've been here for the past 4 or 5 hours. There's a lot of movement here outside the Chief Minister's residence. A moment back, the entire top officials of Jharkhand, including the DGP, has been there for the past 4 hours. The IG, the DIG of Ranchi, SSP, the Deputy Commissioner of Ranchi have all gone inside along with top police officials inside. So the political speculation that is being made as to what may happen as the ED is questioning Hemant Soren for quite some time, and it's been a tough questioning because as you rightly pointed out that Hemant Soren has not been cooperating for the past so many months despite several ED summons, and he also escaped from Delhi and evaded the questioning there because he had not given them time, and later on through an email he gave them time to which the Enforcement Directorate officials responded and they were here for questioning. So it is pertaining to the land scam. Now all eyes are on whether or not the ED takes any punitive action or not, and as you rightly pointed out, the next 1 hour is going to be very crucial. We are all waiting here outside the CM's residence since afternoon today, and all the MLAs in fact are also camping here in likelihood of any punitive action. The MLAs have their signature on a piece of paper with the letter of support. They would directly go to the Raj Bhavan, because we are told that and we showed the visuals of 2 tempo travelers bus getting inside from the back gate of Jharkhand Chief Minister's official residence so that the MLAs could be made to march towards the Raj Bhavan for the formation of a new government. Alternative preparation being made from both the sides. We'll wait and watch, and meanwhile Hemant Soren has also lodged an FIR in the SC/ST the police station for atrocity against the tribal chief minister and also for spreading misinformation regarding the recovery of cash as well as the BMW which does not belong to him. So preparation from both the sides. Heavy CRPF deployment is also done on the other side of the official residence. So we are all waiting here and we'll wait and watch what kinds of development unfolds here. Shaban.
Prakash, as we are also getting us the latest visuals of what's really happening, I'm given to understand that the DC has already been called in. Prakash, the political ramification of it, because it's almost sealed that the Enforcement Directorate will be taking that decision of arresting the Chief Minister. If that really happens, it's going to be a big blow for Jharkhand Mukti Morcha. Is the plan already been done up as to who exactly will succeed Hemant Soren? Will it be his wife? There's this anything that you're picking up from the party itself while we prepare to break that big news coming in. Republic TV has accessed the cash diary in the Jharkhand landscape, and once again I'm sticking my neck out, ladies and gentlemen, that this undoubtedly is something that is going to mean more trouble for the Chief Minister, because this is the very case that we are showing to you tonight, is in which the Jharkhand Chief Minister is being questioned bribery that has been, been focused in the investigation that has been carried out so far. In the cash diary, there is a clear mention of the fact that top bureaucrats in the state of Jharkhand were actually paid off. Prime property worth about 20 crore rupees was actually given away for just about 7 crore rupees. Tonight we will take you through at least 5 pages of that cash diary that has now been accessed. But over to you, Prakash. Why don't you help us understand what's the succession really looking like?
Well, the succession plan is already clear because yesterday we saw the pictures of Kalpana Soren sitting in the meeting along with the legislators of Jharkhand Mukti Morcha, the Congress Party, the CPI, the RJD, and she was sitting there, and she's not even an MLA. So it means that Hemant Soren wants to get an endorsement from all the alliance partners regarding the likely move to appoint her as the Chief Minister of Jharkhand if he is arrested. So that succession plan is already put into place for a long time because a couple of months back Jharkhand Mukti Morcha MLA Sarfaraz Ahmad resigned from the Gandhi Assembly seat he's vacated the Assembly seat so that Kalpana Soren can easily contest the election from that particular constituency, even despite the fact that Jharkhand goes to the Assembly polls later this year in October and November. So as far as the Election Commission's rules and regulations concerned, if at all, if any seat is vacant and has 6 months less tenure, then that Assembly constituency cannot go for post. But very carefully, Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren, realizing the fact that he might be arrested in future, so he got Sarfaraz Ahmad vacate the seat in December itself. So that was a calculated move, and preparations were on from the Jharkhand Mukti Morcha side for quite some time back. We'll see what happens now. As you are pointing out that some action might be taken, we can see that outside the CM's residence, a lot of movements, all top officials inside the CM residence, including the DGP, IG, DG, and as well as the DC, the Deputy Commissioner of Ranchi, has been summoned inside the CM's residence. And of course, those 2 tempo traveler bus, apparently we are told to ferry the MLAs to the Raj Bhavan in case he's arrested. Back to you.
Well, Prakash, I'll request you to stay on with us as we come to that super exclusive. Tonight we reveal the cash diary in the land scam. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not just about the Jharkhand Chief Minister who's in the dock. It turns out that in the investigation that's been carried out for almost 2 years, the Enforcement Directorate has got their hands on a diary that was maintained by an accused who's been taken into custody by the Enforcement Directorate. And in this cash diary, excerpts of it which has already been submitted before the court and now accessed by Republic TV, clearly goes on to indicate, and we're showing you those visuals that are on your screens right now, details of the payments that were actually given. So let's first begin by telling you how it all started. This is with regards to an alleged close aide of Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren, who was part of this entire deal. A prime property valued at roughly about 20 crore rupees was finally given away to another person, a private person, for just about 7 crore rupees. The entire diversion that has essentially taken place is through one particular company. That company has also now been made as an accused in this particular case. On your screens right now is the several transactions that have essentially taken place. We're given to understand that number one, with regards to the fact that the transactions that have taken place in the year 2023 itself, and more importantly, statements have now been recorded by the Enforcement Directorate of Bhanu Pratap Prasad and Saddam Hussain, 2 individuals who basically verified the fact that these were payments that were given for the fake deeds that were generated. And not just that, we're also given to understand that over a period of time, even bureaucrats were part of this entire nexus, the land nexus. So it turns out not just one, but several land parcels were actually handed out to private persons allegedly close to, linked to the Chief Minister. And in the process, it also turns out that the bureaucrats played a crucial role. While we just stay with these images of the diary. Let me also quickly go back to my colleague Prakash and to also put out the details of this particular case in which the Chief Minister is being questioned. Ladies and gentlemen, remember, not just the land scam, but also in the mining scam, particularly in the Sahibganj district. It turns out Prem Prakash, the key character in both the cases, land scam as well as mining scam, alleged close aide of Jharkhand Chief Minister, the go-to person of the Chief Minister. He has been named in both the cases. It is he who was actually dealing, and the Enforcement Directorate suspect who was dealing on behalf of the Chief Minister. Something that the Chief Minister himself has completely denied. When asked about Prem Prakash, the Chief Minister has feigned ignorance. Let me go across to my colleague and our senior editor, Prakash, who is also getting us more details. Prakash, let's now move into the details, the brass tacks of this particular case in which the Chief Minister is now being questioned by the Enforcement Directorate. Initially, we were given to understand that perhaps it's in the mining scam, but sources are confirming to Republic TV that the reason why they're essentially, examining the Jharkhand Chief Minister at this point in time is only because of two facts. One, the very reason that they've taken, reasoning is the fact that they've been able to arrest the DC of Ranchi, who they believe was not only the go-to person, but also involved in forgery. And then you also have the private person from whose residence these deeds were recovered, and it turns out specific instructions were actually given by the Chief Minister himself.
Well, Shaman, yes, that's the allegation that at the behest of the Chief Minister, the registries were made, and that is how the Deputy Commissioner of Ranchi, Chavi Ranjan, came into question, and he was arrested because apparently any land falling in the purview of Ranchi district is in the domain of the Ranchi Deputy Commissioner, and he was responsible for it. He is the custodian of the land here, and that is how he was arrested. And on the basis of the confessional statement made by one of the officials at the registry office, we are told that the person made a confessional statement that Sahab ka Adesh tha. So what does this Sahab ka Adesh tha mean? That it implied to both the Deputy Commissioner as well as Hemant Soren, the Chief Minister, and the land was registered in the name of a private person called Vishnu Agarwal, who has also served jail sentence in this particular case, and he's out on bail. Deputy Commissioner of Ranchi, Chavi Ranjan, is still in jail, and that is how. So, and there are forged deeds as well, as you are mentioning, because they are fictitious name, and that implies to Hemant Soren or not, because there's a name called Hemant Kumar in whose name certain registries have been done. So the ED has been investigating on that particular name, whether it is Hemant Soren or Hemant Kumar, because there are many Benami properties of these politicians when they amass properties like this. So that is what the ED is questioning Hemant Soren for a long time, and the barrage of questions that have been put up, and also the misuse of the office of the Chief Minister for directly or indirectly influencing an officer concerned. This is what has happened, what had happened in the fodder scam case as well, and also in the Madhukoda mining scam case as well, when officers not following the protocol and just following the verbal order of the Chief Ministers or the influential people, they fall into the trap and they land up in jail. So this sounds like that particular case. Now we'll have to wait and watch if the ED, they have full proof evidence against Hemant Soren in this particular case or not. But both the mining scam and this particular case may be interlinked, because it's a similar kind of scam as well as similar kind of people who are involved in this. All those acquaintances and close aides of Hemant Soren are the same. Remember, in the mining scam, a vessel was recovered from, apparently, if I remember correctly, Pankaj Mishra, and he was also questioned and arrested later. So we are all waiting here outside the CM residence in Ranchi. If at all any decision is taken by the Enforcement Directorate, we'll wait and watch, because all top officials are inside the CM house, and we'll wait for the decision here. But whenever there is any movement as such, so all sorts of speculation also starts. But Hemant Soren is also prepared, as I told you, with 2 tempo traveler buses to ferry his MLAs to the Raj Bhavan in case of any decision taken by the Enforcement Directorate to arrest him. Back to you.
Well, in fact, let's also take you through some more breaking news now coming in with regards to the details of this particular case that has been accessed by Republic TV. Let me also now take you through the WhatsApp calls between Prem Prakash and ex-DC of Ranchi, Chavi Ranjan. Now, as per the Enforcement Directorate in the documents that have been accessed by Republic TV, and I'm quoting from the documents that have been accessed, this is exactly what they say. Prem Prakash is a power broker, influential person who has access to highly placed government officials and ministers in Jharkhand. Prem Prakash is also very close to Chavi Ranjan, ex-DC Ranchi. Amit Kumar Agarwal, also very influential person in Jharkhand. In connivance with Prem Prakash and Amit Kumar Agarwal, Chavi Ranjan influenced the officials of Circle Office, District Sub-Registrar Ranchi, and managed to procure a favourable report for Pradeep Bakchi, and the property was subsequently acquired in a dishonest manner by Jagat Bandhu Tea Estates Private Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the crux of the entire case, is what we are given to understand. And these are the key characters that we have also been able to access. Now, what you see on your screen is the conversations that have actually taken place between key characters soon after the transactions that have actually taken place. Hawala transactions that were taken place, and the confirmation of which is made a mention in these WhatsApp conversations that have been accessed by Republic TV. So let's take you through all that we have know so far and why exactly perhaps the Jharkhand Chief Minister is in the docks. One, about instructions that were allegedly given by the Chief Minister to an alleged close aide of the Chief Minister, that's Prem Prakash. It turns out from the residence of Prem Prakash, government documents were found by the Enforcement Directorate during the searches. Important to point out here is that Prem Prakash does not hold any official position. A private person considered to be a close aide of the Chief Minister, from whose residence not just government documents but also turns out AK-47 were recovered by the Enforcement Directorate when the searches were carried out. In fact, the same very person was actually provided police protection on behalf of the Chief Minister. It was the Chief Minister who insisted that Prem Prakash should be given police protection. All of these allegations that have been levelled by the Enforcement Directorate has been completely rejected by the Chief Minister. He says that he has no links whatsoever with Prem Prakash, but herein lies the key reason why the Enforcement Directorate essentially suspect that Prem Prakash was the front man for Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren. That is one of the reasons why we are being told that during the questioning that took place even in the past, he was many a times asked about his relationship with the ex-DC of Ranchi, as well as, for that matter, Prem Prakash. Now, let's also try and break it down for all our viewers right now with regards to what this cash diary is all about. What is the land that we are essentially talking about, and why exactly that the Chief Minister finds himself in the dock right now? Let me once again go back to my colleague Prakash to just get a quick check of what's really happening on the ground, because Prakash, before we continue with more details on this particular case and help our viewers who are tuning in right now, watching this is exclusive, to give them a better understanding of this scam, before I do that, what's the scene like right now outside the Chief Minister's residence? Because we are being told that the governor too has been apprised about it. So what does it look like right now? Have the supporters of the Chief Minister gathered outside his residence? And also in terms of the movement of senior officials, Prakash, if you could just help our viewers understand.
Well, I'll show you, I'll ask my camera person to pan the shots. Only media persons are allowed in this entire stretch of 100 meters, and we are all covering here the news outside the CM's residence. And this is the prohibitory area for today because normal vehicular movement is not allowed, and 144 has been imposed in this particular area. So the preparations are in full swing from both the sides, and on the back side of the gate of the Chief Minister's residence, CRPF personnel have been deployed in large numbers. So are the supporters of Hemant Soren. And remember, this tribal supporters of Hemant Soren, if any action is taken by the ED, the tribal supporters of Hemant Soren along with all the MLAs can go berserk. I can tell you it will be difficult for us to cover this event as well, because they all use the traditional weapons as well, and they will not even mind hitting us with the traditional weapons of bow and arrow. So in Jharkhand they have their own traditional weapons. So preparations are from both the sides, but there is a lot of movement outside the CM's residence. As I told you, all the top senior officials of Jharkhand are inside the CM's residence, including the DGP Ajay Singh, DIG, IG, DC of Ranchi went inside the premises half an hour back. So, but I was wondering as to why did Hemant Soren lodge an FIR in the SC/ST case. If at all the ED plans to arrest him, there might be a counter attack from the Jharkhand government as well, as it happened in the case of West Bengal and Delhi as well. So we'll wait and watch what happens here, but preparations are there from both the sides. All top officials camping inside the Jharkhand CM's residence. So as you say that ED might take some action, we'll wait and watch what are the actions that are going to be taken. But as we see that all kinds of forces have been deployed here, both from the Jharkhand police as well as the CRPF battalions are also put into place. Back to you.
Well, thank you very much, Prakash. The next 1 hour is going to be extremely crucial in this particular case, as I'm picking up from my sources. But before I wrap up, let's just quickly take our viewers through all that we have put out on This Is Exclusive tonight. These are details that no other network has access, ladies and gentlemen. As we understand, sources essentially indicated punitive action likely to be taken against the Jharkhand Chief Minister. Not just that, Republic TV has also accessed the cash diary in the land scam. We have been given to understand prime property valued at 20 crore rupees given away at a throwaway price to a private person with alleged close links with the Chief Minister for just about 7 crore rupees. In the diary entry that have been mentioned, we're given to understand that top bureaucrats have been named. Ex-DC of Ranchi has also been named. Questions now being raised about whether at all specific instructions were actually given by the Jharkhand Chief Minister to his close aide Prem Prakash. All this and much more that we have accessed on Republic TV. Next 35 to 40 minutes considered to be extremely crucial as the examination of the Chief Minister comes to the final leg. We'll get you all the latest details. That's all that we could pack in this edition. On the other side, news and updates continue.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
This is Republic Diva Bupa Studio, your one stop for all the breaking news updates, and I am Nikita Sahai.
Republic Niva Bhupa Studio. Your one stop for all the breaking updates. I am Rakshita Mishra.
This is Republic Niva Bhupa Studio, your one stop for all the breaking news updates, and I am Nikita Sahai. This is Republic Niva Bhupa Studios, your one-stop destination for all the breaking news updates, and I am Shubhangi Shukla.
This is Republic Niva Bhupa Studio. Your one stop for all the breaking updates. I am Rakshita Mishra. This is Republic Niva Bhupa Studio. Your one stop for all the breaking updates. I am Rakshita Mishra.
Bupa Studios, your one-stop destination for all the breaking news updates, and I am Shubhangi Shukla.
फालतू चीज है। आपका सेंसस कब हुआ आप जानते नहीं, आप भूल गए। आप बोलिए ना, हम तो 9 पार्टियों को बैठा करके किए, और आप जानते हैं, आपको अच्छी बात है, 19 में और 20 में पूरे असेंबली में, काउंसिल में, सब जगह हम ये बात कहते थे। अब 2021 प्रधानमंत्री से भी मिलने गए और उनको भी कहा, तो वो तो उन्होंने कहा दिए कि चलिए अभी तो हम लोग कुछ नहीं करेंगे, बाद में हमको हो गया था एक इनडायरेक्टली कि चलिए अपना करिए, तो हमने सबको बुलाया, तो हमने किया है जी। उस समय तो अपोजिशन दूसरे तरफ था, उन लोगों को भी कहे थे, ले भी गए थे। और क्या होना चाहिए ये आप अच्छी तरह नहीं जानते हैं, कितने लोग किस काम को करेंगे, वो सब मेरा किया हुआ है जी। तो कोई अपना क्रेडिट झूठे लेता रहता है। आज जितना काम किया, जितनी बहाली किए हैं, ये सब हमारा 7 में से 2 महीने किया हुआ है, और उसी के चलते कर रहे थे, कोई अपना क्लेम करता है। छोड़िए ना ये सब करना।
High voltage drama here at the Jharkhand CM residence in Ranchi, and a moment back the Chief Secretary as well as the DGP of Jharkhand has reached CM's residence, and even before the questioning of Hemant Soren has not come to an end. It seems that there is something serious that is happening. That is why all the top officials are reaching the Jharkhand CM's residence, and the presence of Chief Secretary and the DGP of Jharkhand along with top officials includes the Deputy Commissioner of Ranchi, IG, DIG, all top officials of Ranchi here camping here, which goes to state the fact that there is something serious. Now the question is, will the ED go and arrest Hemant Soren in the land scam after a long hours of questioning? It's around 6:30 as of now. The questioning started at around 1 p.m. After 5.5 hours of questioning, has ED come to the conclusion that they have enough evidence to nail Hemant Soren and arrest him in the land scam case, in which 2 top officials, including the then DC of Ranchi, Chavi Ranjan, as well as a businessman, Vishnu Agarwal, was arrested. And it pertains to the misuse of the office of the Chief Minister, and at his behest, the land portion were registered in the name of a private person, that to a government land. Now, what happens next? We are all waiting here outside as to what will happen, but as far as the political fallout of this particular event is concerned, Hemant Soren has made all preparations pertaining to the next successive plan, keeping in mind his arrest, if at all it happens later this evening, and Kalpana Soren might be made the Chief Minister or might be made the leader of the legislature party, and in order by virtue of being the leader of the legislature parties, he may stake a claim to form the government. All the MLAs will parade, they have the numbers, but all eyes will be on the governor house as well. If at all Hemant Soren is arrested, and in all likelihood will have to, he will not be in the office of Chief Minister. Back to you. So there is another matter that the Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren had lodged an FIR in the Ranchi police station early this morning for atrocities against a tribal chief minister and for invading into the house of the chief minister in Delhi, as well as troubling him and spreading misinformation about him. And also, as a matter of fact, he's mentioned in the FIR that the BMW does not belong to him. So we'll wait and watch if at all the senior police officials have arrived here to arrest the ED officials, as it happened in the case of West Bengal, where Mamata Banerjee confronted the central agencies and the central forces, and in the Aam Aadmi Party leader Arvind Kejriwal had also confronted the central agencies and the central forces, because all the opposition leaders have been attacking investigating agencies for a long time now. So as a part of the preemptive and the precautionary measure, Hemant Soren had filed a case in the SC/ST police station against all the ED officials. Named FIRs were lodged against the ED officials, and all these top officials have arrived here. So we'll see if they are arrested or not. So we might see a confrontation here between the police officials of Jharkhand as well as the ED official, because a case has been registered by Hemant Soren. Back to you. So as far as this particular land scam is concerned, this land scam pertains to a portion of land that was registered in the name of a private person, and that too illegally. As a matter of fact, government land cannot be sold and purchased, but despite that, Vishnu Agarwal, a real estate business person, purchased 2 acres of land, and apparently a property worth 20 crore of land was sold at a throwaway price. So after that, the ED unearthed the documents after conducting several raids at various premises of the acquaintances of Hemant Soren, as well as several officials' premises were raided. And during the course of the raid, one of the officials also confessed to having said that he was constantly under pressure from the top echelons of power, that to the Chief Minister's office, to get the plots registered, and thereby this registry was made. And that is how the ED came into picture, and ED swung into action, started sending notices after notices to Hemant Soren, but he was defying all the summons. And after the 8th or the 9th summons, Hemant Soren finally appeared and deposed before the ED a couple of weeks back, and despite that, after again the ED, while putting the pieces together, they again sent a summon, but Hemant Soren was defiant, and he was there in Delhi when ED got to know about it. They conducted raids at the premises and the house of the Chief Minister of Jharkhand, Hemant Soren, in Delhi, but since it got the information, he escaped from his Delhi residence and then resurfaced again in Ranchi yesterday, holding meetings along with the MLAs of Jharkhand, planning the plan B as to what could be the fallout after the arrest of Hemant Soren. He made sure that his wife Kalpana Soren was also a part of the meeting, and before the legislators, all the signatures were done of the alliance partners, so that in the event of his arrest, if at all a successor has to be named, it has to be Kalpana Soren, his wife, who could be the next chief. His wife could be the next Chief Minister of Jharkhand. So all eyes are on the ED questioning. Top officials of the Jharkhand police and the Jharkhand administration, the Chief Secretary and the DGP along with senior officials are present inside. So do we witness a confrontation between the state police machinery and the state administration and the central agencies? We'll slip into a short break and get you the live coverage rolling from Jharkhand CM's residence house, where he's being questioned for the last 4.5 hours.
This is Republic Niva Bupa Studio, your one stop for all the breaking news updates, and I am Nikita Sahai. This is Republic Niva Bupa Studios, your one-stop destination for all the breaking news updates, and I am Shivangi Shukla. Republic Niva Bupa Studio, your one stop for all the breaking updates. I am Rakshita Mishra. This is Republic Niva Bupa Studios, your one-stop destination for all the breaking news updates, and I am Shivangi Shukla. To a special segment on India's budget history. Let's take a look into some fascinating records that mark the evolution of India's financial planning. In a historic moment on April 7, 1860, the inaugural budget of India was presented by Scottish economist James Wilson, representing the East India Company. This budget marked the introduction of income tax, a significant revenue source for the government to this day. Fast forward to post-independence India, and on November 26, 1947, R.K. Shanmugham Chetty, the finance minister at the time, presented the nation's first budget. A linguistic shift took place in 1955. The Congress government decided to print budget documents in both Hindi and English, making them accessible to a wider audience. Delving into political legacies, Morarji Desai, the former Prime Minister, holds the record for presenting the most budget proposals in India's history. During his tenure as Finance Minister from 1962 to 1969, he presented a record of 10 budgets, setting a benchmark for subsequent leaders. The shortest budget speech in Indian history was presented by Hirubhai Mulji Patel in 1977 during the Morarji Desai government. His concise speech consisted of just 800 words. Over the years, the Union budget presentation has seen some changes in timing and language. Until 1999, the budget was presented at 5 p.m. on the last working day of February. Yashwant Sinha altered this tradition, moving the timing to 11 a.m.
In terms of word count, the record for the lengthiest budget speech goes to Manmohan Singh, who in 1991 used a staggering 18,604 words during the annual financial presentation. Cut to 2019, Nirmala Sitharaman broke away from a century-old Bahi Khata tradition during her maiden budget presentation. Instead, she opted for a red silk bag adorned with the national emblem to carry the budget documents. This move has been widely praised as a significant step in shedding the colonial-era tradition. Interestingly, Nirmala Sitharaman became the second woman to present the budget, doing so in 2019 for the fiscal year 1970-71. These milestones showcase the rich and dynamic history of India's budgetary process. Within just around a decade of joining politics, Nirmala Sitharaman etched her name in the records by delivering the longest budget speech in Indian history. On February 1st in 2020, she spoke for an impressive 2 hours and 42 minutes during the presentation of the Union Budget for 2020-21. Lastly, amid the challenges posed by the COVID-19 pandemic, the budget for 2021-22 marked a historical digital transformation, becoming the first entirely digital budget presentation in independent India.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
This is Republic Niva Bhupa Studio. Your one stop for all the breaking updates. I am Rakshita Mishra.
This is Republic Niva Bhupa Studios, your one-stop destination for all the breaking news updates, and I am Shivangi Shukla. This is Republic Niva Bhupa Studio, your one stop for all the breaking news updates, and I am Nikita Sahai.
Honorable members, for centuries there was an aspiration to construct the Ram Mandir. Today it is a reality. There were doubts regarding the removal of Article 370 from Jammu and Kashmir. those are now history. Today we have forex reserves in excess of $600 billion. Today, India is the world's second largest producer of mobile phones. Today, every Indian feels proud on seeing the country's indigenous aircraft carrier INS Vikrant. Another significant reform of my government is the creation of Digital India. Digital India has made life and business much easier in India. Honorable members, my government believes that the grand edifice of Viksit Bharat will be erected on 4 strong pillars. These pillars are youth power, women power, farmer and poor. My government is working at every level to strengthen Nari Shakti. This year's Republic Parade was also dedicated to women empowerment. My government has enlarged the role of daughters everywhere in water, land, sky and space. My government is laying stress on making farming more profitable. Our aim is to reduce the cost of farming while increasing profits. Under the PM Kisan Samman Nidhi scheme, farmers have received over 2,80,000 crore rupees so far.
Republic Niva Bhupa Studio. Your one stop for all the breaking updates. I am Rakshita Mishra. This is Republic Niva Bhupa Studio, your one stop for all the breaking news updates, and I am Nikita Sahai. This is Republic Niva Bhupa Studios, your one-stop destination for all the breaking news updates, and I am Shivangi Shukla.
Republic Niva Bhupa studio. Your one stop for all the breaking updates. I am Rakshita Mishra.
This is Republic Niva Bhupa Studios, your one-stop destination for all the breaking news updates, and I am Shivangi Shukla.
Story tonight, powered by Century Club Prime.
Hemant Soren quizzing continues in Ranchi by the Enforcement Directorate. Top sources say Soren likely to be arrested shortly. Samajwadi Party Congress seat sharing talks with a roadblock. Is Akhilesh next to dump Indy? A big development in the Ganwapi case. Court allows Hindu side to offer prayers at the south side of Ganwapi complex. After Karnataka leader Telangana Chief Minister says promises will be implemented if party voted to part. And stand by for the most anticipated moment of the fiscal year with Arnab and his team, India's #1 news team, bringing you budget tomorrow. Welcome back, friends. We continue our rolling coverage of the developments taking place in Ranchi, where the Enforcement Directorate has been quizzing Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren for over 6 hours now in the land scam. Remember, that's not the only one. Hemant Soren is already under the scanner and has been summoned 8 times in the mining scam, and this is another one, the land scam. Top sources, in fact, have suggested that Soren is likely to be arrested today. We are still to clarify whether this is in the mining scam or the land scam or many others under which Hemant Soren is being investigated. But in a mega exclusive, the public has access inside details of Hemant Soren's quizzing. The ED has shown documents to Soren, and earlier Soren had denied that the seized luxury car was his. In fact, he has written to the Inspector General of Police in his state saying that the property and the cash ED has seized from his Delhi residence, which includes a BMW car and 40 lakhs worth of cash, is not his, which means he wants it investigated whose money was found from his residence in Delhi. And on that note, let me take this to Prakash Singh, who is a senior writer live from Ranchi. Prakash, now Hemant Soren says that the car is not his, the money is not his, possibly somebody planted it, and he wants the Jharkhand police, which he reports to him, to investigate how the ED found the money. Whose money is that? Is that a twist in the tale, or there is more to it? And what's really happening on the ground, Prakash?
Well, Abhishek, that was a preemptive move that was made by Hemant Soren, fearing that he might be arrested by the ED, the way the ED swung into action in Delhi a couple of days back, and fearing his arrest, he escaped from his Delhi residence at midnight and taking the flight route from Calcutta via the road route to Ranchi, and thereafter he held series of meetings with his MLAs. Now that the BMW car that has come into question, he has categorically mentioned in the FIR that has been lodged in the SCST police station in Ranchi that all these ED officials, named ED officials like Kapil Raj, the joint director, and 4 others, they have been named in the FIR, saying that they are harassing a tribal chief minister and they do not belong to the tribal community. They don't understand the sentiments of the tribals. So it's a preemptive move, I feel, and the way it happened in Bengal and in Punjab and Delhi, when the opposition party confronted the central agency, it looks like they're planning to confront the central agencies if at all the ED in all likelihood arrests the Chief Minister of Jharkhand, Hemant Soren. So all eyes here on the Jharkhand CM's residence. We'll pan the shots.
Prakash, just to clarify on what you're saying or what you're suggesting, that the FIR that Hemant Soren has filed possibly provides him as the Chief Minister of Jharkhand an option that in case the ED goes ahead and arrests him, there is likelihood of his police arresting the ED. I mean, are we going to see a center-state standoff panning out in the possibility of the ED going ahead and arresting Hemant Soren?
That's I assume and that's I apprehend, Abhishek, because the way these opposition leaders have been attacking the agencies, be it the ED, CBI or the IT, they have been alleging that they are like caged parrot of the central government, and that is how it pans out to be, because I'm told that last time when the questioning was done at the same place, this kind of movement was not there, with all top officials reaching out to the CM house. At the moment when I am talking to you, the Chief Secretary of Jharkhand, the DGP of Jharkhand, the Deputy Commissioner of Ranchi, all top officials, the SSP, the Additional Collector, the DIG, the IG of Ranchi, everybody is present inside the CM's residence, including the SDO of Ranchi. So I feel that there may be a direct confrontation between the central agencies as well as the state government here, because already a case has been lodged, named FIR has been lodged against all the ED officials for atrocities against a tribal in the SC/ST police station. So if at all, in all likelihood, what we get to know that he might be arrested today, and the ED officials have showed him ample proof of his involvement in the land scam case. This pertains to the land scam on the outskirts of Ranchi, where a portion of government land was sold at a throwaway price to a private owner, allegedly at the behest of the influence of Chief Minister of Jharkhand, Hemant Soren, and he also enjoyed the proceeds of the crime, and that's what we get to know. And in this particular case, Shavi Ranjan, the Deputy Commissioner of the then Deputy Commissioner of Ranchi, is already under judicial custody. He's in jail. Vishnu Agarwal, who was the purchaser of the said land, is out on bail, and we'll wait and watch what happens next. But what we get to know, the kind of movement that is happening here at the CM's residence, we expect that he might be arrested, but no confirmed news coming as yet. But the movement of all top officials, including the Chief Secretary, the DGP, the IG, suggests that there is something serious that is happening inside the four walls of the Chief Minister's residence here in Ranchi. Back to you.
Okay, Prakash, we have to continue this conversation. So there is one aspect which is the investigation and the scam, the land scam and the mining scam.
I believe the questioning which is happening today is possibly happening in both the money laundering cases and both somehow reach the Chief Minister's office or specifically Hemant Soren. And the other aspect is the political fallout and the political management that we are seeing Hemant Soren do over the last 48 hours, apprehending the possibility of his arrest. So the meetings he has taken of the MLAs, of his office bearers, the manner in which he has got some letters signed by which a succession could be planned in the possibility of his arrest. So coming to the investigation part first, I would ask if we can get Shravan also. I believe he's collecting some information, and we have seen how he has got those documents which pin down certain aspects of prosecution or bring clarity to the aspects of prosecution. Remember, ED has already filed prosecution complaint, the equivalent of a charge sheet in the cases. Prakash, but what is important is that this case was registered, the land scam case which we are talking about, by an officer in Ranchi, by a revenue official in Ranchi of the Jharkhand government. So it's not as if Hemant Soren can say, oh, this is politically motivated. It's not as if the India Alliance can say these are all, witch hunt being carried out by the CBI and the ED at the behest of the center, because the original case based on which the Enforcement Directorate, using it as a predicate offense, started the investigation, happens to be one officer or official of the Revenue Department of the Jharkhand state itself.
Well, that's right, Abhishek, and that's how it emerged in the scene, and that's how the ED swung into action, taking action, and conducted raids at the Revenue Department office as well as the circle office here in Ranchi, and thereafter certain forged documents were also recovered pertaining to the land that were purchased and the land scam that we are talking about. And thereafter, the ED started questioning and quizzing several people and analyzing the documents, and on the basis of those documents, Vishnu Agarwal, the private businessman, as well as DC Chavi Ranjan, then was arrested. And yes, you are rightly pointing out that the opposition forces cannot question the efficacy of the investigating agencies, because these kind of scams have been unearthed and they have been doing their duty, and summons have been sent repeatedly to Hemant Soren, which they have been defying just in the name of making agencies the caged parrot of the central government. It doesn't happen like that. Agencies do their own work, and I believe Hemant Soren is not only facing this case, but this is a land scam. But apart from this, in the mining scam, where he violated the office of profit, and wherein he could have lost his membership of the assembly, and the election commission had also sent in their views to the governor, which was not opened by the governor, the then governor as well. That is another case. So for a person who is engaged or marred in so many corruption cases, I think that it has come to a culminating point where the ED might be forced to take some action. And now what will be the political fallout of it, Abhishek, is that Hemant Soren has been working on this for the past couple of months, and that is why he got one of his JMM MLAs, Sarfaraz Ahmad, vacate the Gandhi assembly seat so that his wife could contest from that assembly constituency in the event if Hemant Soren had to resign as the Chief Minister of Jharkhand, and he could install his wife as the Chief Minister of Jharkhand. And for the past few days, since yesterday, ever since he came from Delhi to Ranchi, he's been holding series of meetings and have got the signatures of all the alliance partners endorsing the name of Kalpana Soren, and have got the letter of support. And that is what the visuals also showed, that 3 tempo tablets were brought in so that the MLAs could be ferried into the Raj Bhavan with a letter of support in the event if Hemant Soren was arrested, and with with a letter of support to the governor seeking the appointment of Kalpana Soren as the Chief Minister of Jharkhand. Although she is not a member of the Jharkhand Legislative Assembly, but she can seek election to the Assembly constituency, which has been vacated by one of the JMM MLA within 6 months. But it is up to the Election Commission to notify the election or not, because Jharkhand goes to the assembly polls later this year in November, December. So we are looking at both the possibilities, if Hemant Soren is arrested or not, and in the event of a political fallout, what happens to the succession plan, and third, will there be a direct confrontation between the Jharkhand administration and the police officials and the central agency, since Hemant Soren has filed a case against the ED officials for harassing him in the Ranchi police station of SC/ST police station. Back to you.
Yeah. Okay, Prakash, can you just show us a full frame, what's really happening behind you? Because I believe we are told that Jharkhand police deployment is there in full force, and it seems some officers have gone inside also. So if you can just tell us what's really happening, the likelihood of a standoff between the centre and the state via these agencies, the ED and the Jharkhand police. Is there a likelihood of that? Who's there at the gates? What's really happening inside? Even as the questioning goes on, have some people from the Jharkhand administration gone inside, if you can tell us?
Well, this is in the frame you can see the main gate of the Jharkhand CM's residence, and you can see the police forces deployed there to man the gate, and on the adjacent side many of police officials also manning the entire cordon, which is being barricaded, and up to 100 meters there is a prohibitory area that has been put into place, and one section 144 has been ordered in this entire area so that there is no vehicular movement. But inside this gate, the main gate which you are seeing in the frame, in the four walls of the Chief Minister's residence, you have the Chief Secretary of Jharkhand, the DGP of Jharkhand, the senior police officials, the SSP of Ranchi, DC of Ranchi, as well as all the junior officials also who takes care of the law and order situation in Ranchi. So one wonders why these people are present when the Chief Minister of Jharkhand is present. It seems that there is something brewing inside the CM's residence. That is why all these officials are present. Last time all these officials were not present inside the CM's residence. So we assume that in most likelihood Jharkhand CM may face some punitive action in the land scam case. Abhishek.
Yeah, naturally. I mean, the fact that the sitting Chief Minister of Jharkhand avoided responding to summons more than a couple of times, in fact, finally agreed for questioning after the 8th or 9th summons, Prakash clearly shows that all this time was brought really to set things in order, as it seems, in terms of trying to sort of dodge the ED till the time or as much time as they could, but then finally it seems the questioning is happening. It's been about 6 hours, and our sources tell us, and Hemant Soren, our senior editor, investigations have been telling us about the documents that Hemant Soren has been confronted with. Prakash, also remember what began as a 20 crore scam seems like above 230 crores now, given the kind of sale, purchase, resale of land that has happened by circulation or routing of funds and money generated with the first proceeds of crime, and already of the 14 accused, 10 are behind bars, Prakash, and in custody. Some of them, I think most of them and all of them in judicial custody, 10 of them, they have been charge sheeted. 14 individuals arrested, 10 charge sheeted. Those are the facts, and those land parcels happen to be in and around Ranchi only. So obviously it seems that going by the names of Prem Prakash or Amit Agrawal, who have ultimate connections with Hemant Soren, it seems that under the patronage of the Chief Minister, these people were carrying out these activities which led to generation of
what ED calls proceeds of crime, essentially rerouting of funds through sale, resale of property, some of which was not actually available for sale. You are from that geography, Prakash. If you could tell us, what does Hemant Soren mean when he says in his defense that this is a Bhumihari land and could not have been sold? Well, the fact is that obviously the land has been sold multiple times and in which money has been made.
Well, in the first place, he is not allowed to sell the government land, and since he is the chief minister, he is supposed to be the custodian of all government land. And in fact, the deputy commissioner of Ranchi is the custodian of land following in the premise of Ranchi district. So, in the first place, when the ED officials found him guilty, he was arrested, and enough evidence were shown to the court also. That is why he has not got bail as yet. So corroborating those evidences and counter evidences and also confessional statements and enough linkages and a money trail of acquaintances close to Hemant Soren, it appears that the ED might have confronted him today with all the investigating aspects as well as the foolproof evidence with documents, and that enough is enough. Now we'll have to take some action against you. So in all likelihood, what we get to know is that he will be arrested, and as far as the land portions are concerned, he was not supposed to sell those lands because it's a government land, Abhishek. How can you sell a government land to a private people? Government land in all aspects can only be leased out to private people. We have heard that it has been leased out, if at all it's based on PPP model, if any infrastructure development is coming up, but it cannot be sold in anybody's name. So that was one mistake, what I understand from FSI, and that's where Hemant Soren have been caught. Abhishek.
Yes, Prakash, and the questioning is going on inside as we speak and have this conversation, and the questioning, of course, is on both the land scam about which we have spoken for the last 10 or 15 minutes, and the second is the illegal mining scam, and we have been covering that for some months now, Prakash, and we have seen pictures of how the area stood devastated after illegal mining, and this was in the Sahibganj district of Jharkhand, and there is again, like in the case of land scam, where there are two main accomplices who have some connections with the chief minister. So in this case, in fact, a sitting MLA, Pankaj Mishra, who has been the kingpin or identified the kingpin of the case and has connections with the chief minister. Obviously, he is a party MLA, and he was, of course, arrested in 2022 itself in the month of July, and remains in custody, and multiple number of raids have been carried out, including on Hemant Soren's press advisor Abhishek Prasad, alias Pintu, in connection with the case. And remember, Prakash, that parallelly there is a CBI investigation also going on. So it's not going to be easy for Hemant Soren to really come out of this web of investigation. But let's discuss some political aspects also, Prakash. You're there on the ground, been there for a while. Have you got a sense that the government looks wobbly, or you think the government is strong? Alright, JMM MLAs to meet Jharkhand Governor. Breaking news development coming in. That's a big one, which means that the JMM, Jharkhand Mukti Morcha legislature party, is going to meet the governor in Ranchi. The time given is 7:50 p.m. It's 7:20 p.m. now. Another half an hour. This is a huge development. I was coming to politics, and that's exactly what happens, Prakash. That it seems that the change of leadership is all set to take place in Jharkhand, with the JMM seeking time and being given 7:50 p.m. by the office of the governor of Jharkhand, C.P. Radhakrishnan. Prakash, that's a huge development. You think that this is being done because the JMM MLAs are going to go to the governor and tell him that since their chief minister is being investigated, there has to be a change of leadership, and so we are coming to you with a different name, and in that case, who could that be?
Well, it has already been decided, Abhishek, that Kalpana Soren would be the Chief Minister of Jharkhand, and yesterday she was there present in the meeting along with the legislators, and that is why the seat has been vacated. And in all likelihood, these regional party leaders do not trust anybody outside their family members, like it happened in the case of Lalu Yadav when he appointed Rabdi Devi, the illiterate woman, as the Chief Minister of undivided Bihar in 1997 when he was charge seated in the fodder scam case. And now Hemant Soren in all likelihood will go ahead with his wife's name as the Chief Minister of Jharkhand, and the succession plan was already in operation for a couple of months back itself, when the legislators of all the alliance partners were meeting each other and discussed the name. And yesterday also, when he came back from Delhi, she was there present in the meeting for a long time. This and the Hemant Soren discussing the future course of a strategy, and thereafter all the MLAs have been put up here outside the CM's residence along with their bag and baggages, if at all they required to be moved somewhere else after meeting the governor. Abhishek.
Okay, and since she does not happen to be a sitting MLA, Prakash, you think that getting her elected is going to be an issue, or it's going to be easy one, and that the party is fully backing her? You think that there is a possibility of any political instability, given the fact that Kalpana Soren herself does not come from any political background and might lack the depth of political understanding to begin with to run a government?
Well, the JMM has the numbers. Around 45 to 46 MLAs are on their side, and they have the support of 50 MLAs. The only bone of contention is Sita Soren, the wife of Basant Soren, the eldest son of Shibu Soren. And there was some family dispute that if not Hemant Soren, then why not she could become the Chief Minister. We had got some statement, but even then that would not make any difference what we get to know at the moment. But definitely with Hemant Soren not at the helm of affairs, definitely there would be some discord in the family and some rumblings within the JMM. So we'll have to wait and watch and keep a track as to how many MLAs cross the fence. And we are also told that some Congress MLAs are also in touch with the BJP. BJP also keeping a close eye on the development here in Jharkhand, with Jharkhand Abhishek going to the polls later this year in October, November. So all kinds of permutation and combination can take shape here in Jharkhand.
All right, the fact that Kalpana Soren was present in the MLA's meeting yesterday was a clear indication that if at all a situation arises where Hemant Soren has to pass on the baton, it would obviously be in the family. Prakash, stay with us. We have been on this story and we continue to be on this story. We take a quick break and coming back on the other side with more developments in the Jharkhand land scam and Hemant Soren questioning also. MLA all set to meet the governor at 7:50 p.m. Short break.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
This is Republic News Abupa Studio, your one-stop for all the breaking news updates, and I am Nikita Sahai. This is Republic News Abupa Studios, your one-stop destination for all the breaking news updates, and I am Shivangi Shukla.
Republic Niva Bhupa studio. Your one stop for all the breaking updates. I am Rakshita Mishra.
This is Republic Niva Bhupa Studios, your one-stop destination for all the breaking news updates, and I am Shivangi Shukla. This is Republic Niva Bhupa Studio, your one stop for all the breaking news